The story begins in a classroom adorned with banners of encouragement, slogans urging students to strive, asking if they've ever given it their all. With only 25 days left until the college entrance exam, the one exam that could define their lives, the key to reaching the summit. Suddenly, a panicked gaze falls upon the words, stammering, "I've returned to before the college entrance exam." He suddenly jumps up, shouting, "No way!" startling everyone around him. This is Ya country, and Thon number 1 high school, class 127. He continues to scream, clutching his head, feeling life is too unfair. What kind of horror story is this? If you're going to reincarnate me, at least let me do it after I've gone to college, right? Do you know how hard I worked in my past life, and now I have to do it all over again? Damn it. As he grapples with this new reality, his mind begins to fill with data about this world. Since ancient times, humanity on Blue Star has faced a natural disaster. The invasion of secret realms, gateways to other worlds filled with terrifying monsters. They often exploit these rifts to invade the human world, and the strongest among them can obliterate entire nations, threatening the very foundation of human civilization. To fight these beasts, humanity developed a system to inject their genes, awakening monstrous forms and unlocking genetic gifts. Only martial artists like them possess the strength to save civilization, elevating their status and treatment far beyond ordinary people, ushering Blue Star into an era where martial prowess reigns supreme. All other endeavors are inferior, only martial arts are supreme. And just like that, system-like notifications appeared, as they do for anyone who is reborn. A thorough introduction reveals our protagonist, now Dichhua, a martial arts student with implanted memories. After a data dump, our hero finally understands the situation, clutching his aching head. So, Yihua is a high school student? As he rambles, the students at the table above him begin to mock him. Look, the useless Dichhua is having nightmares again. Does this kind of trash even dare to take the college entrance exam? The girl in pink, hearing the commotion, turned around, her face contorted with disdain, and sneered, "You should just drop out and go home, you good-for-nothing. Become a low-level worker, or just rot away." These words irked him slightly. He sighed inwardly, thinking, of course, every bullying story has a ringleader. He didn't bother to reply, lost in thought. It seemed the original owner didn't have a very good reputation in class. It all started with his parents' accident in 11th grade, leaving him with no desire to cultivate. His once stellar grades plummeted, making him a burden to the entire class. So that's how it is. The pink-clad girl, annoyed by his blank stare, snapped, "What are you looking at? This is martial arts class. You want to fight?" He didn't answer, ignoring her as he sighed inwardly. "What am I looking at? I'm just thinking. The original owner didn't study, but I'm the one who has to suffer the consequences. This is so cliché. The underdog, about to be humiliated." Suddenly, a balding teacher walks in and shouts, "Are you all ready? The gene modification injection is about to begin. Be confident. 3 years of physical training and martial arts cultivation have all led to this day." Then, adjusting his glasses, he looked down at the main character and said with disappointment, "And for those of you who don't take this seriously..." Yihua saw him looking his way and smiled, pretending to listen. But in his heart, he thought, "Are you kidding me? Not my fault the original owner didn't study. Why would I feel bad?" He smirked, thinking, "But since I've taken over, I should clean up this mess." The scene shifts to Enthon number 1 high school's gene injection hall, where 4 neatly placed suitcases stand before all the students, who are murmuring amongst themselves. "What monster type do you think I'll awaken? Maybe a tier 3 mountain ape or a sea-resisting dragon?" The guy next to him laughed. "I bet I get the worst centaur." The teacher then opened the suitcase containing the stimulant, revealing rows of advanced-looking blue test tubes. The teacher began the introduction, though the students already knew this information. This is the gene awakening drug, containing the original genes of all recorded monsters. After injection, the body will randomly absorb a gene to awaken. The stronger your physique, the higher the grade of gene you awaken. So try to relax and calmly accept the power after the injection. I will call out your names one by one. Come up and get your dose when you hear your name. Chen Bingfei Mu Yunwo. The balding teacher's words were accompanied by the repeated piercing of needles. Then came the sounds of agony and screams. Some tried to endure, others gasped for air, clutching their throats, and some even fainted from the pain. Dichhua hesitated, seeing their bizarre and painful reactions, realizing this power wouldn't come easy. But he steeled himself and injected the serum. He decided to risk it. After a moment, when his body showed no reaction, he opened his eyes in surprise. Seeing him like that, the teacher approached with a flourish, saying, "Yihuo, you don't seem to have changed at all, do you?" He looked at him, utterly confused, and replied, "Teacher, I injected the wrong fake medicine." The woman in pink seized the opportunity to mock him. "Ha ha ha, look, Yi Huo doesn't seem to have awakened at all." He looked over, startled, and she reached out to his face, mockingly saying, "Heh heh. An unawakened martial artist is like a bird without wings. Ya Huo is done for. Just what you wanted, huh? So much for being a martial artist. Just go home and wait to die, letting her do whatever she wants?" He was furious. He thought to himself, "That's one annoying girl. She's the one who bullied me." But suddenly, a strange change came over Yi Hoa. His heart raced erratically, and his whole body felt like it was going through a terrifying shock. He gritted his teeth in confusion. Wait a minute. In Yi Hua's vision, a system notification appeared. Infinite monster model acquired. Host, Yi Hua's combined constitution, martial arts, 9-stage energy art, Lan Mountain Fist, hard Qigong, and a monster model have been drawn. He was just fine. But suddenly, Yi Hua convulsed before the woman in red, bracing himself with his hands as he cried out. Before she could understand, she panicked. "What are you doing? If you're not awakening, what are you pretending for?" Yi Hua managed to choke out. "You guys run." The pink-clothed woman cleared her throat. "What did you say? Run? Why?" Yi Hua struggles to control his body, but it seems he can't take it anymore. His eyes light up, his breath comes in ragged bursts, and he radiates a blinding energy. He struggled to speak, saying that if they didn't run, it would be too late. In the next moment, a gorilla-like avatar erupted from Yi Hua's small body, flooding the area with powerful energy, throwing anyone nearby off their feet. Yi Hua couldn't understand why his body was changing so drastically. He roared, and his gorilla form unleashed a shocking wave of energy, sending his classmates flying. They brace against the force, whispering in confusion, "What kind of power is this? Who awakened?" This power is overwhelming, and the commotion has attracted the attention of the top students. A fire-type girl warily turns her gaze, as does an ice-type boy. Jealous, he wonders if someone is stronger than him. Yi Hua's system reveals an A-rank gorilla model, bloodline abilities, crude earth breathing, heat stone impact, core absorption, evolution, and flame monarch gorilla. Unlocked when compatibility reaches 100%, current compatibility 3%. Dichoa trembled, struggling to steady his arm. Iha muttered, "A-rank gorilla model. Infinite monster model?" Iha looked at his palm, glowing with spiritual power in every cell, so rich that it was radiant and smoky. He exclaimed in surprise, "Is this the system I've been given?" His classmates, who used to look down on him, are now dumbfounded, unable to believe how powerful he's become. Was that really the good-for-nothing from before? Another student gapes, noting that his mere aura blew everyone away. The two look at the pink-clad bully, now motionless on the floor, and exclaim, "Even Wang Tong Tong is stunned, and she awakened the rank 2 fire gecko." Whispers spread as they wondered what model he awakened, as Yi Hua's inner power terrified his former tormentors into fearful submission. Yi Hua scratched his head, innocent and confused. Sorry about that. It got a little out of hand. I told you guys to move, but you didn't listen." The awakening injection period ends, and the school loudspeaker announces that all awakened students should immediately report to the examination building to determine their beast genes and martial arts level. A reminder rings out as we cut to the grand hall for testing. Here, numerous gene-breaking devices can identify your beast genes and martial arts level. Students enter, and the results are displayed. Li Xinyuan awakened the Three Stripes Wine Chaser bloodline, and everyone is talking about it. How lucky I was to only be average before. Powerful bloodlines are truly unfair. The next announcement reveals another male student's results, sparking further discussion. Shuzhou is, indeed, number 1, not only a level 9 martial disciple, but also awakened a high-level tier 3 ice demon dragon. The champion of Ancheng will surely be him. No less captivating is a beautiful girl who has also awakened a rare ability. The crowd buzzes with excitement, but look closely. The young Miss Lu is also at the 9th stage. What did she awaken? Damn, it's the rare 4th stage nether sparrow. A top contender has emerged. A 4th stage demon beast in its true form could destroy half a city. Martial artists are like ants before them. Only grandmasters can fight back. Yi Hua hadn't checked his level yet, and he looked up, puzzled, wondering why their monster models were divided into stages. But his was a grade A? Suddenly, an announcement blares, singling out Dich Hoa from Class 127. Dich Hoa is mortified. Did they really have to call him out like that? Indeed, with his recent display, Yi Hua was the center of attention and expectation. Everyone watched him with admiration and awe as the crowd below formed two eager lines. With such power, he's sure to be a big shot. We need to befriend him and latch onto his success. Wow, it's Yi Hua's turn. With that momentum, his level won't be low. He's amazing. The more praise he received, the more pressure Yi Hua felt, knowing his talent was only A grade. He muttered, "This world truly reveres the strong." Passing the cheering students, Yi Hua entered the examination room. He steels himself and enters without emotion, while outside, the boys cheer, betting that Yi He will bring glory to Class 127. Now it's Yi He's turn. His abilities are definitely extraordinary. How cool. What level of bloodline could unleash such an incredible aura upon awakening? Cheng is really making waves this time. From afar, a figure watched with little hope, his eyes cold and unhappy at the praise for Yi He. The man thinks to himself that his name is Ya He, and he is indeed worth anticipating. Moments later, Ya He's information panel appears, showing only basic information, with the other data as undetermined. The crowd was stunned by the results, and a buzz of conversation rippled through the air. Yi Hua, Class 127, Martial Apprentice Level 3, Beast Bloodline, unknown. Martial Disciple Level 3. Ha, my little brother in middle school could beat that. What a disappointment. I had the wrong expectations. These people sure change their tune quickly. Now they laugh and scorn, trampling Yi Hua's honor into the abyss, sneering, unidentified bloodline. Probably nothing at all. Yeah, what good bloodline could a third-stage martial artist have? Turns out it was just hot air. Yihei is still just a hopeless case. As everyone mocked him, Yihei quietly walked away, dejected. His expression revealed his disappointment. He muttered to himself, Gorilla wasn't detected, but it activated the infinite monster model. His system told him that completing fame-boosting quests to upgrade the infinite monster model would earn him more monster model draws. No, my models are ranked differently, something only I, Yi Hua, understand. He muttered to himself, then chuckled softly, a hint of something wicked in his eyes. Our hero then wears a sinister, calculating, and cruel expression, staring at his hands and muttering in a frenzy of excitement. As long as I meet the requirements, I can draw monster models infinitely. Doesn't that make me the Monster King? The next morning at Anthan High School No. 1, it's a beautiful sunny day, and this teacher looks very strict. He's drinking a large coffee and criticizing a student. What's this? You want to drop out and study at home until the university entrance exam? Yi Hua, full of enthusiasm and determination, stood firm and clenched his fists, saying, Sir, I really want to improve. The teacher turns back, looking less than pleased, and asks as Yi Han continues, I know I lack knowledge, and without special training, I won't be able to keep up. The teacher responded with a grave and serious tone. Dich Hua, you know the only way to become a martial artist is to get into university. He knows I awakened my bloodline, but my foundation is too weak to get into university, so he tells me to prepare to retake the exam next year, and not to rush. To these difficult words, Yihei responds with pleading, using his abilities with sparkling eyes full of sincerity and hope. He says, Teacher, the more I rush, the more I improve. Perhaps you don't understand. You've awakened a powerful bloodline, and with hard work, you're sure to succeed. I see the sincerity in your eyes. You're definitely not lying. Seeing his desperate pleas, the teacher relented, saying, your eyes do seem sincere. And so he decided not to press the issue further. All right, remember to come back next year and register for my review course. Cut to a scene at the Anthan Martial Arts Center. Lost in thought as he wandered the wide streets, Dich Hoa pondered his next move. His parents' house had been mortgaged for $600,000, and with the accident compensation, he had over $1 million. Now, to increase his strength, he had two options: upgrade his martial artist level or increase the compatibility of the gorilla model. Recalling the system panel's information, he pondered, oblivious to his surroundings. According to the infinite monster model, each initial sample has only 1% compatibility. But the Berserk Gorilla has 3%. Where did that other 2% come from? There's only one answer. The gorilla gene absorbed the power from the awakening drug, providing 2% compatibility. This proves that genetic drugs can enhance my templates. Leveling up compatibility with money is better than martial arts training for me. Realizing this, he's eager to buy more gene-enhancing drugs and swipes his student card at the entrance. But just as he swipes his card, Yi Hoa suddenly reacts strangely, his eyes widening in alarm. Everyone Dichhuo sees is surrounded by the aura of awakened abilities. They're all highly skilled. Dichhuo is shocked. Is this place full of martial artists who have awakened their bloodline? After awakening the gorilla cell, I gained the special ability to sense the life force field. Gorillas can emit this field to detect the life signals of nearby creatures. I can clearly feel the boiling blood and beastly roars within their bloodlines. At this moment, Yi Hua was extremely excited, a strange smile on his face as he muttered to himself with spirited eyes. Warriors, monsters, I can't suppress my thirst for battle. Ha 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 ha. After all, the gorilla berserker is the king of monsters, an emperor who wants to conquer all creatures on the planet. He couldn't help but shout, "Too bad I'm still weak. I can only let the gorilla berserker satisfy my battle cravings for now. When I come of age, the world will know what a true monster king is." He was lost in his ambitious calculations for the future. Suddenly, someone tapped Yi Huo on the shoulder from behind, but Yi Huo's glare caused a beautiful and alluring girl behind him to misunderstand. She took off her glasses, winked, and said flirtatiously, "Don't go peeking at people like that." Yi Huo turned around, completely surprised. Realizing she misunderstood, he awkwardly replied, "Sorry, I didn't mean to." The girl casually responded, "It's okay. You must have just awakened your beastly jealousy and can't control your powers yet. What are you doing at the Martial Artists Center?" Yi Hua replies, "I came to buy gene medicine, but this place is too big. Could you point me in the right direction?" The girl was enthusiastic about buying gene medicine. Is it necessary to use it at this stage? Yi Hua was curious. "Oh, is there anything I should keep in mind?" The woman didn't hesitate to tell him that gene tonics were expensive and could lead to resistance, reducing their effectiveness, making Yi Hua a little hesitant. The girl waved her hand as carefree as she seemed and continued. To maximize its effect, martial artists usually wait until their bloodline reaches its limit before using it. Dazed, Yi Hua asked, "How much does one vial of the gene drug cost?" The voluptuous woman eagerly held up 4 fingers. "Well, at your stage, you can only use the basic consolidation medicine, which is around 400,000. Hearing the number, the main character almost died, his mood plummeting as he muttered, "Too expensive. My savings aren't enough to buy 5 bottles. Do you know anyone who can give me a discount?" After a moment's thought, she leaned forward, offering him a violet lily 4th stage trainee card, the motion causing her ample bosom to sway. She said, "Here, take my card. A referral will get you a discount. What a genuinely good person." Delighted, Yi Hua accepted the card and waved goodbye. "Thank you so much." The woman was happy to oblige, telling him, "See you again." Farewell to the kind woman, inside and out. Dich Hoa is currently under immense pressure, and it's all because he's burning through cash at the martial arts hospital. Dich Hoa nervously pays at the counter, spending lavishly on weapons and more. Night falls, and we return to our hero's apartment, where Yi Hua is training intensely, his body seemingly ablaze with spiritual energy. Despite the pain and discomfort, he perseveres for the sake of immense power. The system announces, Monster Model Gorilla Compatibility 3% to 4%, 4% to 7%. Master, Yi Hua's combined physique has increased from 8 to 10, then 10 to 15, reaching the 7th stage of martial arts. After enduring the torment of using the medicine, Yi Hua's body feels completely drained. He stretched out his sweaty arms, panting, reveling in the feeling of leveling up. But the first few bottles increased his physique by 2 points each, while the last only gave him 1. It seems the stronger he gets, further enhancements will only become more difficult from here, but Yi Hua is now lost in euphoria. He stared intensely at his pale hands, filled with incredible hope. It will be harder to improve, but it's fine. A few dozen minutes is equal to 3 years of hard training. This is just a normal physique. If I activate the Emperor Ancestor bloodline, I might even be able to compete for the top spot in the exam. Activating my cheat and not dominating geniuses would be a waste. With newfound resolve, he heads into Secret Realm A. Secret realms are ranked from S to E, with S being the most dangerous. Beasts in S-ranked secret realms are beyond human control. If they invade the mortal realm, it would be a cataclysm. Cut to the E-ranked Nthan secret realm number 3. Fully equipped, Yihe looked around and muttered to himself. There were fewer people here than he expected, probably because it had been explored for so long. Since it's an old secret realm, all the treasures have been taken, leaving only weak monsters for rookies to practice on. After relaxing for a while, he came across a pass counter. He spoke. "Hello, I reserved a ticket for secret realm number 3. The woman at the desk nonchalantly processed Yi Huo's request, had him sign a death waiver, and handed him his ticket. And with the simple procedure complete, the gate to the dungeon appeared before Yi Hua, who couldn't help but tremble with anticipation. Is this the secret realm gap? He thought, his sinister mood returning. Yi Hua grinned, a manic glint in his eyes. This is the beginning of the Monster King. Heh, heh, heh. And without hesitation, he launches himself through, filled with anticipation. I've arrived. Leaping through the rift, Dich Hoa entered a secret realm, and the world of the three dynasties transformed. It's as if he's leaping through the ozone layer into another world. Yi Hua quickly lands safely. He steadies himself, kneeling with practiced ease, and beholds the nearby planets from this mystic realm. It's nothing like Earth, with planets like Azure, Shadow Vale, and Taijin. He quickly adjusts his gear after landing. He looks around and whispers that despite knowing it from textbooks, it's nothing compared to seeing it with his own eyes. Truly spectacular. While Yi Hei marvels at the new planet, he can even see the universe. A red rabbit lurks behind him, squeaking and sniffing the air. What seemed like a cute animal revealed a rabid-looking face, complete with fangs and bristly whiskers, a tenacious beast known as the blade-eared rabbit. Taking advantage of Yi Hua's inattention, it tries to attack him from behind, baring its fangs like swords and charging with immense energy. But it's not that easy. Yi Hua sensed it, dodged, grabbed its ears, and glared at the ferocious rabbit, saying, "You fool. Did you think I wouldn't sense you? System display, ability sample, life magnetic field." In the shadows, Yi Hua crushes the mutated rabbit's head without hesitation, finishing it off in an instant. Soon, all that remained of the rabbit was a spirit stone. Yi Hua picked it up for a closer look, a common quality magic core from a saber-toothed rabbit. The market price is around 1,000, but earning 1,000 right away is pretty efficient. Commoners only make 3,000 to 4,000 a month. At this moment, he leisurely raised the spirit stone to examine it. But collecting first-stage cores is useless. It's best to hunt second-stage beasts or higher. But behind him, an unusual movement stirs, and a grotesque soft-bodied monster writhing like an earthworm emerges. This grotesque creature is 100 times Yi Huo's size, and it attacks with its gaping, tooth-filled maw. A Stage 2 corpse worm. The more bizarre the beast, the more Yi Hua enjoys it. He quickly drew his sword, a smirk on his face, and said, "Speak of the devil." This is Ansheng number 3. An E-class secret realm, where Yi Hua is on a rampage. With the corpse beetle's arrival, he swiftly dispatches it with a single strike. The corpse beetle shrieks in agony as its blue blood sprays like rain. In a defensive stance, Yi Hua glanced at it and said, "I've seen the monster manual, and compared to the hard armor on its back, the abdomen of the corpse demon is obviously easier to break through." Stung by the blow, the monster began to curl up. It rolled towards him like a wheel, trying to crush him. Faced with this fierce counterattack, Yi Hua calmly raised his hands, gathering his strength, and chanted, "Martial Dao, boom, boom." Instantly, Yi Hua unleashed a powerful blast of energy, striking the undead insect head-on and sending it flying. Yi Hua clenches his fist for more power, but it's not enough. The creature opens its mouth wide, firing a barrage of large, spinning teeth. It's operating like a meat grinder. One hit, and Yi Hua would be sliced in two. Even Dich Hoa was shocked, realizing the creature could launch its teeth. Facing this grotesque monster, Dich Pham remained calm, deftly dodging the razor-sharp, spinning teeth. But tragedy struck when his expensive designer jacket was unexpectedly scratched. "You son of a bitch. Do you know how much this shirt cost? Looks like this demon won't go down easy." Yi Hua kept a safe distance and began a cold, analytical assessment. Facing this sea of insects head-on would be too disadvantageous. After all, without support, no matter how strong a weapon is, it can't unleash even half its power. It's all because the original owner was too lazy. Looks like I'll have to cheat. No longer holding back, Daihua decides to unleash his trump card. With a deafening roar, the Godzilla Bloodline Berserk activates. Instantly, his arm transforms into a perfect gorilla claw enveloped in a blazing aura. Behind him, the phantom of a giant gorilla roared with power. The next second, he moved like lightning, the monster's blue blood spraying in a gruesome rain. The monster was quickly defeated, leaving only a pathetic pool of blue blood. Yi Hua calmly turned back, muttering that after his physique stats soared to 21, dealing with a level 2 sea monster was a piece of cake. To revert the transformation, he had to sort the thermal energy within his body, feeling like a jet plane. But the joy of victory was short-lived as he frowned at his weapon. The newly bought broadsword has already been corroded by the demon corpse worm's toxins. 250,000 worth of equipment is fundamentally useless against level 2 monsters. The quality is awful. I should complain. No sooner were the words out of his mouth than Yi Hua's empty stomach began to rumble fiercely. Hunting monsters for the first time really takes it out of you. I'm starving, and I didn't even bring any rations. Just as hunger pangs set in, a tantalizing aroma suddenly wafts my way. Without a second thought, his keen nose followed the alluring scent. The source of the aroma was a glittering stone. He picked it up, examined it, and muttered, "A magic core, and a very tempting one at that." With a nothing ventured, nothing gained attitude, Yihua didn't hesitate to toss the magic core into his mouth and swallow it whole. Immediately, a brilliant surge of spiritual energy erupts within his body, and the familiar system panel appears. Compatibility with Berserk Gorilla increased from 7% to 7.3%. Immediately, a powerful aura emanated from Yihua, as bright as if he'd swallowed a flashlight. He was stunned. It even increased his compatibility. Joy spread across his face as Yihua gritted his teeth in excitement. Spending hundreds of thousands only increased compatibility by 1%. But now, just one green magic stone has increased it by 0.3%. So 3 of these would equal 1 gene reagent. Then the saber-toothed rabbit's white magic should increase compatibility by at least 1%. Compatibility, huh? Thinking of this, Yihua felt the sting of the money he'd spent, and tears welled up in his eyes. What a ripoff. After lamenting his loss, he steels himself, points to his forehead, and with his fingers glowing brightly, turns his anger into motivation, determined to make the most of the serum tonight. In mere moments, a powerful shockwave erupted from Yihua, radiating outwards like a radar pulse, sweeping through the forest. He roared, activating his life force field. By noon the next day, Yihua emerged from the E-class dungeon, his system reporting a 9% compatibility with the gorilla gene and a 15.8% overall physique. Having cleared the dungeon smoothly, he calmly walked out, pondering the implications of his increased compatibility. Even if he ate all the white magic cores, his compatibility wouldn't increase anymore, so he could only sell them for money. Later, he took his spoils to the exchange counter in front of the dungeon gate. A total of 20 white magic cores and 4 green ones, a number that stunned the woman at the counter. Really? A high school student who can get this many magic cores? The man ahead casually spoke. Those lining up behind must be intimidated by your achievements. According to government regulations, martial artists must hand over 1/10 of their harvest, receiving a green mana stone for every 5 white mana cores. He secretly anticipates his 200,000 new dollars. In Anthan Sector B, a group of martial artists gathers before a swirling blue spatial rift of a level D secret realm. Perched atop a stylish convertible, a man in green speaks, "Team Leader Lin, we should be able to turn in the Blood Jade Flower reward mission this time, right?" The swordsman Liang turned to his teammates and said, "Last time, we pinpointed the general location of the Blood Jade Flower, but old Chen was badly injured by a magical beast and can't join us this time." A nearby woman crossed her arms and asked worriedly, "So, there will only be 5 of us?" Hearing this, a man with a buzz cut added, "That's right. And according to the rules, a team must have at least 6 people to enter a D-rank mystic realm. The system board shows that the swordsman is a level 2 martial artist." Lin He turned and replied, "It's fine. I've contacted their intermediary to introduce a new Taoist priest." Then he pointed to a hooded figure approaching. None other than our disheveled protagonist. Everyone wondered, "You're really a level 9 martial artist?" The young man picked his nose and replied flippantly, "That's right." He thought to himself, as a student, he wasn't qualified to enter a D-rank secret realm, so he had to find a black market to forge an identity and join a team, costing him 100,000 Ida. What a rip-off. At this point, Lin He was a little concerned about the guy's expression. Delta, that name is awful. Even Yi Hua is at a loss. Oh well, just read it. Seeing this, he decides to ignore it. Whatever. It's just an alias. With your level 9 martial artist skills, you shouldn't even be able to enter a D-rank dungeon, but our team is giving you a chance to observe and learn, so don't hold us back. Yi Hua simply replied, "Whatever." He thought to himself, a captain's responsibility is to explain the mission thoroughly beforehand. Quite reliable, better than those who only call for help after something happens. With everything clear, Yihua and the team boarded the vehicle and entered the mystic realm. This time, they were determined to find the Blood Jade Flower. Soon, the team arrived on another planet, a desolate place devoid of trees. The captain spoke, saying that according to the coordinates, the Blood Jade Flower was in the oasis ahead, guarded by a level 2 magic beast. As they rode, Yihua rested his chin on his hand, gazing out the back. Last time it was a rainforest, this time a desert. It seems the secret realm isn't linked to just one world. No sooner had they entered than the team was pursued by a pack of demonic beasts resembling hungry wolves. A team member in the back noticed the situation and quickly reported, "Captain, they're earth demon rats and they're charging at us." The captain ordered, "Huduk, take care of them." A man named Hudi raised his hand and several sharp blades appeared, making him look like a cool werewolf. He replied, "Understood." With a mighty flick, the daggers flew from his hand with incredible force, each carrying spiritual energy. Aimed true, the weapons pierced the rats' heads, splattering blood and causing them to shriek in agony. The team's vehicle speeds on, as the rats chasing them explode from the daggers, leaving Huduk unfazed. Report, all done. Yahi glanced back, thinking how channeling martial energy into throwing knives made them explode on impact like bombs. How convenient. The vehicle travels a short distance before spotting signs of a dense forest in the distance. The sky on this planet reveals many other celestial bodies, unlike Earth. Having arrived, the team disembarks, weapons ready except for Yi-Hee, who trails along carefree. Feeling tired, he asked the captain, "Why aren't we driving? The oasis is still a ways off." The captain replied as they walked, "Because the monsters inside the oasis are very sensitive. The sound of the ATV engine will alert them. We'll assign tasks as we go." Then he gave instructions to each person. "Jia, you'll release the shock bombs to lure them out. Volhode will set up the trap and Lao Liu will hold them back with gunfire." Then, with a serious look, he assigned himself a task, to face them head-on, but they were still one person short. The captain pointed at Dichoa and then at Detla, telling him to stay put and observe. "What a steal," Yihua pouted in response. Okay, with assignments complete, Yihua's group fired a signal flare into the sky. A terrifying explosion erupts, releasing a cloud of chemicals. A pheromone bomb from a high-level monster, designed to lure others by making them think their territory has been invaded. Then, a level 2 electric dragon beast appeared, swinging its massive body with savage force. Its mouth gaped, saliva dripping as if it wanted to tear everything apart. "Here it comes. Be careful. A magical beast is here." Meanwhile, at the site where Yihi's group eliminated the mutant rats, many throwing knives remained embedded in the ground. In the distance, a tall figure in a black cloak appeared. This figure bears crossed scars on his arm as he picks up a knife. A weathered, bald old man with glasses, emerging from the dust and smoke. What's more, the old man lasciviously licked the blade with his long tongue, his eyes filled with murderous intent and bloodlust. He burst out laughing. "Ha ha 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 ha. I thought that monster was a threat." But the captain leapt up and sliced its head off with a single stroke of his sword from his shoulder. What incredible power. Immediately, the beast collapsed, a pool of blue blood forming where its head had been severed. Xia, the team's only girl, rushed over, shouting, "Captain Lin, we've got your back. It's finally over." Standing before the fallen beast, Captain Lin Ha proudly rested his sword on his shoulder, saying, "Now, let's find the blood jade fruit." But as soon as he spoke, a clawed, monstrous foot lunged from behind, attacking him. The captain turned around in shock as everyone yelled, "Captain Lin, watch out!" From another direction, a figure leaped into the air. It's our main character, Yi Hua, arriving to assist the captain with incredible speed, suddenly appearing above him, leaving everyone wondering what he's up to. From above, Yi Hua delivers a powerful blow, his spiritual energy slamming into the monster like a lightning rod, creating a massive explosion of dust. Stunned, the captain turns and says, "He's just a martial artist, yet he possesses the power to defeat a level 2 monster." Xia was also surprised by the power of that punch, and Yi Hua was showered with praise from his teammates. "That falling rock fist of yours is really something, killing a level 2 magical beast." Our guy coolly replies, "It was nothing." The captain was overjoyed and extremely satisfied, saying, "Thanks for saving me. From now on, we're officially a team." A moment later, the captain held a fruit the color of animal organs and exclaimed, "Found it!" It's the blood jade fruit. Little Bald Wu pokes at it with interest, noting they even got the Earth Dragon's essence stone this time. A decent haul. Xia, meanwhile, is curious and drawn to its strange shape. Is this round red thing really worth that much? Our main character looks on from afar, thinking longingly that it looks like a big cherry tomato. "Of course," the captain says, seeing his teammates' interest in the snow jade fruit. "This can increase compatibility with the prototype. Although it wasn't easy, I think we can defeat the Earth Dragon and get its blood." As everyone celebrated their victory, the unsuspecting captain was stabbed in the back by the traitorous Huduk. "It's not that simple, Captain Lin," he gloated. Lin He turned around in pain, his face a mask of disappointment and shock, a sight that filled the other members with outrage and panic. "Lin, what's going on?" The captain turns and throws a punch at Ho-Duk. But he quickly backs away as team leader Linsha asks, "Hu-Dae, what are you doing?" Just then, another man appeared next to Hu-Duk, shouting, "What are we doing?" "Can't you see? Obviously, we're here to make some real money." That's the guy who followed Yi-Hoa's group and picked up the dagger earlier, so he was in cahoots with Ho-Duk. Dressed ridiculously and possessing a massive frame, Captain Lin. He recognized him and shouted, "Huopeng, what are you doing here?" Seeing Xiao Wu's anger, Yi Hua asked, "Do you know this bald guy?" Xiao Wu clenched his fists, ready to strike, and replied, "Huopeng, he steals treasures from martial artists in the mystic realm. It seems he's been targeting us for a while." "Damn it, Captain Lam Ha is injured and weakened." Clutching his stomach, he cursed at Ho-Duk, saying the blade was poisoned. "Huo-Dae, you traitor! How did you know we were here?" They only learned the exact location of the blood jade fruit after entering the mystic realm. Watching the events unfold, Yi-He pieces it together, recalling the trail Hu-Dae left upon entering the secret realm. Yi-He reveals he used throwing knives as signals, knowing Hu-Duk would betray them eventually. He picked up the dagger, his face twisted into a terrifying scowl. "You, on the other hand, are quite clever." "Ha ha! Likewise, aren't you a student? You must be getting ready for college entrance exams, right? Shouldn't you be studying instead of trying to meet the Grim Reaper?" But this posturing didn't scare Yi Hua, who tilted his head and calmly replied, "That's right. The university entrance exams are coming up and the top spot is waiting for me." Hearing Yi Hua's arrogant words, the man angrily threw the dagger straight at him. Thang roared, "You arrogant fool." But he underestimated Yi-He. Yi-He caught the dagger with 2 fingers, his eyes sharp as he retorted, "The arrogant one is the lackey barking before me." With that, he tensed his arm, a brilliant spiritual fire erupting around his fist. His face darkened. Time to clean up the trash. Realizing this student won't be easy to deal with, Huopeng gritted his teeth. "You're more interesting than I thought. Hu-Dae, I want his head." His bald head bulging with veins, Hu-Dae, following Huopeng's orders, unleashes his most powerful techniques, his 3 heads and 6 arms firing daggers, each imbued with even denser spirit energy than before. Facing the traitor Hu-Duk's attack, Yi-He crouches down, and a protective circle emanates from his body, shattering every thrown dagger. Yi-Hoa strains and cries out. With the daggers now useless, Yi-Hoa no longer maintains his protective circle. But the traitor is nowhere to be seen, and everyone shouts out a warning. "Detla, be careful. Ho-Duk is nowhere to be seen." So this is how he was attacking, ambushing from behind with a swift kick to take down his opponents. Everyone shouts a warning, "Watch out above." Instantly, he pointed 2 fingers at the space between his opponent's brows, unleashing a surge of spiritual energy. With that, Yi-He's eyes lit up as he muttered that it was the perfect time to test his newly acquired skill. At that moment, Yi Hua raised his hand, pointing directly at Hu-Dae's chest, unleashing a force like a lightning bolt from the sky. Hu-Duk takes a fatal blow, and Yi Hoa's powerful technique shocks the captain. One move, and Hu-Dae is dead. Is he really just a student martial artist? With a mere gesture, he's killed a player. Yi Hua blows on his finger like a gun, and Ho-Duk collapses face first behind him. Meanwhile, Hok Bang, filled with confusion and anxiety, pointed and shouted, "What sorcery is this? Which great family do you belong to?" "A family? I'm from the Godzilla clan. Do you want to beg for mercy?" Behind him, a majestic bestial form emerges, and Hok Bang, enraged by this, loses control and unleashes his power. "Kid, even your tricks can't bridge the gap in martial prowess." Now he reveals his true form, a black bear with a gaping maw full of vicious teeth. Seeing his face like that of a bear, Huopeng roared, unleashing his power, transforming into a gigantic body. Huopeng targets Yi Huo, but the high schooler remains unfazed, dodging the black bear's aerial attack. Yi Hua uses his finger technique again, firing a powerful blast of spirit energy from below, aiming straight for the bear's leg, and says with a sly look, "But you first." Huopeng cries out in pain. "Ah, my leg. If that doesn't work, I'll switch to another move." Huopeng crouches low, using his massive arms to try and grab Yi Huo, but it's not that simple. He quickly jumps high and dodges. The giant bear Huopeng also jumped up, and Yi Hua had to admit his opponent was persistent. As expected of a Tier 2 martial artist, atomic breath couldn't even melt his ankles. As Yihua landed, the giant bear Hawk Peng's massive hands were closing in, his face dark, consumed by a savage desire to kill Yihua instantly. The giant's hands clapped together, unleashing a powerful shockwave from the center of his palms. Turns out he missed. Hua had teleported behind Huo Peng and was charging up his attack. Done already? Now it's my turn. Yihua's voice sent shivers down his spine. Now, with fists clenched, Yihua is seething with frustration and discomfort, his energy radiating intensely. One could only imagine that facing him now meant certain death. Moments later, with his strength and energy fully restored, Yihua unleashed a flurry of punches upon Huo Peng. The hulking mass endures a series of powerful blows, until finally, in a swift conclusion, Huo Peng is injured so badly he reverts to his original form. His chest was marked with the remnants of the relentless punches, and Dichuai's hands were cold and steaming. At first everyone thought Yihua, the high schooler, was the weakest link, but now they watch in awe, seeing him in a new light. How stubborn? Even after being beaten to a pulp, Huo Peng still hasn't learned what fear is. You laced your spells with poison. How despicable. A toxic martial artist like you will surely be punished. I curse you. These words only fueled Yihi's rage. His eyes opened, pupils glowing ominously as he clenched his fist and said grimly, "Many have tried to curse me. What makes you so special?" After the secret realm, we transition to the Anthan Central Stadium. Finally, the day of university admissions has arrived, and the state has mobilized aircraft and vehicles to give a warm welcome. An announcement blares, "Greetings everyone, the annual high-level martial artist selection is about to begin." I'll just say one thing. Good luck to all of you. The voice belongs to a handsome and dashing male MC. He's currently live streaming, with a huge crowd of spectators behind him. Everyone eagerly anticipates the competition, which this year will be held in a ring. The contestants will compete in pairs, and the winners will advance to the next round. The exam will take place over 3 days, with the first 2 days being preliminary rounds. The winning contestants will advance to the 3rd day of testing, and in the preliminaries each contestant will compete in 3 matches. Those who advance will compete until the top candidate is chosen. After a thorough explanation of the process, the MC is very excited. "We carry the fate of humanity on our shoulders for ourselves and for all mankind, so give it your all in the arena," he excitedly shouts. I hereby declare the Anthan selection exam officially open. We're already seeing combatants in arenas 1 through B, and some matches are running into complications. At Arena 6? Did something happen at Arena 6? One contestant is missing? The live streaming MC is completely bewildered. He says, "Let me double check." The 2 contestants, Wang Tongtong and Yi He, are both from Ancheng No. 1 High School, but only Wang Tongtong is on the stage. According to the rules, if one of the 2 contestants hasn't appeared after the match begins, they'll be considered to have forfeited, and on Arena 6, only his old bully remains. Thinking Yihua was a coward, she smugly said, "Making me lose face at the tournament, making it impossible for me to face anyone. I was going to humiliate him with the fire lizard, but he's already given up." Below the stage, many spectators were annoyed by the missing contestant, speculating that he was hiding at home, afraid to show his face. How disappointing. Too cowardly to even show up for the competition, probably wet himself out of fear. Ha 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 ha. What's the point of going to school if you're such a coward? Just go be a construction worker. At this point, the wait has been too long, and time's up. The referee blows the whistle and gives the order. It's time for Antandichua High School to forfeit. At that moment, many people noticed something strange appearing in the sky, and one bald man tilted his head back in wonder. Something's coming this way. A nearby elder with a long beard added, "And it's powerful." In the sky, a blinding light streaks across the blue, followed by a trail of dark smoke, and the crowd gasps in fear. Is that an object or a person? Upon closer inspection, it's none other than our Dichhoa. His entrance was unlike anyone else's, plummeting from the sky amidst the crowd's screams. How powerful must one be to fly through the air like that? Immediately descending from the sky before Dongdong was a powerful pillar of spiritual energy. Like a lightning rod, its force was so strong she had to brace herself. As the smoke clears, Dongdong looks up, muttering, "What is this nonsense?" Before she could gather her wits, something hard and indistinct rushed towards her. It was Daihua's boot. He sends her flying with a kick, repaying her for all the bullying she inflicted on him in this life. Because he was late, he had to resort to this. He shielded his eyes from the sun to see his opponent, sighing, "Phew, that was close. I almost had to retake the exam next year." As for the smug girl from before, she's now spitting blood on the arena floor, too hurt to move. The loudspeaker blares. Dichhoa wins, clicking his tongue, surprised at the easy victory. In response to this swift victory, the audience roars with applause, praising him. Dichhua is too strong. One kick, and his opponent is down. What a cool way to enter the arena. Is that a kick from the heavens? At that moment, the system displayed a notification. Host Yi He's physique, overall 255 Mad Monster Godzilla templates, compatibility 20%. Now, the main character wears an incredibly smug expression, letting out a rather cunning laugh. To thank team leader Lin for the blood jade fruit that enhanced my physique, I'll take a little time, then put on a show for you all. Moments later, the rankings are announced. Yi Hua will face a man named Long Tao from Anthan High School No. 4. Long Tao will face Yi Hua from Ancheng High School No. 1. With a single kick, he made a much larger opponent cough up blood on the spot, and the announcement rang out once more. Yi Hua wins against Danthan No. 4. Long Dao versus Anthan's No. 1. Dichhua, with a single kick, defeats his opponent, and Dichhua wins. With each goal and each victory, the audience below erupts in excitement. Yi Hua, one kick per match, extremely decisive. Simply a superior kick. Yi Hua clenched his fist. This was too easy for a reborn man. The loudspeaker announced that Yi Hua of Anthan High School No. 1 had won all 3 matches and advanced to the next round. After 3 straight matches, Yi Hua heads inside, now surrounded by admirers drawn to his superior fighting style, all eager to recruit him. Hey Dichhua, you should check out West Mountain University. Dichhua, add me on Facebook. Hey, we're a private university, but we have great grants and scholarships and we need strong students like you. Despite the enticing offers, Yi Hua already has his sights set on a particular university. He coldly glanced away, then turned back, his eyes firm as he declared his chosen university to all. Sorry, but I want to go to Hua Tu University. As soon as he declared his intentions, the recruiter's attitudes did a complete 180. Yihei, if you fail, be sure to contact me. This sudden change left Yihei utterly bewildered. Startled, he exclaimed, seriously, you guys have so little faith in me? But he couldn't blame them, for Huadu University was the premier martial arts school in Jia, one of the top 5 most prestigious schools in the world, a sacred place every martial artist yearned for. Faced with such doubt, a mysterious smile crept across the protagonist's face, as he thought to himself that in a Tier 2 city like Anqing, only a select few were qualified to enter that sacred place. Well, martial artists let their strength do the talking. Let's see what they say after I win. As the thought faded, 2 men in suits approached with grim expressions. The man with hair presented a card to Yi Hua, saying, Yi Hua, please cooperate with us. We're going to re-examine your martial arts level. Yi Hua handed his card over without hesitation. As he took it, he exclaimed in shock, 9th level martial apprentice? But half a month ago you were only at the 3rd level. Yi Hua placed his hand on the man's shoulder, his eyes sharp with displeasure. Such rapid progress was impossible in just 3 short months. Are you implying that I cheated? The bald man continued. After we found out that you frequently visited E-rank dungeons after leaving school. Why would you go to such a dangerous place before the exam? Faced with the difficult question, Dichhua immediately put on his Hollywood acting face, feigning pain and determination as he recounted, Forgive me. Let me collect myself. Before my father left, he told me, to surpass humanity, you must first stop being human. So I fought relentlessly in the dungeons. In one battle, I accidentally broke the seal of envy. This unbelievable story stunned the 2 examiners. Their faces paled, and they stammered, What? You broke the seal of jealousy? Immediately, the 2 men rushed off, muttering that they had to report back at once. Watching them leave, Yi Hua gritted his teeth, sensing he'd inadvertently become a prime target for observation. While aimlessly scrolling through social media, Yi Hua noticed the newsfeed was flooded with short clips of families cheering on their children. Son, give it your all. Daughter, just do your best. Once our top driver returns, we'll throw a huge party. Leaning back, Yi Hua scrolled through his phone, a hint of envy creeping in as he muttered, They're even interviewing the contestants' parents, relatives, and friends. He gazes into the distance, a hint of sadness in his eyes, muttering to himself that no one is cheering him on. A pitiful child indeed, but unbeknownst to him, someone is watching from the shadows, silently rooting for him. Go get him, Yi Hua, go get him. It was his homeroom teacher who had allowed him to study at home. After a break, Yi Huo's name is called and he heads to the arena as the loudspeaker announces his turn. In the first round, representing Anqing No. 1 High School is Yi Hua, standing alone in the arena, awaiting his opponent. This time, he'll face La Juan, a student from 3rd High School who immediately commands attention. He seems to be quite the celebrity. The crowd begins to murmur. It's Luo Xuan, the top student of 3rd High School. Luo Xuan is an 8th-level martial disciple who awakened a rare 2nd-level demonic beast bloodline. and his parents are both martial artists. It seems this opponent is out of luck. Despite his opponent's arrogance, Yihua remained unconcerned, scratching his neck as he nonchalantly said, "Go ahead and make the first move." Yihua's blunt challenge was a slap in the face to La Xuan's pride. To be underestimated despite his reputation, gritting his teeth, he growled, "Do you even know who I am?" But Yihua retorted without missing a beat, knowing or not wouldn't change the outcome of the match. Belittled by his opponent, Luo Xuan was furious, and a surge of spiritual energy erupted from his body. The knight seemed to have gone mad. "Ha ha, you're right, but in the end I'm the one who wins." With that, he poured all his strength into his arm, and Luo Xuan's fist emitted a violent burst of light. He roars as he lunges forward, hoping his opponent has some luck, at least enough to not die here. At the same time, he activates his awakened ability, transforming his arm into a demonic beast's arm with sharp claws. In mere seconds, the claw would reach Dichhoa's face, but he remained eerily calm, without a trace of panic. And just like that, Dichhoa grasped Lahuyen's beastly hand with his bare hand. Through the claws, his eyes burn with killing intent as he growls, "Good spirit, but you're still far from that old geezer, with my bare hands." Yihua's grip causes Luo Xuan unbearable pain, his face paling as he trembles, and cries out, "My hand!" A single grip is enough to bring Luo Xuan to his knees, leaving him utterly defenseless. Seizing the opportunity, Yihua raises his hand, delivering a final blow. Drawing power from above, he strikes a heaven-sent blow, like an invisible axe cleaving into Luo Xuan's back, carrying a blazing stream of spiritual energy. Luo Xuan's body crashed to the arena floor, cracking the ground around him. A cruel smile crept across the protagonist's face as he said, showing no mercy, "Is there no better contender?" The MC immediately announced, "Yihi from number 1 high school wins." The MC continued to shout into the microphone, "Another strike and he's defeated the boss, Luo Xuan." Luo Xuan was beaten to a pulp, lying motionless on the arena floor, his face pale, his mouth full of dirt as the crowd who bet on him grumbled, "Luo Xuan looks so fierce, but now he's flat on his face." In stark contrast, the crowd's attitude toward Yihua has completely shifted, now admiring his effortless, masterful style. The difference in skill is vast. "He's so handsome, I want to have his babies." And live on TV, Yihua acts all cool, cleaning his ears. The audience buzzed with excitement, marveling at the power of his one-hit technique, even with his hand. He truly lived up to his name. Below the stage, the crowd was more frenzied than ever. Everyone cheered him on. "Yihua, we believe in you. Yihua will definitely make it to the finals." "Dichhoa, you're every bit the man I expected. I will defeat you in the finals." And so, one injured contestant after another was carried away. Anyone who faced Yihua was left crippled, blinded, or worse, unconscious. In a corner of the arena, another student watched intently. He muttered silently, "So, that's Yihua?" This student showed no arrogance. Instead, he analyzed his opponent with a certain admiration, thinking that he would definitely defeat him in the finals. Meanwhile, in the Huadu University admissions office's monitoring room, Yihua's brilliance had immediately caught the attention of several important figures. A man pointed at the large screen and ordered, "I want his complete file within half an hour." His subordinates responded in unison, "Understood." Elsewhere, the MC announced that the second group's qualifiers were underway with intense competition. The top-ranking round is about to begin, and all eyes are on these two incredibly beautiful and captivating girls, causing quite a stir. This Liu Yiliu will enjoy this battle between two beautiful geniuses. This girl with long, curly hair and a very stylish short dress. Known as the Queen of Second High School, Zuo Xiaoling pointed at her opponent and said, "Miss Liu, I absolutely hate that robotic look on your face." Xiaoling's formidable opponent is none other than Liu Qingzhu, the Ice Queen of the number 1 high school. In response to Xiaoling's taunts, the aloof Liu Qingzhu remains cold and silent. Meanwhile, the audience below was going wild, eager to see the beauties battle it out. "Perverts, shut your mouths, the match is starting." The referee blows the whistle, and Liu Qingzhu's silence enrages Sa Xiaoling. Without a word, she unleashes a powerful kick. "Very well, let's see if you can keep that expression when I pin you down." To counter, Liu Qingzhu retaliates, channeling energy into a swirling circle of spirit energy as she announces her technique. Liu Han's secret skill, the Deviating Massacre, immediately targets Xiaoling's slender legs with a vortex of spiritual energy. Its brilliance completely suppresses her power, and as Xiaoling kicks off, Qingzhu counters with a hand strike. Xiaolin contorts through the air, and the two clash, trading blows with both hands and feet. She leaps into the air, focusing energy into her hand before lunging at Qingju. Her eyes burning with murderous intent, she sees Qingju dodging and blocking, and shouts in frustration, "Take this seriously!" But Xiaoling's attack on Qingju, who possessed comparable power, seemed too simple. When her hand struck Qingju's chest, it was suddenly locked in a swirling vortex of spiritual energy. Xiaoling cries out, realizing she's made a grave mistake, her face paling with fear. She thinks to herself, "This is a trap. My hand is caught in the vortex, and I can't pull it out." Seizing the opportunity to lock down her opponent, now is the perfect moment to strike. Without a word, Qingju focuses all her spiritual power into a punch, causing it to glow and sending Xiaoling into a panic. That light reveals her utter bewilderment. As we watch this captivating battle between two beautiful women, the handsome MC excitedly shouts, "Mystic Yellow Martial Skill, a university entrance exam contestant who has mastered the Mystic Yellow Martial Skill." This talent doesn't need to be proven through exams. She can be admitted to Wadu University immediately. But not to be outdone, Xiaoling immediately summons her beast form. A mighty tiger spirit appears behind her. It roars in fury, launching a frenzied attack as Xiaoling transforms into a ferocious feline with razor-sharp claws. The aura is terrifying, completely surprising the MC. He says, "This girl has tamed a king-level, third-stage Shadow Howl Tiger King. King-level bloodlines are hard to control, let alone a ferocious Shadow Howl tiger. Her future is boundless." Seizing the advantage, Xiaoling smugly demands, "Show me your dark netherbird bloodline." But facing Xiaoling's intensity, Qingju casually replies, "Is this good enough?" These words only infuriated Xiaoling further. This long-haired girl is not as gentle as she looks. She's completely lost it, attacking with sharp claws. "Is this good enough? Dare to speak to me like that? Who do you think can stand against me among martial artists?" The clash between these two girls is like night and day. Fire versus ice, talkative versus taciturn, relentless offense versus calculated defense, a storm of power as they collide. Xiaoling throws a punch at Qingju's face, but she easily dodges it. Frustrated, Xiaoling grits her teeth and attacks Qingju's lower body with her hind legs. The beast's sharp claws unleashed a torrent of raw power, aimed directly at her. Facing Xiaoling's relentless assault, Qingju chanted, forming a seal before her chest, her eyes blazing as she cried out, "Primal Jade Finger!" With this incantation, Qingju pointed a finger at Xiaoling's sharp claws, and a circle of radiant spiritual energy enveloped them, unleashing a powerful force at the point of contact. The audience watched with bated breath as the battlefield shifted dramatically. Qingju and Xiaoling clash, creating a vortex of power around them as the MC enthusiastically narrates. The martial energy of Liu Qingju and Tai Xiaoling clash violently, engulfing the arena in dust. Who will be left standing? The audience watched intently, their eyes glued to the beautiful fighters, caught up in the tension of the battle. As the dust settles, the first figure to emerge is Sa Xiaoling, standing tall, though fatigue is etched upon her face. The MC exclaimed, "It's Sa Lin. She's still standing in the ring." But suddenly, his voice dropped. "Wait a minute." At that moment, Xiaoling showed signs of distress. Her eyes rolled back and her face turned purple as she collapsed like a broken doll. Thon Truk remained standing victorious, leaving the announcer in stunned disbelief. As Tai Xiaoling collapses from exhaustion, Liu Qingju stands tall, her martial skill completely overwhelming. Tai Xiaoling, a ninth-stage martial disciple who also awakened royal bloodline. Truly a once-in-a-century genius. Qingju says little, shows no arrogance, but in the end she is the victor, She glances around, basking in the cheers and admiration of the audience as the loudspeaker announces Liu Qingju's victory. Below the arena, the audience erupts with comments and discussions. "Goddess Liu is too strong. She's my idol. I declare her the champion of Anthan. Who objects? Does anyone who calls her the champion even know what her bloodline is? A fourth-stage nether sparrow. What kind of fourth-stage monster bloodline is that? Most martial artists couldn't beat her. With the preliminary selection complete, we now have enough people for the quarterfinal draw." The loudspeaker announces it's now Yehei Anthan's turn to draw. He calmly went up and drew a ball like everyone else. This time, Dich Hoa drew the ball with the letter A. He raised his hand and said, "Hey, I just found out my result, and another student approached me saying I also got A. Looks like we'll be facing off." The burly student grinned, introducing himself to Yihua. "I'm Shen Guang from Changfeng Private Academy." Yihua simply replied, "Yihua from Ancheng No. 1. Though opponents, Shen Guang showed no arrogance or contempt. He was friendly, pointing to the arena and inviting Yihua. "We're the second match. Let's watch them fight first." At the same time, the loudspeaker announced the first match. Luo Shi of Qingfeng Private School versus Chu Zhou of Ancheng No. 1. On screen, a student brimming with power and spiritual energy brandishes his sword, standing over his trembling, battered opponent. Shen Guang knew this person and said that Luo Shi was very strong. He was a repeat student, focusing on awakening his bloodline this year to pass the Huadu exam, but he was still helpless against that Chu Zhou. Yi He was surprised. Chu Zhou? Looking at that familiar face, Shen Guang said, "How could you not know him?" At the same time, the announcement rang out. Anqing No. 1 High School, Chu Zhou wins. Meanwhile, the principal of Qingfeng Private High School was furious, gritting his teeth and clenching his fists as he muttered, "Damn it, a loss right from the start." It seems the deeper they go, the stronger the opponents become. Yihua turned to his new acquaintance and asked, "How do you compare to Luo Zai?" The boy simply smiled. Then he scratched his head, embarrassed, and said, "Compared to me, well, I'm the president of Thanfang High School's 12th grade martial arts club. Even my two teammates together couldn't beat me." But he hesitated, glancing at Di Chua, and spoke honestly, "I think you're the strongest opponent in this exam. I've had a keen sense since I was little, and I can feel that Di Chua is like a mountain, a dormant fire with a giant beast hidden within him. This guy seems like more than meets the eye." After expressing his concerns to Di Chua, he cheerfully chatted with him as the battle concluded. "Let's go, it's our turn." Soon the two were on the stage, facing each other. This time, they are true opponents. The loudspeaker announces the 8 strongest candidates in the second promotion round. Now face to face, Shen Guang and Yi He lock eyes and smile, understanding each other and each other's abilities. This match looks to be a tough one. A battle of equals, it seems. The announcement rings out. Quarterfinals, Match 2, Shin Guang of Thanfang Academy versus Di Chua of Anthan No. 1 High School. At this moment, the broadcast announces that the Anthan University entrance exam quarterfinals are intensely underway. And it seems this opponent is no pushover, battling fiercely against Di Chua. The clash between Shen Guang and Yi He unleashes a powerful energy, threatening to tear the stadium apart as the MC announces their equal strength. The audience below is feeling the force of their power, shielding themselves from the intense pressure. As Shen Guang struggles to restrain his opponent, he notices drops of blood in the air and realizes, mosquitoes? That's his bloodline ability. Then, bracing himself, Shen Guang clenched his fist, his face dark with murderous intent as he faced Yi He, saying, "How strange, you can directly attack the cells." Meanwhile, Yi He, on the defensive, pondered his opponent. Shen Guang uses qi to create a barrier, blocking radiation. Martial arts are truly miraculous. He looks up at Shen Guang with a faint smile, his eyes shining with undisguised interest. This guy is a monster worth conquering. Immediately, Shen Guang unleashed his power, his body radiating a terrifying force as a fiery serpent materialized from his hand, spewing forth a deadly breath. Shen Guang declared, "Then let me show you." Witnessing the Shen family's martial arts, he loudly announces the Jingyi fist technique. 2 massive, radiant fists like mad dragons clench and charge head-on at Yi Huo. Faced with such overwhelming force, Yi Huo was caught off guard. This is beyond what the protagonist could have foreseen. In an instant, Shen Guang slammed his fist into Yi Huo's chest with such force that he couldn't dodge, taking the blow head-on. And the announcement rang out. That's powerful. Yi Hua, the one-hit Superman, has been hit for the first time. Now taking a direct hit, Yi Hua coughs up blood on the spot, his face pale, and the announcement continues. He's spitting blood, which shows just how powerful Shen Guang's Jingyaxian is. Despite taking such a powerful blow, Yi Hua refuses to yield, bracing himself against the floor, his legs scraping as he resists with all his might. But it's not over as Shen Guang charges forward, empowered by the strength of numerous magical beasts, his eyes glowing as he channels even more spirit energy into his fist. Shen Guang shouts, "You can't escape!" Behind him is a ferocious black bear. Shen Guang's massive form is further enhanced, and after taking a fierce blow, Yi Hua must now contend with the black bear spirit beast, its spiritual energy swirling and spreading. In this moment of resistance, Yi He mustered all his strength to stall for time, realizing that Shen Guang was not only attacking physically, but also combining qi with his attacks, dealing double the damage. His previous opponents were weak and inexperienced. He couldn't directly fight strong martial artists. Strangely, Shen Guang can bend his attacks, his arm wrapping around Yi Hua's back. Our hero is stunned by this strange technique. Quick as lightning, Shen Guang shifts his entire body behind Yi Hua, locks his neck, and hugs him tightly, saying as if reading Yi Hua's mind, "You're half right. I not only injected qi martial arts into my body, but also locked yours, preventing you from using martial techniques." He then delivers another powerful blow, sending Yihua flying. In this match, Yihua is constantly battered by Shen Guang's powerful attacks, equivalent to many beasts. Before Yihua could even brace himself, Shen Guang relentlessly closed in, his posture radiating the power of a fierce and savage tiger. It lunges forward, jaws wide, and delivers a knockout blow to Yihua mid-air. Blood splatters as Hyuk Seol is sent flying. Shen Guang's punch has crushed An Cheng's hopes. But that wasn't enough, as Shen Guang spread his wings like a great eagle, radiating an aura of terrifying power. With the exhilaration of impending victory, Shen Guang swoops in, mouth agape, shouting, "Yihua, you can't beat me." Yihua raises his arms to defend himself, barely able to shield himself with no chance to counterattack. A powerful column of spiritual energy descends from above, like a brutal massacre. Upon impact, the ground explodes, sending debris flying. Shen Guang may seem friendly, but his power is anything but. Now as the dust settles, the towering figure of Shen Guang remains, arms crossed, laughing heartily. Ha ha ha, that was too easy. At the same moment, the announcer declared that Shen Guang's combo had left Yihei defenseless. Medical staff prepared to enter the arena, as an ordinary martial artist would have been half dead from that combo. It seems the outcome is clear. Shen Guang of the Thonfang Academy will... But before the MC could finish, a sound came from the dust cloud. Just as he thought victory was at hand, Shen Guang noticed a subtle movement and looked up, only to gasp in disbelief. This aura, it's immense. Before Shen Guang, where Yihua fell, a dark and immense power erupts, a terrifying aura filled with sinister energy. From the dark smoke and dust, the foot of a ferocious beast emerges, sharp and powerful. To face the divine light, Yihua has transformed his very being, encased in a formidable, gorilla-like armor. His eyes flashed with terrifying energy, and his entire being radiated power. Having successfully transformed, Yihua, now in a cool, new form, fixed his burning gaze on his opponent, acknowledging his strength and the reward of the divine light. "You're the first to witness this form of mine." At that moment, an announcement declared that any third-year student who transforms into a demon beast will be exempt from the Huadu entrance exam. Besides Liu Qingzhu, An Cheng actually has another bloodline genius. Unexpectedly, Yihua has become so powerful. The light spirit is flustered, sweating, and stammering before him. Is that his true beast form? He slowly approached the trembling and terrified Shen Guang. Yihua was engulfed in a powerful, bright blue aura, his presence exuding overwhelming pressure. The light trembled. His bloodline awakening was of such a high caliber. The MC spoke into the loudspeaker. Each judge had monitoring headphones to track the examinees and other factors. One of the teachers was also bothered by the sound emanating from Yihei. Suddenly, his eyes widened in shock as he looked at the system panel before him, displaying a radiation level of 999,999. The teacher couldn't believe it, saying, What's going on? The radiation is off the charts? The MC's loudspeaker blares with concern that the contest will be affected. After seeing Yihuo's true demon form, the judge detected a problem and used martial energy to seal the arena, preventing the leakage of nuclear energy as the audience members discussed excitedly. Is this Yihuo's awakened bloodline? So cool. Does anyone know what bloodline he awakened? I go to number 1 high, and I heard it's an unnamed bloodline. How could such power be nameless? Yihuo mused, noticing the shift in the crowd's reaction. Looks like Earth doesn't have gorillas. And my opponent is very confused. Shen Guang stared in fear at the blood he wiped from his nose, realizing his aura couldn't block his opponent's energy. He couldn't prolong the fight. Shen Guang immediately unleashed his power, revealing his awakened ability, the fierce, red-nosed baboon avatar. It roars, mouth wide open, as Shen Guang bulks up, ready to retaliate against Yihua. The loudspeaker blares, announcing another Tier 3 king-level bloodline. This exam is full of experts, combining the power of a baboon with the fiery punch of a viper. Shen Guang points directly at Gorilla Yihuo. He remains calm, not rushing to evade. Facing Shen Guang's strongest attack head-on, Dichhua also amplifies his power. With spiritual energy clashing, he shouts out his martial art as Shen Guang confidently charges forward, hoping to end the fight. Before he could gather his strength, Yihua's attack overwhelmed Shen Guang, the force of it crashing into his face. He charged, only to be met with Yihua's crushing blow. Suddenly stopping, Shen Guang stared at his bloodied arm, his face paling as he said, "Ah, my arm. If I hadn't dispersed the force in time, it would have been shattered. How the tables have turned. His fighting power is waning, and he's suffering from the wound on his arm." With the same imposing aura Shen Guang had at the start, Yihua strode forward and declared, "You're excellent, but sadly, you can't change the outcome." Attention everyone, this quarterfinals match features a Tier 3 royal bloodline versus an unidentifiably powerful demonic beast bloodline, a truly rare sight. Both competitors have demonstrated their vocational abilities. Shen Guang frowned, his eyes analyzing his opponent. Suddenly, after awakening his bloodline, Yi He had become unfathomably strong, and his weapon was no longer suppressed. Deep down, Shen Guang knew his only option was a temporary retreat, but Yi Hua wouldn't allow it. He lunged forward like a wild beast, his aura radiating intensely. Flexing his razor claws, he growls, "Wake up, big guy." As he spoke, a flurry of blows rained down on the Guardian's body, the force so immense that the giant lost his footing and toppled backward. Seizing the opportunity, the Guardian unleashed a bizarre, twisting punch, a torrent of spiritual energy erupting from within. Taking advantage of the flexibility of his stance, he clamped down on Yi Hua's muscular gorilla arm like a vice, a sudden lock. Then, with a clever maneuver, he used his opponent's arm as a fulcrum, spinning around to his back. He prepared a devastating, finishing blow, confidently saying, "I couldn't pull you, but my goal was to get behind you." In that instant, he took a running leap, and a split second later, a foot as large as a small mountain descended upon Yi, his head with terrifying force. But Yi Hua only glanced up, his eyes betraying no fear, as his opponent descended with a sky-splitting kick, as if to crush him to dust. The massive foot crashes down, shaking the arena and causing immense damage. The giant lands powerfully, his aura still blazing, but then his eyes widen in disbelief. Amidst the dust and debris, Yi Hua stood tall, unscathed. His eyes blazed, arms crossed with an air of composure as he effortlessly withdrew his foot from the shattered arena floor. Yi Hua lowered his voice, but every word carried a deadly threat. "Now it's my turn." Immediately, Yi Hua raised his left hand, gathering all his strength into a massive surge of energy. His hand glowed intensely, drawing in the surrounding energy field like a storm. Just as he was about to strike, his opponent suddenly knelt, bowing in defeat. At that moment, Yi Hua was filled with question marks and felt incredibly frustrated. He wanted to scream, "Do you know how annoying it is to be ambushed like that? Now I don't even get to fight, I'm so angry." Yi Hua didn't attack. His opponent had sincerely surrendered, so he let it go. Lowering his hand, his spiritual energy dissipated, and he muttered, "Ugh, never mind." He then exhaled a lingering stream of nuclear energy and muttered about how uncomfortable it was to suppress it. A moment later, Yi Hua returned to normal. He clutched his head, reminding himself that according to the rules, once one side surrenders, the other has no right to continue the attack. The loudspeaker announced the end of the match, with Yi Hua from Ansheng High School No. 1 as the victor. The stands erupted in cheers, fists pumping as they chanted, "Yi Hua is so cool, so strong, the best." Online, memes mocking Shen Guan flooded the forums. Before the match, he was confident of victory. After, he couldn't even force Yi Hua to use his full strength. How embarrassing. And soon YouTube was flooded with cool clips of Yi Hua, with everyone singing his praises, and even a fan club was formed. Yi Hua's group of 4 QQ accounts. The first 3 groups have already promoted a compilation clip of Yi Hua's battles. Remember to follow me. Our man Yi He is sure to ace this year's imperial exam. Even Liu Qingzhu of Chuzhou is no match. In the leadership area of Qingfeng Private School, the headmaster is livid. Clenching his fists, he gritted his teeth. "Luo Xi lost. I bet everything on you, Shen Guan. How could you lose like that?" After Shen Guan's sorrowful return, the teacher unleashed his anger on him. "You dare surrender? Do you know how much money we invested in you? Ungrateful wretch. You won't get into university until you pay us back." Shen Quan didn't reply, simply placing a strong arm on the old teacher's shoulder. Stammering, the teacher asked, What do you want?" Shen Guan looked down at him, replying, "I couldn't take that punch. I surrendered to avoid damaging my foundation. If I hadn't yielded, you would have taken that punch. As for the school's kindness, I'll repay it in time. But remember this, you can't threaten a stronger martial artist." The words of the towering figure scared the teacher half to death, his lips pursed, trembling and stammering. Good, you make a fair point. Back at the competition, after fierce battles, the 4 strongest candidates have been decided. Anthan High School No. 1 emerged as a major victor, securing the 3rd spot in the top 4 as the principal of Sochao High School No. 1 proudly fanned himself. Looks like old Lu's been at the school long enough. It's time for a promotion. At home, Yihei's homeroom teacher is ecstatic. Yi Hua is amazing. The loudspeaker announces the start of the semifinal draw. Yi He draws his lot, looking rather unenthusiastic. It's A. Just then, another contestant replies, "I'm A too." Before Yi He stands the aloof beauty, Liu Qingzhu, appearing radiant before him. Moments later, the loudspeaker announced the first semi-final match, a showdown between Anthan High School's Yi Hoa and Luthan Truk. Online, viewers buzzed with excitement. Damn, I've been waiting for this match. The most classic battle in Ancheng University entrance exam history. Go, Goddess Liu. The most anticipated match since the beginning of the exam. The guy above me will definitely lose to Brother Yi, and I think the Goddess Liu has the advantage. She's already mastered 2 profound-level martial arts, which alone overwhelms Shaolin Tai, who has a 3rd-stage royal-level bloodline. Her 4th-stage Nether Sparrow bloodline hasn't even emerged yet, and her physique is also a 3rd-stage royal bloodline. But Yi He has already been forced to awaken his bloodline. Though Yi He's bloodline seems very high, estimated to be 4th stage as well, it can't compare to the Goddess Liu, who also has a 4th-stage bloodline but with profound martial arts. That makes sense. The audience is already roaring at the announcement of the semi-final match. The atmosphere is electric. The referee stood between Liu Qingzhu and Yi He, who were now on the arena floor. The referee shouted, "Liu Qingzhu, Ancheng No. 1 High School." "Yi He, Ancheng No. 1 High School," the referee announced, lowering his stance and gesturing emphatically between them. The match begins, and in that instant, Yi He explodes with power, radiating intense energy, kicking up dust and smoke all around. Qingzhu had to shield her eyes, squinting as she looked at him, a dark figure surrounded by a whirlwind of energy. 2 glowing embers hover above him, and Yi Hua's explosive start puts Liu Qingzhu on the defensive. She's visibly shaken by his power, the light emanating from Yi Hua illuminating her beautiful face. She stared intently, thinking, "I hope you have enough power, Yi Hua." After Yi Hua's display of power, the loudspeaker announced, Dich Hoa and Luthan Truk face off in a thrilling semi-final match, and as soon as it begins, Dich Hoa unleashes a massive cloud of steam, engulfing the arena. Yi Hua's opening display of power to impress the girls below stuns the crowd. What is this? I can't see a thing. And the MC is really getting into it. He slams his hand on the table, shouting into the mic, "How will Liu Qingzhu, the genius girl of the Liu family, face Yi Hua, the dark horse of this year's exam? Will we see Yi Hua awaken his bloodline again?" Taking a closer look. Back in the intensely charged arena, Yi He gazes at his opponent, a girl with an incredibly curvaceous figure emerging from the dust. He thought, Liu Qingzhu is superior in martial arts. With those strange skills, no matter how strong I am, it will be difficult to hurt her. Despite his own formidable power, Dich Hoa doesn't underestimate his opponent, analyzing her intently. This opponent is not only a martial arts genius, but also has extremely high combat stats. The longer this drags on, the worse it will be. I have to go all out from the start. Acting before thinking, Yi He flies up, gathering a massive amount of energy in his palm, and attacks his opponent head-on. A wide grin spreads across his face, the light from the blow revealing his sly smile. But Liu Qingzhu is no pushover. She immediately uses her power to block the attack, twisting her hands to create a solid defense. Qingzhu's eyes narrowed as she thought, he wants to attack? Then I'll defend and counter. But suddenly, Yi Hua didn't throw that punch. He moved with incredible speed, his afterimages visible, then attacked Qingzhu with his gorilla tail, striking her waist. The powerful lash curved like a wave, and Than Truk cursed inwardly at his treachery. She quickly retreated, dodging the attack, inwardly cursing the shameless bastard who feigned a punch only to strike with his steel tail, then shamelessly unleashed his gorilla power, roaring and gathering toxic nuclear energy in his hand as he leapt high, coiling like a prawn, ready to strike the beautiful, long-legged Liu Qingzhu. A battle live-streamed across the forum, drawing countless viewers and comments. Oh, the poor goddess. In life-or-death battles, all is fair. Danger. That blow threw the goddess off balance. Yi Hua presses aggressively, leaving Liu Qingzhu no chance to escape. And now, the young Qingzhu is struggling to resist Yi Hua's dominance. They were evenly matched, it seemed. He landed a blow, but Qingzhu dodged it. In the comments, Yi Hua's martial prowess pushes Liu Qingzhu back. Can she escape this time? Yi Hua aims a punch straight at her stomach, forcing her to double over in pain. The emitted energy shines brightly, revealing the sheer force of Yi Hua's brutal attacks, as he crouches low, raises his hands, and unleashes a shockwave that sends Liu Qingzhu flying. Despite fighting a woman, Yi Hua doesn't hold back, and forum users comment that there's no escape from his weapon-infused claws as he unleashes a series of direct attacks. Now, Yi Hua raises his rigid gorilla claws high, his eyes gleaming with a dangerous light, daring to provoke his opponent. It won't be that easy. His hand clenched, a grin spreading across his face. Yehoah spun around, launching a powerful spiraling energy attack at Than Truk. She's forced to retreat, dodging blow after blow, as Than Truk faces a relentless assault from Yehoah. Her eyes widened in alarm as she stared at him. Claws imbued with martial energy? No sooner had she thought it than Yehoah launched another attack. Than Truk had to leap back to avoid the blow. Not giving Qingju time to react, Yeha unleashes another explosive attack, a violent energy erupting from him, as if preparing for an even more powerful blow. Thanju balances on one leg, carefully observing his every move, but the moment she looks up, Yehi appears before her with a devilish grin, his face dark, his clenched fists ablaze with energy. He told her not to run. Then, like an emotionless monster, Yehi relentlessly attacked Qingju's chest, his large hands striking repeatedly, a flurry of light the only thing visible. Than Truk hasn't had a chance to counterattack and is trying to defend and wait for an opening while stealing glances at Yehoah's murderous aura. She had to marvel at his relentless attacks. Did he ever tire? What monstrous stamina. She thinks, I possess two profound martial arts. The Liu family's secret art of flowery illusion for defense and the primordial jade finger for attack. If I could just use one of them, I could break free from this oppression. But he gives me no chance. I can't hold on any longer, or I'll be forced off the stage. Qingju was still desperately trying to withstand He's terrifying onslaught. Unexpectedly, a feather with a strange purple magical aura appeared on Yeho's fist. He tried to clench his fist to avoid being affected by it. This turn of events throws Yihei off, and he looks on with concern, seemingly unaware of what's happening. To protect Yihua, Qingju uses the energy from her eyes, now transformed into the dark gaze of a wild beast. Resisting, Qingju mutters that she must use her last resort. Then feathers begin to appear, one, then two, and these are no ordinary feathers, carrying a spiritual force that warns him to keep his distance. Suddenly, Than Truk's dark form appeared before him, completely transformed into a beast with large wings that soared like a great bird. He looked up, not expecting this. Than Truk's hidden beastly karma manifested as the dark sparrow bloodline. Spreading one wing wide to the left and another to the right, Qingju transforms into the Yuming bird, radiating energy from her perfect body and endless legs. Even now, she remains breathtakingly beautiful as the announcement rings out, marking the first awakening of Liu Qingju's nether sparrow bloodline. Up until now, she's only been holding back, and now it's finally her time to shine. Qingju glares at Yihuo, hand ablaze with power, and says with utmost seriousness, Yihuo, be careful. In this state, I can't control my strength. Despite her imposing aura, Yihuo remained unfazed, even relishing the chance to fight a stronger opponent. He smirked and retorted, good, because I've only been using 50% of my power. Before he could finish, Than Truk unleashed her dark sparrow power, engulfing him to weaken his abilities. Taken by surprise, Yihua pauses for a moment as Qingju circles behind him, gathering an immense amount of energy for a decisive, all-or-nothing strike. But Yihuo had anticipated this. Unexpectedly, instead of dodging, he turned and clenched his fist, gathering strength for a counterattack. The wide-mouthed grimace is terrifying. No man has ever hit a beautiful woman so shamelessly. The two contestants face off, each with their own power, charging at each other as if their lives depended on it. The force of their blows was devastating, shaking the entire arena as each fighter sought victory. The shockwaves of their combined power even reached the audience. They screamed and scattered, terrified by the intense shockwave, unable to open their eyes. A massive explosion echoed, and as things settled, Than Truk shielded her face, afraid to look. When the dust settled, Qingju dared to look up, her eyes widening as if she'd seen something terrifying. Before her, Yehoah had transformed, his body altered. Limbs turned monstrous, radiating nuclear energy like a thunderous gorilla, spreading everywhere, his skin replaced by iron gorilla armor. He glared at Than Truk with blazing eyes, a radiant energy emanating from his mouth. The battle was intense and captivating. From where the male lead Yehoah stands, he unleashes a powerful surge of energy like lightning, and the announcer declares this semi-final match is reaching its climax. A dramatic confrontation that makes his beautiful opponent, Simaira, wary. This energy is too dangerous, and the announcements continue. What's happening? It looks like Yihuo's demon beast form is storing energy. Yihuo transforms, revealing gorilla-like scales emerging from his back. It emits nuclear energy, shattering the arena beneath him, as the MC notices the flat, large scales on Yihuo's back, brimming with powerful fire and electricity. The protruding spine on his back draws in a massive amount of energy, channeling it towards his mouth. As the transformation into a gorilla tears his mouth apart, an immense power is unleashed. The transformation is complete. No trace of humanity remains. He crouches low, unleashing a torrent of power from his maw. It spirals and fires directly at Qingzhu, with blinding shockwaves emanating from him. The massive energy column hurtles toward Qingzhu, paralyzing her wings and leaving her trapped, so she uses them to shield herself. She cowered, hoping to weather the blow, her eyes brimming with spiritual energy, betraying her fear. The immense power unleashed by Yi, he continues its relentless advance, a terrifying force bearing down on the small figure of Qingzhu. The impact point exploded as her wings met the attack, scattering radiation everywhere. Qingzhu was using her bloodline awakening, feather shadow counterattack. Qingzhu's feathers are scattered everywhere as the announcer's voice booms over the arena. It's not good. Yaha's breath is being stifled by Liu Qingzhu's feathers. If Yaha strikes, Qingzhu will retaliate in kind. Many below paled in terror as the impact threatened the audience, and countless lights suddenly appeared on the stands before them. These glowing, golden shields, shaped like honeycombs, effectively resist Yi He's energy field. His power clashed with the shield, causing explosions, but the shields held, ensuring everyone's safety. The one who created these shields is Huang Kan, the mayor of Anthan, a handsome and elegant man using his inner strength to ensure the safety of the match. He turned his gaze to the arena and declared, "Witness the birth of Anthan's strongest champion in history." The crowd erupted in excitement, a sea of cheers and applause. The handsome MC with slicked-back hair shouts into the microphone, relieved that Mayor Huang is protecting the audience. Back in the arena, droplets of red liquid fell to the floor. It was Than Truk's blood. Having taken the full force of the lava fire, she was in tatters, her wings torn, and her clothes barely hanging on. Thanju is utterly spent, as Hak Tiet Khan struggles to speak. With a single blow, he shattered my Min Tuok defense. Can I even win against him? A whisper echoes. From a young age, Liu Qingzhu bore the weight of generations on her shoulders. Liu Qingzhu, are you the hope for the revival of the Liu clan? You cannot lose. The ancestors of the Liu clan are watching you. Don't let us down. She always has to appear strong, but inside, Qingzhu is just a fragile girl. She always remembers her mother's words. Qingzhu, I've poured my heart into training you so that one day you can restore the family. You can't be disobedient. Qingzhu has never been allowed to decide for herself. She has always been weak. Well, may mother's words still echo in her ears. Not only must she win this battle, but she must always win in the future. Than Truk whispers, But mother, I can't breathe anymore. Her eyes look up at her opponent, and she thinks, I'm so tired. Dich Hoa stood powerfully before her, exuding the aura of a victor, and Than Truk thought, Dich Hoa is strong indeed. Then, looking at her battered state, Than Truk's mind began to unravel. Facing such an opponent, losing is normal, right? She decides to fight to the end, pushing her wounded body to battle Yi Hua. As she charged, Qingzhu thought, I intentionally left an opening. Yi Ho should notice. End me now, for I cannot face my family after this defeat. Qingzhu wanted to die here and now, so she struck a light blow to Yi Huo's chest, giving him an easy chance to end her miserable life. But Yi Huo doesn't act. Than Truk, completely caught off guard, looks up and asks, Why didn't you dodge? With a righteous gaze, Yi Huo coldly asks, Fellow student Than Truk, why has your fighting spirit vanished? Startled by his perception, Than Truk stares at him, wide-eyed. Yi Huo's eyes bore down with rage, his face darkening. Do you even see me as a worthy opponent? Instantly, his body erupts with a blinding gorilla-like power, channeling it into his fist as he roars, I don't want to win this championship with cheap tricks, leaving his beautiful opponent stunned. Her eyes betrayed a deep fear and unease as Yi Hua, like a raging beast, lunged forward and punched Than Truk in the face. She could only helplessly cover her face as he struck Qingzhu, hoping to shock her back to her senses. He turned back, his voice stern. Wake up. Then a flurry of blows rains down on the untouchable beauty. Are you going to be serious? Bam, will you take this seriously? Bam! Unable to withstand the relentless blows, Qingzhu collapses, crying out, You monster, no one has ever dared hit me like this. I was going to let you win, so why did you insist on chasing me? Reaching her limit, Liu Qingzhu seemed to unleash a hidden power, with a massive and dangerous energy field erupting around her. Don't hit a girl in the face, you bastard, she cried, and only then did Yi He stop. His eyes lit up as he smiled, saying, That's right, stay sharp if you don't want to get hit in the face. It seems Yi He has successfully helped his opponent reach the pinnacle of her profession. Her current form is even more radiant and powerful than before. Her wings have been restored, even larger than before, radiating an aura of deadly power. With her new look and full demon beast form, she says, "Yi Hua, as you wish, I will defeat you at my strongest." Now in her ultimate form, Liu Qingzhu's wings spread wide, radiating a powerful, majestic light. He looked up, almost sighing at her dominance. Yehe smirked, his eyes blazing with excitement at her transformation. Finally, her true demonic form was revealed. Now this is getting interesting. Yehe quickly activates his gorilla form. He tenses every muscle, every cell, hardening into scales as green flames erupt around him. A satisfied smile spreads across Dichoa's face, eager for the battle to come. Opening his gorilla maw wider, Yi began to gather energy, excitedly shouting, "If that's how it's going to be, I can't hold back either." Qingzhu was like a piece of delicious bait, and after Yi savored it, he jumped in to devour her. He quickly leapt up, the force beneath his feet like an explosion. Noticing Yi Hua's attack, Liu Qingzhu looked over with a dangerous glint in her eyes, contemplating how to retaliate, refusing to sit still and await her doom. Immediately, a vortex of terrifying energy began to gather around the young woman. She quickly sucked in energy, extending it like a tornado, its aura radiantly bright. As Yi flew in with his power, the tornado enveloped him like a funnel. Gorilla Yehua arrived with terrifying power, amidst a whirlwind of dust and smoke, his eyes fixed on Qingzhu's long legs. From her adorable pursed lips, she inhaled deeply, then unleashed a powerful energy field. The shockwaves erupt as Qingzhu fights with her entire being. Thantruc unleashes her inner power, her strongest ability, to face the gorilla's nuclear energy, which is hurtling towards her like a missile of fire. The two forces collide, shaking the entire area. But as Thantruc unleashed a sonic attack, Dichoa reacted with incredible speed, shielding his face with his hands. His eyes locked onto her firm arm, he retorted, "You think you're the only one who can shout?" Instantly, Yehe channeled energy into the large scales along his spine, nuclear sparks blazing as if about to burst from the overload. Liu Qingzhu, facing this attack again, raised her hands to her forehead, preparing to counter, and declared, "The same old trick. This time I won't back down." Then, abandoning defense, she chanted, unleashing the ultimate technique of the Liu clan. Solar Azure Radiance. A classic power erupted, obscuring her beautiful face, leaving only her perfect body suspended in the air. With her energy about to burst, Qingzhu, in a different state of mind, resolutely shouted, "I will face you head-on." Just as she prepared to receive the attack, the nuclear energy beam from the gorilla's mouth was unleashed, Yihua straining to extend it further. At the same moment, Qingzhu unleashed her ultimate technique, gathering a sphere of energy in her hand, focusing all her power and shouting, "Bloodline! Power!" The glowing sphere in her hand instantly transforms into a barrage of arrows, growing in size as they hurtle toward their target. The two powers are about to collide again. But did you guys notice something? Yehe exhales a strange, cylindrical energy, while Qingzhu unleashes a grasping hand. This battle is captivating, and the audience is on the edge of their seats. Amidst blaring alarms, two earth-shattering forces collide. Yihe's atomic burst, a sphere of annihilation, clashes head-on with Liu Qingzhu's netherworld bloodthorns, a harbinger of death, creating a shockwave that tears through space. Panic erupts in the stands as spectators rise, clutching each other, a scream piercing the air. This collision is beyond their control. Sensing the imminent danger, the mayor of Anthan could no longer sit still. To protect the audience from the terrifying aftershock, Huang Kan immediately used his power, focusing his strength into his fingertips. He muttered, "Jealousy technique," and instantly 3 colossal walls rose from the ground, firmly shielding the stands. But the power from the 2 contestants' energy explosion was too terrifying. Its aftershock cracked the ground beneath the wall. When that raging energy made contact with the defense, the thick, solid wall shattered into pieces in an instant. As the aftershock subsided, those in the stands were terrified by the sheer magnitude of the blast. Was that wall created by the mayor? They gaze at the shattered remains of the shield, a testament to the sheer force of the attack. The mayor tried to stop them. Without his intervention, we all might have been caught in the blast. Huang Kan stared at the shattered remains of his wall, realizing his hastily constructed defense was no match for their combined power. This year's exam had produced 2 contestants, far beyond expectations. Back in the arena, blood streamed like water from Qingzhu's slender, weakened hand. Gasping, she had reverted to her human form, one arm badly bruised and seemingly ruined. Amidst the dust and smoke, the girl huddled with her broken body, Thontruk barely able to breathe. The power of my true beast form is exhausted. Looking up with unyielding eyes, she whispered that she couldn't give up, even though the situation was hopeless. She could still fight. Yi Hua stomped his foot, instantly appearing before her. He had returned to normal, without a scratch on him, in stark contrast to Qingju, whose clothes were torn and whose right arm was nearly useless. After agreeing to fight with all her might, Qingju looked at Yi He with resentment, wondering how he was unharmed despite taking her hits. Meanwhile, he gently looked down at the battered Qingju and said softly, "If you don't get rid of the radiation in your body in time, you'll be crippled." His words proved that Yi Hua attacked, but still left her a way out. Thang Truk bit her lip. Her body trembled. Then she looked up, her eyes wide, tears welling up. "Poor Qingju," he retorted. "I didn't want to fight this hard. Why do you keep pushing me?" In response, he slowly sat down with ease. He scanned her face, taking it all in before speaking, and then Yi Hua was uncharacteristically gentle. He lost his joking demeanor and spoke to her with utter seriousness. "You really don't want to fight? Or is she stubbornly refusing to admit her desire to win? In your desperate struggle, I sensed your hunger for victory." Struck by his words, Qingju stared blankly at him, unable to say anything, her small mouth just moving slightly. Qingju thought. He's right. I really wanted to beat him just now, so I abandoned my defense and used all my strength. But what am I doing? You clearly hate fighting and want to lose quickly. Yet in that moment, I truly felt it. The exhilaration of fighting for yourself and no one else. As her heart battled within, Yi He's warm hand gently rested on her shoulder, and Qingju blushed, strange thoughts filling her mind about the one who had beaten her so badly. "A gentleman sees it through. You beat me up, so now you have to heal me." Yi He channeled energy into her arms, saying, "In battle, you have too many distractions." Thonju was stunned, her arm completely healed. Turning his back, he coldly states, "That's why you lost." Qingju stares in disbelief at her hand. The wounds and radiation are gone? To Qingju, Yi Hua wasn't arrogant like the others. He still acknowledged her, even adding, "But you are still the strongest opponent I've ever faced." Yi Hua turns, looks down, and smiles faintly, adding, "If we have the chance, I'd like to have a pure battle with you." This shakes Lu Qingju's girlish heart. Her face flushed crimson, her eyes sparkling with obvious infatuation. "Yi Hua, is it?" And now, Dichoa stands in the center of the arena, having won a round that left everyone in awe. The announcer declares, as the dust settles, it's Dichoa still standing in the arena. He raises his arm to the sky, a familiar devilish grin on his face, becoming the center of attention. And the loudspeaker announces the end of the first semi-final. Yi He of Ancheng No. 1, High School wins. On the screen, Dichoa's next opponent appears as the announcer states that after Dichoa defeated Liu Thontrus, So Chao predictably emerged victorious as well. Now, the battle for first place is about to begin between Yi Hua, the dark horse from Ancheng No. 1 High School, and Chu Zhou, also from Ancheng No. 1 High School, in the finals of the Ancheng entrance exam, the most exciting event yet. The climax is here, and the live viewership is skyrocketing, up 69, 421,156, then 1,474, 486, then 525, 486, then 6, 258. Total live viewers, 496,508, 7 April 1. The Anthan entrance exam now begins. Chuzhou lowers his stance, raises his energy-infused sword, and with a sharp glance at Yi He, asks for guidance. In response to this display, Yi Hua smiles, a dangerous energy building within him as he glares at his opponent with anticipation. Let's begin. Chuzhou strikes first, unleashing a flurry of energy-infused sword techniques before leaping into an attack, displaying powerful prowess with the 7-star footwork. In response, Yi Hua remained still, arms crossed and expressionless, enduring the full force of Chuzhou's attack, then channeling the energy within. Yi Hua shouts, "Atomic!" unleashing a torrent of energy like wildfire as he bellows, "Fire cannon smash!" and slams his hands into the ground. At the point of impact, Yi's atomic energy shatters Chuzhou's 7-star steps, the resulting shockwave suppressing everything. Yiho's combat power is overwhelming, and Chuzhou struggles to stay standing, shielding his eyes to see clearly. Holding his shining blade, he says, "Too lazy to find my clones, huh? Just gonna use brute force to blow them all away?" He's no ordinary opponent, so Chuzhou is tense, analyzing him carefully. My defense can't withstand Yi He's attacks head-on. Can anyone our age even fight Yi He one-on-one? What a monster. He immediately focuses and raises his hand, preparing to shift. His eyes changed color. If I can't fight up close, then I'll fight you from afar. Chu shouted, "Bloodline awakening." Right from the start, Chu awakens his bloodline, revealing his true form as a massive and ferocious dragon god. So-Ye's entire body transforms, his hands and head contorting as he gathers energy in his palm. Showing off his power, Chu shouts, "Frost Demon Dragon, Bloodline Power, Ice Pulse." The livestream viewers erupt in excitement. Hey, Chu created an ice mountain. This ice is truly the reincarnation of an ice demon dragon. How handsome. That Chujo. In an instant, the arena has become a giant ice mountain, with Chujo faintly visible, floating in front of Yi-He. The crowd went wild, cheering him on. "Defeat the great devil Yi-He. Go, Ice King." The loudspeaker blares as Chujo's ice powers transform the arena into a frozen mountain, sealing Yi-He within. The ice mountain created by Chujo completely obscures Yi-He, and the entire stadium trembles, while Chujo feels his body faltering. With one eye closed, he could only mutter to himself, "Unleashing such a powerful ice force has taken a heavy toll on my body." The situation intensifies as the announcement rings out. The ice mountain is melting. Before Chujo, the ice he created is being dissolved by Yi-He, revealing his figure with immense energy at his mouth. And then, that terrifying nuclear energy unleashed a massive blast, shattering the ice mountain. Caught off guard by Yi-He's counterattack, Chujo was filled with dread. His eyes widened in disbelief as he thought, how can this be? Destroyed so easily? The terrifying energy rushed back to attack Chujo, who quickly created an ice mountain to defend himself. Boom! A terrifying explosion erupts, everything obscured by energy and dust. As the dust settles, a gorilla's foot lands on the ground, and Yi-He says, "Your frost demon dragon's power is useless against me." He's also transformed, but Yi-He is completely unaffected by his attack. Standing tall before Chujo, it seems, I have a distinct advantage over you. You should understand that my power is extraordinary. Chu exhales, the vast difference in power weighing on him. But steeling himself, he glares at Yi-He and declares, "Yi-He, face my ultimate move, the pinnacle of my martial skill, originally meant for Lu Qingzhu. This time, I will defeat you." He raises his sword, pouring all his power into it, successfully unleashing the Sword of Intent, and screams with fury as the devastating force erupts. From below the stage, Huangqing acknowledges Chujo's strength, a sword intent from someone so young. Back in the arena, Chujo leaps high, pouring energy into his greatsword, and strikes down at Yi-He. Boom! A massive sound reverberated, shaking the entire arena. Moments later, droplets of crimson liquid pattered onto the arena floor as Yi-He raised his calloused hand before his eyes, blood dripping from it. He says, "Wait until you get a better sword, then you might have a chance." Whatever Yi-He did, it made Chujo's face turn purple. He couldn't believe he was so useless, his mouth barely moving. Aha. But beneath the surface, the great sword from before had been shattered. Horrified, Chujo thought, "My sword, it's broken?" Then, nonchalantly, he glanced at Yi-He with disgust, asking, "What are my chances?" And there's that heartless smirk again. While others fall into despair, he casually jokes that their chances are only slightly better than those begging for scraps. Hearing this, Chujo knew his limits and raised his hand high, saying, "I concede." And so, the battle ends rather anticlimactically, with the announcement declaring, "Anthan Dichhua the victor." The victor scratches his head, embarrassed, standing before the dust and the heavily damaged arena. The livestream audience erupted in cheers. "I knew I was right about him." Ditch is amazing. Chu Manor was strong, but no match for Dish. Yi-He's victory went viral on social media, with everyone praising the valiant young calf. 68,743 likes. This dark horse, Yi-He, is truly dark to the core. Thanks to Yi, Imperial University has truly won big this year. He's incredible. What's more, Dichhoa's image was plastered on every billboard in the city, setting the forums abuzz. I heard he was at the bottom of his class last year, and now he's defeated the top student to become valedictorian. Incredible. Congratulations to Yi-He. This year's champion Yi-He far exceeds those of previous years. The champion defeated the masses to claim victory, making Yi-He the strongest champion in history. No one could even surpass him. Back in the stands, the crowd roared. They couldn't contain their excitement, especially the students of Anthan. Wow. Yi-He, Yi-He, Yi-He. At that moment, the MC and Huang Kan also entered the arena. The MC proudly points to Yi Huo and Luo Lun, announcing that after 3 days of fierce battles, the Ancheng examination has finally produced its champion. That man is none other than Yi Huo from Anthan High School. Meanwhile, our male lead smiles shyly, scratching his head, thinking to himself that he's achieved his goal. The handsome host then held the microphone close to Yi Huo's mouth and asked, "We heard your abilities were developed through later accumulation and advancement. Now that you've achieved the top spot, is there anything you'd like to share?" He's startled, muttering nervously to himself. Indeed, even a bullshitter like me can be so eloquent. Regaining his composure, he cleared his throat and said, "First, I must thank my teacher, who never gave up on me in my most difficult times, encouraging me and helping me regain my will." Meanwhile, the homeroom teacher hugged the TV, tears streaming down his face, saying, "I don't deserve your praise. Hey, I failed you as a teacher. I didn't see your potential." "I'm so sorry," Yi Hua says nervously. "There's also something I want." Before he could finish, the principal waved frantically in his direction from the teacher's area, leaving Yi Hua bewildered. The teacher signals the number 2 million with his hands, as the principal silently contemplates his unspoken desires. 2 million, the principal announced, "for our Anthan High School. I'm awarding you a 2 million scholarship." Seeing the amount the principal described, Dich Hoa's eyes lit up with dollar signs, and he quickly spoke into the mic. "Oh, and I want to thank my beloved school and my dear headmaster. Without your wise leadership, where would we be?" He then punches the air with enthusiasm. "And finally, I want to thank myself. Without my own effort and intelligence, I wouldn't have achieved today's glory." Just then, a system notification appeared. "Congratulations, host, for achieving the title of top scorer. Reward, 1 random ability draw." As soon as he saw it, his eyes widened, his pupils lit up, and he couldn't help but exclaim, "The top scorer title? So, there's an achievement system?" After acing the exam, Yi Hua ran through the stadium hallway like he was being chased by dogs. Behind him, reporters swarmed like bees to honey. "He's out of here." "Yi Hua, do you feel pressured being at the top?" "Yi Hua, how did you improve so much in just half a year?" "Yi Hua, are you planning to attend Huadu University?" Meanwhile, he's trying to speed up and escape these people. "Stop chasing me. I need to pee. Even if I'm about to wet myself, a man's got to do what a man's got to do." He caught up to her, shoving the mic in her face, and asked, "Which is prettier, Lu Qingzhu or Kai Shaoling? Or do you prefer the training center or Chuzhou?" But Yi Hua keeps his mouth shut, his face dark and grim. Then he speeds away, muttering, "I don't have time to waste with these reporters." The reporters swarmed him, but couldn't keep up, calling after him regretfully, "Dich Hua, wait! Dich Hua, one last question." Cut to the basketball stadium, where Yi Hua has fled after shaking off the reporters. Clenching his fists with glee, he muttered to himself, "Ha ha, I finally got away from them. Turns out the template isn't unique, and I can draw more from the system rewards." Lost in his own happiness, a shadow suddenly appears nearby, saying, "Yi Hua, congratulations on winning first place." Yi Hua turns around, utterly panicked, thinking, "Not reporters too." But instead of reporters, a man appeared, politely removing his hat, holding a mysterious briefcase, and offering a friendly greeting. "Don't misunderstand, I'm not a reporter. I'm from Huadu." Then, looking directly at Yi Hua with a serious gaze, he said, "Now, let's talk about your gene lock." Faced with this man, our Dich Hoa was hesitant and confused, not understanding what was happening. "Gene lock?" he wondered cautiously. "I haven't unlocked any gene keys. My abilities are all thanks to the monster template. He knows my abilities. Who is he?" He's incredibly curious about this mysterious man. Faced with Yi Hoa's silence, the man remained calm, slowly putting his hat back on, and continued, "The gene key. You heard it from your father, didn't you?" Yi Hua answers immediately, "Yes." He mutters to himself, recalling the original owner's memories, that it's true. The man then pulled a file from his briefcase, saying, "Yi Hua, aren't you curious? How could a taxi driver like your father know words so unrelated to his profession?" Hearing this, he finally glanced sideways, beginning to doubt his life. Could there be hidden masters? The man took the sealed document and held it out to Yi Hua. "Because of your special case, Huadu was able to declassify a document." He quickly took the document out and began reading it before even fully opening it. This reveals that Prometheus, a research institute that once led the field of genetics on Blue Star, was wanted and blockaded by various countries due to an incident, forcing many core employees to change their identities and hide among ordinary people. Gene-locking technology was Prometheus's key project, and Yi Hua finally understood why they were after him. He smirked, realizing what they were thinking. "So, they believe my father was a high-ranking researcher at Prometheus and I'm their secret product." Seeing that Dich Hoa was still silent, the man from Hoado approached him and spoke further to reassure him. "Don't worry. The country won't make things difficult for you. I'm just here to help you understand the situation since you're involved. At this, Yihua immediately retorts, Big bro, I'm even calmer than you are. Believe it or not, the man then elaborated on Yihua's current situation. Moreover, you're a person of national interest, and we will protect you. Before the man from Huadu could finish, Yihua was already lost in his own conceited world. The more famous you are, the more trouble you attract. Haha, this society is so pragmatic. He laughs loudly in the middle of the sports field, glances at the man from Huadu and says softly, Then, if you'll excuse me. Then, Yihua clasped his hands in respect to the man from Huadu, but behind that gesture was a face of longing for Yihuo's powerful abilities and ambition. Finally, he's gone. This exam was a huge win. Not only did he get into Huadu, but he also received a 2 million scholarship and an 800,000 bonus. But most importantly, he gets to draw a new template. Just thinking about it is exhilarating. Yihua summons the system, unable to wait any longer. Immediately, a swirling vortex of energy appears before him. It was like a gate to a secret realm, and Dichoa stood there, gazing up, his eyes fixed on it. He was mesmerized by the light and unconsciously opened his mouth. Whoa. Then a panel appeared, displaying a circle of swirling energy, emitting an ethereal light. At that moment, the room seemed to explode, as a supergiant materialized before the tiny Yihua. With a bizarre shape like a human skull and layers of hazy smoke emanating from it, the system displays. Template: Supergiant Transformation. Level: Mouth. Giantification. Ability: 60 meters. High heat. Evolutionary form: Primal humanoid. Compatibility: 1%. Yihua bit his lip, gazing at what was before him, and said, A supergiant transformation? Then, as if remembering something, his eyes widened. If combined with the Berserker Gorilla template, the abilities between the models can be stacked. What would happen if the Colossal Titan model combined with the Berserker Gorilla Demon King model? Before, Yihua was a Colossal Titan, fused with the strength of Gorilla, towering and fierce with a long tail. That form made him realize he would become the true king of monsters. Then, the scene shifts to a large man sitting in a dark room, talking to someone on the phone. The phone speaker said, Brother Fire Dragon, you mean you won't be taking any more missions from now on? The man calmly replied, That's right, cancel everything. The voice on the other end respectfully replied, Yes, I understand. The table bears the mark of a physical impact, indented inward, as the man presses his large index finger down hard. The man's rough face contorted with rage, his brow furrowed in barely suppressed fury, as a voice from afar reported, We regret to inform you that we couldn't find your brother's body in the secret realm, but at the location of his last signal, we discovered traces of radiation. Little brother, I told you not to get involved with the underworld. Why didn't you listen? Mother told me to take care of you. He muttered. On the TV screen, the results of the competition are announced. Yihua wins the Anthan finals. The man showed obvious interest in Yihei on the screen, reaching out to caress the TV dan as if he were stroking Yihei's head. Yihua is indeed a rare genius from Ancheng. Huadu will surely fight for him. But alas, they won't be able to wait for him to enroll. Back at Yihua's apartment, someone is delivering a package to his home. It seems Yihua is practicing martial arts when a package arrives for him. Who's sending me stuff when I'm about to enter the new trial version of the secret realm? He pulls out the letter, which is addressed to Yihei. According to Huadu Zhongqi's investigation, a new sea-level secret realm will open at Fonghong Village in the Anmat suburbs at 3 p.m. today. I plan to explore it. Want to come along? Signed, Chuzhou. After reading the letter, He grimaced in disgust. Seriously? Handwritten letters in this day and age? Or is he a transmigrator too? Cut to Ancheng's Hongshu Mountain, beautiful and majestic in its own way, where a huge crowd has already gathered. Everyone is preparing for a fierce battle. And he is stunned by the sheer scale of it all. The crowd is massive, at least 1,000 people. This new secret realm is indeed alluring. As soon as he appears, Chuzhou notices him and approaches. Yihua politely responds, Oh, it's you, Chuzhou. The moment Chuzhou saw Yihei, he smiled brightly. You've gotten stronger, haven't you? Yihei forced a friendly smile, but inwardly thought, I didn't expect him to be so perceptive. I use my scholarship money to buy some compatibility-enhancing medicine, raising it to 35%. Even a low-grade template has advantages with fast results. Then Yihua asked, Which school are you planning to apply to? So Chao coldly replied, avoiding eye contact. Hearing this, Dichoa said, Then we'll be classmates. Yihua also subtly noticed this. Something was off with Chuzhou's mood. At that moment, a rift appeared in the sky, opening a new spatial gateway. Everyone looks up and shouts excitedly, the secret realm is about to open. From the tear in space, monsters emerge, their mutated heads with sharp teeth writhing as they try to break free. And now, appearing before everyone, the monster takes the form of a three-headed vulture, spreading its wings to attack the crowd. A martial artist below excitedly points and rallies everyone to take the monster's life, claiming that with the secret realm open, they should eliminate the magical beast and merge with the realm. At that moment, countless martial artists surged forward, unleashing their energy in a coordinated attack against the monster, their momentum like a relentless army, turning the vulture into a delicious cake being torn apart, its three heads squawking in terror. Oh no, this is terrible. Why are there so many warriors? Let's retreat quickly. Oh no, we can't. We're stuck. In an instant, the bird was reduced to a few feathers, having been thoroughly thrashed. The poor thing kept whimpering. Oh, ack. Indeed, the early bird gets the beating, making it easy to eliminate the opening monsters. Inside the Red Tree Mountain secret realm is a strange, wild forest, where even the trees are different. Outsiders quickly flooded in, and among them was Dich Hoa, who appeared composed and unhurried. As he walked, a scent suddenly filled the air. Yai, he muttered, the smell of blood is so strong, only then realizing it was a beast tide. These beasts were lying in wait. Warriors, by the law of the land, our priority is to slay the monsters and repel the tide. Suddenly, skull-faced mutated monsters with flesh bodies and demonic energy began leaping to attack the warriors. The newcomers eagerly rushed in, ready to fight, channeling their energy and shouting battle cries as they engaged the 7 monsters. In the opening clash, a warrior beheads a massive monster, and they expertly combine their skills to eliminate even larger beasts, including Chuzhou. Yang Jian fought with fervor, his sharp gaze peering from behind his icy blade as he spoke. Bloodline power, atomic blast fist. He then unleashed a powerful sword strike at the 2 incoming monsters, creating sharp icicles that pierced their bodies. Unexpectedly, a monster ambushes Chuzhou from behind, its mouth full of sharp teeth ready to devour him. Just as things looked dire, a shout rang out, followed by an atomic punch. A blinding light pierced the monster, obliterating it in a shower of gore. Its innards splattered everywhere, forcing Chuzhou to shield his face. The owner of the fist was none other than Yi Hua, who saved Suzhou from the clutches of death, reminding him, "Watch your back." Chu turned back, his eyes filled with gratitude. "Thank you so much." The battle was over. The monsters were completely annihilated, leaving only bones and splattered blood on the ground. Yi Hua calmly tells Soju, "None of the magical beasts in this secret realm know how to fight." Soju looks over Yihua's shoulder, the scene behind him shocking him, and he thinks, Yihua has eliminated so many magical beasts without a scratch? The gruesome battlefield behind him filled Suzhou with dread. It was as if all the monsters he had killed were completely dissolved, leaving only faint traces. He used radiation on a wide scale, making it difficult to stop, and even more terrifying, he attacked the very cells of living things. Wherever Yihua goes, his nuclear energy turns all life to dust, a mobile Grim Reaper sowing absolute destruction. Those around him were stunned by Yihuo's talent, whispering, how could he advance so quickly? Could there be a high-level martial artist helping them? No, among them is our Ansheng University's top scorer. So much for being the top student. How can a beginner martial artist kill monsters like that? Did you watch the live broadcast of this year's entrance exam? Right. What's so interesting about a bunch of students fighting? Fool, 10 of you couldn't beat those students. And just like that, Yihei became the center of attention, attracting monsters for everyone to lure. Immediately, many martial artists gathered before him in Ho-Ho, leading the monsters toward the top scorer. Soon after, cries of victory echoed from the front lines. A signal came from the front. The Beast Tide leader has been defeated. We've won. The Beast Tide is retreating. As the battle ends, a sweaty Chuzhou breathes a sigh of relief. At least we survived the first Beast Tide. Of the 1,000 martial artists who initially gathered, only about 800 remain, not counting the injured. No sooner said than done. Yi Hua lugged the large sacks of monster stones over, groaning with exhaustion. Huff. So Chao, how am I supposed to collect all of this? So Chao was taken aback by his greed, asking, why are you taking so many magic cores? He then kindly offered a ring. This is my spatial ring. Go ahead and put your things in it. Yi Hua grinned with delight, getting exactly what he wanted. A space ring? Those cost tens of thousands in gold. Looks like you really are loaded, Chuzhou. Just then, someone announced, "Boss Wu Shen, they're here!" Chuzhou and Yi He turned to look in the direction of the voice. These people quickly told the newcomer about Yihua and how he had killed the leading monsters. Otherwise, they would have been exhausted and died in the beast tide. Many looked up at this new figure with admiration and awe. Taller than most, covered in tattoos, he spoke first. "Hello, I'm Yu Sen, Ancheng University's top student. I'm the captain of Nthan's Silver Wolf Squad." He immediately approached Yi Huo and offered a handshake. "I've heard about your heroic feats from the team members. Would you be interested in joining our martial arts team?" Yi Hua looked up, a little bewildered, while everyone around him was excited and thrilled for him, witnessing such a high-profile invitation. "If you join, it won't affect your university studies. On the contrary, you'll receive various benefits. I, Wu Sen, am willing to accept you as an S-class member of the team. The great Wu Sen himself is inviting Yi Huo to join the martial arts team. This is a godsend opportunity. Without the support of a martial arts team, it's difficult for a lone martial artist to maintain such a costly career. Moreover, in Jia, the Silver Wings group is considered a powerful guild. An S-rank member is more prestigious than being a Huadu University student." At that moment, a girl riding a black tiger arrived, a captivating figure radiating an intimidating strength. She spoke up, "Wu Sen, what's the rush? So you came here to poach him first?" At that moment, she turned to Yi He, her expression serious, and said, "Yi He, join our prosperous martial society. Although it's smaller than the Silver Wolf Martial Society, I guarantee you'll receive 15% of our society's monthly cultivation resources." This only fueled the frenzy among the onlookers as she continued to speak loudly, seeking to amplify her credibility. "Ha ha! Just as my data predicted, it seems becoming the top scorer in the entrance exam isn't so simple after all." Despite the fervent recruitment attempts from powerful team members, Yi Hua deliberately ignored them, picking his ear and looking away. "Sorry, but I don't have any plans to join a martial arts team right now." He then shook hands with Vosam, who politely said, "It's all right, Dai Hoa. This was mainly an opportunity to make friends." The girl from before then spoke up, saying he could contact the Silver Wolf clan if he ever needed anything. "The same goes for our Thandate mercenary group. We're always ready to lend a hand." The Minister of Foreign Affairs, Dich Hoa, replied frankly. Even if he didn't join, making friends was fine. But Vosam is skeptical. "Didn't you just use that hand to pick your ear?" And Dich Hoa dismisses him, telling him to ignore it. At this point, Suzhou approached Yi He, saying that now that the beast tide had been pushed back, they could explore on their own. This was a forest of colossal trees. "Let's climb to the treetops to survey the area first, then we'll make a plan," he simply replied. With that, the two took off, soaring through the air. Xiaoju was also astonished by Yi Hua's speed, as he couldn't keep up. He was too fast. Moments later, they stopped atop the red-leafed trees, and Sochao stared ahead in utter shock. What in the world is that? Through the massive trees, monstrous figures dozens of times larger could be seen. Those trees. They're slowly advancing through the mist. The top two students from Nthan stand in awe, dwarfed by their colossal forms, easily over 1,000 meters tall. Unimaginable. Contrary to Chuzhou's concern, Yi Huo was ecstatic like a madman. The harder it was, the more he liked it. He grinned from ear to ear, saying it wasn't too hard to imagine. "We're young. In a few years, we might be able to conquer these mystic realm beasts, and perhaps even uncover the truth behind these realms." Looking at Yi Huo's expression, Chuzhou couldn't help but admit that he truly lived up to his name. Faced with such powerful and unknown entities, he felt a sense of fear. But Yihua is confident he can win. Comparing himself to Yihua, he admits that he's not only behind in martial arts, but also in willpower. Yihua is a true martial artist, while Grenade Yihua is burning with power, ready to take down those before him. "Your magic cores will be mine, sooner or later." Then he quickly returned to his serious demeanor. Yihua uses sound waves from his temples to scan the area, and he's completely shocked. He can use his life force to check the distribution of life within this secret realm. But to the southeast lies an amber lake, a vacuum of pure white. Surely demons are at play, and where the waves are greatest, the fish are most precious. Chuchu sees a lake to the southeast. "Let's go investigate. We won't attack the monsters before us just yet." Yihua and Chuzhou wandered through the forest, and upon seeing the person before him, he greeted her with delight. "Sister Yu Li, do you remember? This is the girl who helped Yihua buy medicine in the early days." Seeing him, she greeted him warmly, saying, "If it isn't our champion Yi He, I didn't know you were so strong." Wu Li's teammate chimed in warmly. "Oh, Wu Li, you know the Unchained Champion?" The girl below looked up and said, "Yeah, introduce him." Yi He was so impressive when he scattered the frenzied beasts. Yihua quickly approached Wu Li's team and asked, "Sister Wu Li, how long have you been here?" Wu Li also approached Yihua enthusiastically and said, "We just arrived, and two teammates who are good at swimming are exploring the lake." Near the lake, a man's head popped out of the water, gasping for air as he gripped the grass. The man cheered with glee. "We're rich, we're rich!" Wu Li asked for clarification. "Explain how we're going to get rich." This young man was also Wu Li's teammate. He happily announced that there were ruins under the lake, and they were about to get rich. Wu Li was overjoyed to hear this. "Really? Awesome, we're rich." Meanwhile, she completely forgot about her little simp of a brother. As he curiously nudged Chuzhou, asking, "What are relics? Why are they so excited?" In the secret realm, there are ancient structures, perhaps remnants of a previous civilization. It's said that modern martial arts and genetic technology both originated from there. Suddenly, Wu Li's teammate widened his eyes, turning around warily to ask, "Is there someone else?" Thinking they were a threat, he reached for his sword, ready to attack. Who are these two? "Eavesdropping on our conversation, are you?" Before his teammate could act, Wu Li stopped him. "Wait, Wu Duong, Yi He, and Chuzhou are the champion and runner-up of the Anqing examination. Their strength far surpasses ordinary martial artists. Let them join us." With that, Yi He struck a cool and dangerous pose, draping his arm over Chuzhou's shoulder as he said, "That's right, don't get worked up. We can help explore the ruins." Wu Yang quickly brings up the money, asking how the spoils will be divided. Yi Hua waves his hand dismissively, stating they're just helping out and will take their share accordingly. So Wu Yang swallowed his anger and turned back, saying, "Fine, you can join us for now, but don't try anything." Inwardly, he reassured himself that the future talents would become great figures, and he shouldn't make enemies. Soon after, the whole team dove into the river, led by Wu Duong, who knew where it was. They followed the river into a dark cave, the group walking deeper inside. Wu Duong said, "The ruins are just beyond this cave." As they moved forward, Wu Duong looked around, puzzled. "That's strange. Where's Li Wei? Wasn't he supposed to be guarding this place?" The bald member of Wu Li's team speculates that he may have found treasure and gone ahead. They had assigned Li Wei to guard the cave, but now Wu Duong can't find him and tries to contact him. "Hello, Li Wei, can you hear me?" "Hello, everyone. Please be quiet so we can listen for any sign of him." At that moment, looking towards the cave entrance, Yu Li anxiously asked, "Did you see any signs of demonic beasts in the cave?" Yu Yang replied, "Not at all. The demonic beast traps are empty." At this moment, the girl in Wu Li's team suddenly became fearful, guessing, "This is too dangerous. Li Wei is missing. Should we continue?" Faced with his female teammate's hesitation, Yu Yang was excited and determined to explore. Wealth lies before you, yet you hesitate. A lifetime as a mediocre warrior awaits. Fear death? Then leave? Seek fortune? Then stay. His words were met with silence, a mixture of desire and fear in his companions. Wu Yang then declares, "No one's backing out, let's go." And so, Wu Li's team continues into the cave, followed by Yi Huo and Chuzhou. After walking for a while, Yu Yang shone his flashlight on the ground, discovering human footprints, a detail that Yi Huo also noticed, squinting with suspicion and beginning to speculate. Exchanging glances, Yi Huo conveyed to Chuzhou, "Something's wrong." From Chuzhou's eyes, he knew the timing was off. Wu Li says that only two people could find such a complex path in 15 minutes because they're detached and can analyze things, thinking like, "Wang Duong has a map." But just seconds later, Yi He grinned wickedly and muttered, "I have an ace in the hole." A moment later, Yu Yang led his team, along with Yi He and Chuzhou, to a place overgrown with moss. "Everyone, look at the moss above. It's binding many human bones." Wu Duong then said, "The magic core is exhausted. No wonder we haven't seen any magical beasts." Just then, Yu Li narrowed his eyes and whispered, "Yu Yang, where are the relics?" Before he could answer, the other girl in the team gasped, pointing silently. There, the girl saw the intact corpse of her teammate, bound by seaweed, his body withered and drained of life. The two girls on the team screamed in terror. Li Wei was dead. Wu Li's face changed. She never expected something like this to happen within her team, her eyes wide and fixed on the corpse, while Yu Yang was solely focused on the relic. He collapsed, clutching his head and screaming, "Where's the relic? Why can't I find the relic? How did Li Wei die?" "Vines, vines. I think I'm getting it too." Before he could finish, Wu Duong's head exploded, and seaweed-like tentacles sprouted from his neck, reaching upwards. Wu Li urgently told everyone to run, but the rest of the team couldn't believe it. Suddenly, a blinding light of atomic energy erupted from Wu Duong, piercing through his head and the mass of tentacles. Wu Yang was completely caught off guard, but before he could transform into a monster, Yi Huo intervened. With a still burning mouth, Yi Huo said, "I didn't expect the demonic beast to be so intelligent. Capturing 2 martial artists, controlling one as bait. We've been led into its lair." Above him, the demonic beast fully reveals itself, its plan foiled, its long tendrils reaching for the mystical fire. And behind them, the exit collapses in a rock slide. Everyone panicked. The monster had blocked their escape, and it wasn't going to let them leave. Chuzhou recognized it, staring intently as he addressed the group. This is a demon vine, a second-tier king-level magic beast. Wu Li is terrified, breaking out in a cold sweat and stammering incoherently. King level, rank 2? King level beast can't be measured by ordinary ranks. It's not an opponent for us first-stage martial artists. But Yi Hua, with his arrogance, didn't care if it was second or first level. He unleashed his energy, declaring he would crush it, no matter its rank. Boom! A massive explosion rocks the entrance, sending debris and dust flying everywhere. Then, a large, muscular man appeared, the same one who had been observing Yi Hua, and he arrived just as Yi Hua faced the rank 2 king beast. Appearing with a fierce aura, he declared, "Yi Hua, I'm here to take your life." His sudden appearance shocked the crowd. With raging blood energy, an 8th-stage martial artist. It was the brother of the one Yi Hua defeated earlier, approaching him. "So there are others targeting me?" Yi Hua asked nonchalantly. This loudmouth just revealed how he's been tracking Yi Hua this whole time. "I heard someone in the Red Tree Mountain's secret realm used radiation energy against the beast tide, and I knew it was you. All I had to do was follow the radiation to find you. To avoid detection, I held my breath and followed you all the way to this cave. I can't believe you still found me. I stopped my heart and held my breath to play dead, but you still saw through it. You're the one who drove my brother Yuo to his doom." Seeing how much effort this man put into finding me, but sadly not knowing who he is, I turned and asked, "Huh? Who are you?" He suddenly barges in, saying something incomprehensible. "Do I know you? You went through all that trouble to find me for revenge, and now you're acting like this." Enraged, the man lunged forward, screaming, "Stop playing dumb and die." Gathering power in his fist to strike Yi Hua, his attack fails as the monster's tentacles intercept him. Frustrated and helpless, he rages, "This is the demon vine's lair. You lured me here to use it against me." Consumed by resentment, he roared, blaming Yi Hu in a fit of madness. "Is this your doing too, you bastard?" Before Yi Hua could even attack, this man is struggling against the monster, getting pummeled relentlessly. The demon vine absorbs martial energy and neurotoxins. "At this rate, I'll fall. You dare deceive me." Yi Hua, standing by, doesn't know what to say. "I guess I'll just, watch him deal with the monster. What a colorful inner world you have, and we've only just met." The monster's vines relentlessly Chan Rao him, and he, annoyed, unleashed his energy to obliterate the nuisances around him. How annoying. My target is Dai He, not these vines. Because of this man's overwhelming power, the cave is shaking violently and could collapse. Wu Li steps forward, filled with confusion and worry, shouting, "This is bad! The cave is collapsing because of the fight." Behind the beautiful Wu Li, Yi He's voice suddenly rings out, telling everyone to get out of the way. The girl turns in surprise to see Yi, he activating his gorilla form, mouth open, charging nuclear energy. A fully charged sphere of light. Yi Hua crouches and unleashes the energy upwards. He pushes as hard as he can, the energy stream dense and powerful, cracking the cave wide open, sending rocks flying and causing water to rush in. He successfully created an escape route for the team, and now Yi Huo urgently tells Wu Li and the others to go first. By this time, the troublemaker had also dealt with the troublesome magical beasts. Hearing the team try to escape with Dichhua, he powers up a blazing punch and lunges to attack, shouting, "Don't even think about running." Chu uses his signature move, creating an ice path to block the man's punch, then declares, "While I stand, you won't lay a hand on Yi Huo." Though Chuzhou intended to protect him, his sword was nothing to this hulking brute, who laughed derisively at him. "Ha ha, kid, I'm an 8th stage martial artist. These little ice shards can't do anything to me." Just then, Yi Huo rushed in, eager to finish off this nuisance, shouting as he approached, "Hey, you nosy old man, where are you looking?" Nuclear strike fist. Yihan's powerful blow hurtled toward his face. He looked up, but it was too late. Yihan's fist crushed him, his body sinking into the ground as a blinding light filled the cavern. Not wanting Chu to get hurt because of him, Yihan turned to him and said, "Get out of here. He's too strong. You can't handle him." Then, turning to face the man he just met, he said with complete seriousness, "I'll take care of him." Yihua's blow left him reeling, and everyone followed Yihua's instructions, swimming back to shore. Wuli's group was safe, but the demon vine had completely lost control. The lakebed is in turmoil. Moments later, Chuzhou swims ashore, and Wuli asks worriedly, "Where's Yi He?" He sadly didn't reply, but only turned his head to look towards the cave under the water, implying that he was there. Back in the cave, Yihua's shockwaves were wreaking havoc, emitting an extremely powerful nuclear energy. Again and again, he strains to activate his new form. Once everyone is gone, Yihua dares to use the new Titan form he's unlocked. The moment he activated it, he crushed the stranger with a giant Titan hand, knocking him unconscious before he even knew what was happening, then dropped him like a fly. In moments, the large figure floated to the surface, his body bruised and battered. The others above were shaken by the shockwave he created, and Chuzhou seemed to catch a glimpse of that colossal form. He opened his eyes wide, trying to understand. But in an instant, Yihu's Titan form vanished, leaving only his large frame in a cloud of smoky bones, accompanied by constant thunder. Everyone was still trying to understand what had just happened. Soon after, he returned to normal and swam back to shore. Naked, he braced himself on the grass, and Chuzhou rushed to his side, calling out to Yihuo. Yihuo, not daring to come ashore, said, "So Chow, lend me some clothes." Soon after, he was dressed and sat down to face everyone's interrogation. Chuzhou immediately asked, "What was that explosion just now?" Exhausted, Yihuo sat down to rest and replied, "It was that mysterious martial artist. He brought a plasma bomb and self-destructed with the devil vine." Surprised, Suzhou asks, "A plasma bomb? Aren't those forbidden military items? How did he get one?" And I saw that the explosion was even stronger than a plasma bomb, but Chuzhou wasn't buying it. Then, hesitantly, he added that he thought he saw a giant figure in the smoke, causing Yihua to panic and vehemently deny it. "No, it's just an illusion?" At this moment, Dichhua thought darkly to himself, "Luckily, I got away with it. If they knew about my monster template ability, it wouldn't be good. I went a little too hard and crushed that martial artist to dust, so I couldn't loot anything, but I did get the Demon Vine's magic core." With everything settled, it was time for everyone to head home, and so he parted ways with Wu Li's team. She waves goodbye to him. "Yi-hee, we're off. I'm sorry you came all this way for nothing and had to save us. We'll compensate you when we leave the secret realm." Aiwa politely waved back. "Don't mention it, Sister Yu Li. Consider it repayment for your help before. If you compensate me, I'll be the one in your debt." Now only Yi He and Chuzhou remain, and they exchange knowing glances, whispering in unison, "Time for some monster hunting fun." 3 days later, at the entrance to the Red Tree Mountain's secret realm, Yi He and Chuzhou finally cleared it. They jumped out, slowly setting foot on the ground, and immediately looked up in shock. No way. That desolate mountain from 3 days ago is now a small town, with large aircraft flying overhead. The construction power of Xia is truly terrifying. Rushing to the exchange counter, Yihua slams his bag of spirit stones onto the table. The clerk cautioned, "Please be gentle, sir. Damaging the goods won't benefit you." Yihua sheepishly scratched his head. "Sorry, but I'm carrying so much. If I don't hurry, I won't be able to check everything in time, will I?" The woman at the counter, unfazed, replied enthusiastically, "Rest assured, we're professionals." Yihua breathed a sigh of relief as he began to remove the spatial ring from his hand, softly uttering, "Okay." And so, many more massive sacks of spirit stones like the last one were brought out. He counted 2, 3, 4. As Dich Hoa pulled out the last bag, he breathed a sigh of relief. The last bag. But look around. The spirit stones are piled so high, the exchange employee has turned pale. She might as well just live here now. The girl was astonished. "Are you working as a porter here with all those sacks?" Afraid Yihua would pull even more from who knows where, the clerk trembled as she asked, "Sabat, sir, is that all?" Then Yihua looked straight at the girl and smiled a dangerously infinite smile, his sharp eyes urging her to hurry. "That's all, but you need to hurry. We have more elixirs." The trading room was open, filled with bustling voices. The group gathered around a table, marveling at the spirit stones Yi He brought back. "My God, this is a 300-year-old 7-star leaf at least. This spirit herb is incredibly rare, difficult to find even for seasoned foragers. What kind of luck does this kid have? He even found a 6-combination herb, a key ingredient for refining chi-si pills. Even with their low quality, these herbs are worth 30 million, and the rare ones are even more expensive. This martial artist has gotten lucky and become rich overnight. Old Zhu, are you out of your mind?" Finding this many spiritual herbs isn't just luck. We definitely shouldn't offend someone like him. From a distance, Yihe observed their attitude and said, "These white and blue cores are useless to me now. I might as well exchange them for money." He made a dark, dangerous gesture and smiled to himself. The 5 blue mana cores from Tier 3 Magical Beast during the Beast Tide and the Tier 2 Royal Variant Demon Vine core with golden veins are the most valuable. A moment later, a bank notification beeped, informing him that 21.57 million yuan had been deposited into his account. With his hands in his pockets, Yi Huo strolled out of the exchange, already plotting his next move. Now that the cores are done, I just need to find a buyer for the elixirs. Unexpectedly, a Rolls-Royce, luxurious and expensive, parked right in front of him, making Yi Huo wonder whose car it was. From the car, an elderly man emerged with a hearty demeanor, greeting him with a smile. "Hello, Yi Huo. I'm Liu Tian, owner of Manhwa Pharmacy. I heard you have a lot of spirit herbs from Hongshu Mountain. I'll buy them for 1% above market price." But he didn't mind. He needed to sell, and someone came to him, so he just went with it. He nodded, agreeing to the sale. After the purchase, the man sped off, reminding Yi Huo, "Remember to look for me next time you have spirit herbs." Yi Huo watched as his phone notified him with a beep, his bank card now showing an additional 7,500,000 yuan. Looking at the money added to his account, he muttered thoughtfully, "All this money isn't worth a 10% power boost. Personal strength is the only truth. Common gene drugs and white or blue magic cores are useless now." He then sighed wearily and began to lament. "My template is even pickier than its master. Even with high-end gene serums or blood jade fruits, I can't afford them." Suddenly, a bold idea sparked in Yihua's mind, and he looked up with excitement. There's also this way. He recalls what happened in his mind. "During the exam, I completely crushed Liu Qingzhu thanks to the power of the Berserk Emperor Gorilla template. But when it comes to martial arts, I'm far behind those who specialize in it. So what I need to do now is find some powerful martial arts techniques." And with that, he sped off like a mad horse, shouting, "Old Dung, I'm here to ask for gold." Cut to Anthan High School, where a steaming cup of tea is poured in the principal's office as Yu He arrives. The principal, stiff as a board, massages Yi He's shoulders, saying, "Yi He, I'm surprised you still remember your old school." Yi Hua chuckled. "Don't be so formal, headmaster." The headmaster continued to praise the school's pride and joy while massaging his shoulders. "Indeed, you're the top scorer, a role model for Anthan. While this champion is here to scheme for more money, Yi Hoa brings out a large bottle of ginseng wine. He presents it to the principal and says softly, 'This medicinal liquor from the fire effect bottle isn't a bribe, sir. Just a token of my respect.'" The principal's eyes light up like headlights at the sight of the fragrant wine. "You really want this, don't you?" Yiwa is truly a good student, respecting his teachers. After giving the headmaster a bottle of wine, it was time for Yiwa to say what he wanted. "Headmaster, I want to learn some powerful martial arts." "Do you know anyone who can help?" The headmaster replied. "Since you haven't entered the university yet, we can only ask the martial clans for help." The principal just kept staring at the wine. Since he's already been accepted into Hoa Do, why not wait until school starts? It's the same old routine, and those sparkling eyes are full of emotion as Dich Hoa acts out his passion and enthusiasm. "I want to improve faster, headmaster," he says, and the headmaster nods in agreement. He must have realized he was cornered. "Fine, I'll introduce you. Education must be flexible." Dich Hua even whispered a few words into the principal's ear. "The principal speaks wisely. A flexible man like you is a blessing to education." He grinned, reveling in his delight, knowing he was a man of the times. "You flatter me." The next day, Yi Hua was undressing in the bathroom, the water softening his muscular body. He's on the phone. "Yi Hua, it's done. You can go now." "It's the headmaster." Yi Hua replied, thanking the headmaster, and asked which martial clan it was. Suddenly, his eyes widened in surprise, and he exclaimed, "Huh." The Liu family of Anthan agreed to impart their secret techniques to her. Cut to the outside. In Anthan, a man is speeding on a motorcycle with a blonde girl, both dressed in stylish outfits. The girl's hair whips in the wind as she nervously tells the driver, "Brother, you're going too fast. It's scary." "Ha," the driver replies, slicking back his hair and trying to look even cooler. Just as they were enjoying themselves, Master Dich Hoa's voice caught up, reminding them, "Teo, if you're going to speed, focus. Reckless driving hurts your loved ones." The two young people turned around, startled, and the guy in front was furious at being interrupted. He starts yelling curses, asking if they're crazy. "Scared me, daring to race me with that beat-up bike?" As soon as he said that, he gripped the accelerator and sped off, ignoring Yihuo's warnings and leaving behind a trail of insults. That thing dares to ride alongside me while the peanut gallery cheers from behind. Bro, that's so cool. Yihua looked at them with disdain. Annoyed, Yihua glared after them. Dare you use that tone with me? Suddenly, a huge burst of energy erupted behind them, startling the couple in front, their hearts pounding as if they would burst out of their chests. Who says an ordinary bicycle can't keep up with a motorcycle? Dihua uses nuclear power to easily overtake them on his bike, leaving them in the dust with a parting shot. You little fly. The man in the back trembled as his eyes widened. And just like that, Yihei sped off on his bike like a rocket, leaving a trail of dust in his wake, disappearing in seconds. The couple broke out in a cold sweat, never imagining they'd run into Anthan's strongest martial artist. His voice trembled. Are bikes really that fast these days? Staring wide-eyed at his disappearing figure, the girl behind him stammered in disbelief. He's as fast as a plane. 5 minutes later, he arrived. Yihua stopped his bike and looked up. He stood alone before the grand estate, marveling at its presence. Truly a martial clan. He stood before the gates of a vast estate, a testament to their renowned wealth. Using his abilities to scan the energy within, he muttered, even the force field contained several terrifying auras. Just then, someone opened the door for Yi Huo, Lu Qingzhu, who waved hello with a friendly but shy expression. You've arrived? Yi Huo said. Seeing this, Yi Huo chuckled and pretended to ask, Aren't you happy to see me? Qingzhu quickly denied it, embarrassed, her cheeks flushing red. No, here comes Dich Hoa with another attack. So you're very happy to see me then? Thon Truc didn't answer but lowered her head to lead the way. My mother told me to pick you up. Let's go see her now. So, Yihua followed Zhen Qingzhu to meet the person he needed to see. As he entered, the doors to the grand hall opened, revealing an unimaginable level of wealth. Thong Truc looked up and announced, Mother, Yihua is here. From the top of the grand staircase, a woman in high heels slowly descended. This woman, with her platinum blonde waves and full lips, possessed a captivating beauty as she greeted her daughter. Dich Hoa. This woman of mature beauty and wealth is Qinlan, the head of the Liu family. As her daughter brought Yihua, Qinlan smiled warmly and approached them, drawing all eyes to her exquisite beauty. When Yihua saw Liu Qingzhu's mother's face turning red like a boiling kettle, he knew she was barely holding back her anger. A covetous thought unconsciously surfaces. Prime Minister, I understand now. After losing the exam, Liu Qingzhu returned home to face her expectant mother. A long silence passed between them before Qingzhu finally spoke, her eyes filled with sorrow. Mother, Her face was on the verge of tears. Contrary to Thon Truc's fears, her mother casually dismisses it, saying, Thon Truc, don't worry. On the TV screen, her mother speaks her mind. I watched your duel against that kid Yi He live, and you did great. Even in the Huadu exam, Yihua's abilities were a dark horse, so don't blame yourself. I didn't expect my mother to acknowledge me and not pressure me. Qingzhu was speechless, trembling before her mother as if blaming herself for being too weak. At this moment, her mother stood up straight and spoke seriously to Qingzhu about her plans for the future of the Liu family. Your younger brother's abilities are limited. He simply cannot take over the Liu family. Only you, in your generation, can shoulder the responsibilities of the Liu family. But you are a daughter, and born this way. Then she reveals the harsh reality of the Liu family. Now that your father has passed, the Liu family has no grandmaster to support us. Our power is waning, forcing us to remain in this small town of Anthang. If a great family demands a marriage alliance, we'll have no right to refuse. This would mean the Liu family would be devoured, and a century of legacy would be handed over to another. So, I want you two to be together. What do you think? Hearing this, Liu Qingzhu was genuinely surprised. She hadn't considered this, and her cheeks flushed as her heart pounded. Then, Qingzhu's mother seriously revealed her vision for her daughter's rival, Yi Hua. Yi Hua is not bad at all. He's naturally gifted, comes from a simple family, and has unlimited funds. From my observation, he doesn't seem like a malicious person. You don't have to answer me right now. Just try living with him first and see how it goes. Back in the present, Yi Hua is at Liu Qingzhu's house, meeting her beautiful queen-like mother who welcomes him warmly to the Liu family. Yi Hua bowed respectfully, a bit embarrassed. I brought a small gift. So he even brought a gift to Liu Qingzhu's house. What's he planning? Without delay, Qingzhu's mother cuts to the chase. I heard from the principal of First High that you want to learn some martial arts, is that right? Yi Hua was strangely obedient. Yes, ma'am. Then she told her daughter, Qingzhu, show him the way. This surprised Yi-hei, who glanced up, wondering why she agreed so quickly. Then, with a perfectly natural air, Liu Qingju's mother approached Yi-hei, deliberately creating space for the two of them. Qingju will take you to the Liu family's hidden martial pavilion, where the martial arts are forbidden to be taken outside, so you only have one day to learn there. Her gaze turned stern as she looked at him and said, "Deep within the hidden martial pavilion are 3 profound martial arts. Whether you can learn them depends on your ability." He clasped his hands and bowed his head before Liu Qingju's mother. "Yes, then Yoa thanks the Liu family." She turned to look at Ye, a mysterious expression on her face. "Thanking the Liu family and not Qinlan herself, huh? It seems he's made a promise to the Liu family. Very well, Yi-hei. The Liu family will ensure you fulfill that promise in the future." Then she smiled, looking at Ye with satisfaction. "A very clever child. The more I look at him, the more I like him." Meanwhile, Yi-hei idly wondered why this woman seemed to have a strange fixation on him, and why her gaze felt so peculiar. Qingju noticed her mother's attitude and was curious but dared not speak. She then led Yi Hua to the martial pavilion, down a dark tunnel, with Tan Truk leading the way and Yi Hua following her small, fair figure. Suddenly he stopped and curiously asked Tan Truk why her eyes always seemed to avoid him, striking a nerve as she was startled and didn't dare turn around. "I didn't," Qingju retorted, but then Yahuo suddenly closed the gap. With a smile, she added, "Really?" Getting closer to Yi-hei than before, her face flushed red, and she was too embarrassed to speak, then deliberately distanced herself from him. Startled, Qingju cried out, "Why are you getting so close?" Laughing, Yu-hei stumbled back and forth. Soon after, Qingju led Yu-hei to a large secret chamber door, a thick stone door, and they both looked up. Now, Tan Truk turns to Dich Hoa and says, "This is a stone gate made of petro-power stone, a special rock mined from a mystic realm that can neutralize the attacks of a profound warrior master without breaking." Dich Hoa, wanting to test it out, asks, "Can I try punching it?" But Qingju still put on a brave face. "Go ahead and hit it." Her expression darkened as she weighed her options. This guy's got a strange idea. Shouldn't he be praising the stone's magic? With Qingju's permission, Yi-hei begins gathering atomic energy in his palm. It emits that familiar blue light as he clenches his fist and puts his full force into it. Having witnessed the horror of Yi Hua's strike in the arena, Liu Qingju's eyes widen in fear at the sight of his stance. That blue light of his fist technique. The terrifying memories flood back. With energy fully gathered, Yi Hua strikes the sturdy gate before him. The power from his punch radiated intensely, shaking the tunnel, promising an earth-shattering blow that would collapse the entire chamber. But upon contact, the energy suddenly vanished, and an unexpected silence and awkwardness filled the air. Seizing the chance to laugh at Yi Hua, Liu Qingju covered her mouth and giggled, while Yi Hua remained utterly perplexed. No reaction at all? How strange! The moment I touched the stone wall, it was like punching into the ocean, falling into a swamp, and losing over 90% of my power. Behind him, Qingju was laughing uncontrollably. "Come on, let me take you inside to see the martial arts." He thought to himself, "Hey, Yi Hua, you've finally given in." The door, opened by the family head himself, led them into a large secret chamber filled with martial arts documents and materials. Qingju began to explain that the martial arts here included movement techniques, defense, body conditioning, swordsmanship, and so on, before softly adding, "Which do you want to learn? Just use your personal card to unlock access." Yi Hua immediately asked, "Where are the Zhuanhuang martial arts?" She led him to a place with a modern card scanning device and said, "You have to scan your card to enter the deepest part of the small stone chamber." Then seriously warned Yi Hua, "But you can't master the profound yellow martial arts in a day. At most, you'll only scratch the surface. I don't think your mother unlocking access to them is necessarily a good thing for you. I can help you choose a few books similar to the profound yellow martial art that are suitable for your martial arts." Here we go again. Dich Hoa gleefully hopped over to Qingju, adding, "Are you worried about me?" She flushed with annoyance, thinking to herself that she didn't want to talk to this guy anymore. Restraining himself, Yi-hei continued, "You don't need to worry about me. I know what I'm doing. If I'm going to learn, I'm going to learn the best. If I don't have the guts to learn the Zhuanhuang martial arts right in front of me, I might as well go home." Then he asked curiously, "Is this door made of black Hualishi stone?" "Of course, we must strictly guard the Zhuanhuang martial arts chamber. This grade of black Hualishi stone is extremely rare." And so, a crucial gate opens, allowing Yi Hoa to freely enter the shadows of the two figures cast long on the brick floor. Thontruk continues, reminding him that the Tai family has been collecting the black transmutation stones used to build this wall for generations. Inside are numerous heavily fortified safes, plated in gold and meticulously reinforced, each bearing the inscription, Fleshly Body Vault. To explain, Thontruk speaks up, saying that learning the Zhuanwang martial art isn't about watching, but about feeling the author's intent within it. If you can't feel it, or if your attributes clash with its meaning, you can't cultivate the profound yellow martial arts. In short, the profound yellow martial arts are alive. The martial art chooses the student, not the other way around. Hearing this, Yi-he became even more excited, his wide mouth opening into a grin as he exclaimed, "Flesh-imprisoning demon, I am the chosen one of this martial art." Thus, the flesh-imprisoning demon's vault was opened, and Yi-he's figure was even more terrifying than the flesh-imprisoning demon within. He stood with legs apart, hands in his pockets, eyes shining with anticipation, but suddenly that smug look vanished, replaced by a face full of worry and trembling. The Zhuanwang martial art isn't a book, but a statue. Before him stood a monstrous, mutated demon statue, seated upon corpses and trampling the heads of its victims. As soon as he saw it, Yi-he recoiled, completely stunned and unprepared for what was happening. The moment he opened the safe, Yi-he's consciousness fell into an illusion. Behind him, he saw a statue of the Buddhist goddess Kuan Yin, but with a demonic face and a missing arm. Yi-he turned back, eyeing the statue warily. "Is this the martial insight they spoke of? Have I entered the world of martial spirit?" "So, the profound martial technique isn't a book, but a statue?" Qingju explains. "Not just sculptures, but paintings or tools. Anything can become a vessel for martial arts. That is the wonder of a grandmaster." Yi-he, startled, snapped out of his illusion and looked over. It is only grandmasters who can condense martial arts and bind them to objects to pass on to future generations as inheritance. With that, Qingju coldly turned away, leaving behind the words, "Now, it's up to you." Bewildered, Yi-he turned and asked, "Rely on myself?" "Second sister, you haven't told me how to learn this." But Qingju only turned back to look at him mysteriously, replying, "Feel the luck. If you have the fate, you will naturally feel it." This only confused Yi-he further, leaving him utterly bewildered. And just like that, he's in exhaustion mode. Yi-he sprawls on the ground for a minute and a half, muttering, "If fate is all it takes, maybe I'll just sleep on it?" In the surveillance room, Qingju was speechless at Yi-he's attitude, and she was beyond frustrated. Only you, Yi-he, could do something like this. Meanwhile, Yi-he was lost in thought and self-reflection. Is this martial arts world like a mental realm? Without any martial prowess, not even my nuclear reaction strike, I'm as vulnerable as a normal person again. Just then, the system appears, detecting my consciousness in a special space to prevent me from going insane. The system will stabilize the host's mind. He's a little excited after reading that, but thankfully he still has the system. Suddenly, a figure identical to the statue appeared where its arm had been severed, standing there and laughing loudly. "Ha ha, only a true man can inherit my martial arts. Otherwise, I'd rather let them be buried in the ground." Yi-he turns around in surprise as the man sits perched high above, smirking with glowing red eyes, a challenge in his voice. "Boy, prove to me that you're a real man." Yi-he was shocked, his mouth agape in surprise. This man looked exactly like the sculpted statue. Then a bolt of lightning flashed between them. He continued, "When thunder and rain meet, 100 demons roam the night. You must guard this ruin for me and not allow the statue of the angry bodhisattva to be defiled by evil spirits. If you succeed, I will pass on to you the skills to guard this place. If you fail, you will be driven mad by the 100 demons gnawing at your spirit, never to walk the path of martial arts again. If you're weak, you better run." A drop of water fell from the ceiling, landing right on Yi-he's nose. He looked up, a faint smile playing on his lips, wondering, is it raining? Then, within the chamber, a multitude of droplets began to fall. It was then he realized, so the trial has begun. The sound of the rain inside grew louder and louder. Holding his sword tight, Yi-he channeled his energy into it, facing a horde of mysterious shadows. With glowing eyes, they swarmed towards Yi-he, but he stood firm, unafraid, his face a mask of cold determination. He struggles to control his emotions as the shadowy figures begin their assault. In his hand, a glowing sword. Yi-he holds it ready, prepared for the fight. With a smooth slash, Dich-Hoa sweeps through an attacking shadow, cleaving it in two with decisive, powerful strikes, then follows with another blow. The glowing slash carries immense power, yet Yi-he remains utterly emotionless. The rain continues to fall, but Yi-ho is completely in control, standing firm with his signature smile as he acknowledges the situation. Indeed, a trial can't have unarmed martial artists fighting hundreds of demons without some hidden tools. There's still a lot of demonic energy, and Yi-hwa's two sword strikes barely scratch the surface. It splits into massive arms and attacks as Yi-hwa leaps into a storm of wind, rain, and lightning. Yi-hwa moves like a dancer, the star of his own show, his swordplay flawless. He wields it with glee, as if it fuels his excitement. The man on the rooftop smirked, sizing up Yi-hwa. These demons in the martial realm trial are imbued with my energy. For a mere martial disciple to leave the protection of that dump is suicide. Looks like another piece of trash has come to this trial. Martial artists these days just aren't what they used to be. Meanwhile, he continues to fight relentlessly with his sword, surrounded by the writhing black demons. The more he strikes, the stronger he becomes, but the more they attack. The man says, "I usually have to personally collect their corpses." A demon seizes the opportunity to attack Yi-han from behind, lunging at him with its large mouth and hands. But Yi-hwa was not to be trifled with. He gracefully dodged the shadow demon's grasp, causing it to miss its target and seethe with frustration. He had just criticized Yi-hwa for being weak, and now he was completely surprised. The demons can't get close to him? And Dich-hoa seems to sense his own body as well. Soaked in the rain, he raises his hand and mutters, "It seems that in the spiritual world, the system will automatically protect me, making me invulnerable." "This is perfect," Yi-hwa laughed. "It's like a tiger growing wings." He opened his mouth wide again, gloating, "Isn't this invincible?" In his sight, he watched as Dich-hoa decimated the demons, growing more and more frenzied, much like his own personality. This man seems to have jumped to conclusions about Yi-hwa. He tilts his head, a puzzled frown on his face. Tsk, tsk. This kid isn't affected by the martial shadow. How is that possible? Hearing and understanding his thoughts as he watched him, Yi-hwa smirked and said, "Nothing much, just diligence and hard work." The shadowy demon sensed he was not an easy opponent and retreated cautiously, prompting the statue's true form to acknowledge, "Well said, hard work pays off. If you can control the 100 ghosts, I will keep my promise and pass on my legacy to you. But let's see if you have what it takes." Amidst the rain, Yi-hwa gazes ahead, having overcome a trial. The statue has shattered, revealing a well surrounded by fragments of the Buddha. Inside the well, strange energies glowed. Yi-han stepped up, peered in, and muttered, echoing the statue's voice. "This well contains the essence of evil energy that I have condensed throughout my life, along with the flesh incarnation inner demon technique. If you can master it." Before he could finish, Yi-han jumped down the well without a moment's hesitation. He praised him endlessly, unsure how to express his feelings. "Good, good. This is the first time I've seen a junior with such a personality. I remember my glory days, when I was a hero who entered a Class S secret realm. I rose and fell because of my inner demons. As I aged, my life force began to wane. The suppressed demons within me began to rebel, leading me astray and even causing me to kill those around me. To avoid repeating the same mistake, I had no choice but to end it myself. Before my death, I mixed a body of vengeful souls and martial sound into this statue. Although 100 years have passed, the evil energy in the martial sound space has dissipated a lot, but it is still not something an ordinary martial artist can withstand. If you can subdue this evil, you'll surely surpass yourself on the path of inner demons." In the camera room, Qingju and her mother are also present. They watched Yi-hwa's every move with bated breath. But suddenly, something changed. Thon Truck looked up, startled, her face etched with worry. On the screen, Yi-hwa lies on the ground, surrounded by an aura as he convulses. Qingju is bewildered. "Mother, what's happening?" The two women stare intently at Yi-hwa on the large monitor. Looking at Yi-hwa's condition, Qingju was very worried, staring at the screen, anxious for him. Just moments ago, he was smiling in his sleep, as if dreaming of something pleasant. But now, he's convulsing. Unlike her daughter, Qingju's mother remained strangely calm, taking a slow drag of her cigarette before explaining, "Your grandfather stumbled upon this third Xuanhuang martial art near the end of his life. He tried to cultivate it, but even with his grandmaster cultivation, he was thrown out by the martial intent within the statue, and even suffered internal injuries. Since then, no one in the Liu family has been able to master this martial art. It seems this is the first time Liu Qingju has heard this secret, and she can't hide the surprise on her face." Her mother's eyes suddenly sharpen. She emphasized each word. "Extraordinary power requires extraordinary means." Hearing this, the young woman's beautiful eyes widened, reflecting a newfound seriousness. To wear the crown, one must first bear its weight. Yi has chosen to accept the power of this martial art, and so he is now the center of attention inside the secret chamber where he has just awakened from a good sleep. He stretched, feeling refreshed, and yawned widely. Liu Qingju and her mother watched him. Seeing his adorable demeanor, she couldn't help but chuckle and turn to her mother. "Mother, I don't think Yi's cultivation is as grand as you said." The mother, seeing Yi's clueless look, could only remain silent, unable to say a word. Inside the chamber, Yi rises, respectfully bowing once more before the statue that imparted its power to him, as an unseen aura emanates from the statue, filling the space. The young man bowed, his voice low. "Thank you, Senior, for bestowing your power." The true form hidden behind the statue looked at him with satisfaction, thinking, "Young man, you are the most talented I have ever seen. Perhaps you will discover the truth of this secret realm, something our predecessors could not achieve. I entrust this task to you." But behind that respectful facade, Yi Huo grinned mischievously. "Deep in thought? You've misjudged me, Senior. I'm just hacking." With that, he stretched his limbs and a powerful aura erupted from his body. Yi Huo could feel the change. Flesh as prison, body like an asura. Though my stats haven't increased with this mystic martial art, my combat power has doubled. Just then, the secret chamber door burst open, and Than Truk and her mother rushed in, the mother clutching her dress, her usual noble demeanor replaced by urgency. "Yi Huo, you've mastered it?" Qingju followed, panting. Seeing the two beauties, Dai Hua grinned smugly and said, "That's right, I've mastered it." "How is that possible?" she asked, breathless with astonishment. Even with Qingju's talent, it would take a week of non-stop training in the martial arts space to grasp the basics of a profound martial art. "Yi Hua, how long did it take you? Was it even an hour?" "You learned it in one sleep," Qingju thought, watching Yi's ease. "Others call me a genius, but the real genius is here." Hearing their pressing questions, Yi Hua feigned nonchalance, tilting his head and smirking. "You don't believe me? Fine, I'll show you." With that, Yi Hua flexed his power, unleashing an astonishing aura that enveloped him, radiating unbelievable energy, the killing intent he gleaned from the martial world. To put it simply, it's like an enchantment in a game, enhancing my martial arts and making them even more devastating. With that, he threw a demonstration punch. Yi Hua clenches his fist, a brilliant light erupting with surging power, its potency amplified beyond measure. Qingju is mesmerized, her eyes wide, unconsciously drawn to the force, thinking to herself, "So powerful." She could almost hear the screams of demons. Perhaps this was the aura that Dich Hoa spoke of. This scene completely captivated Liu Qingju's mother, who gazed at him adoringly and spoke in a sweet voice. "Yi Hua, you really are something." She cupped her pale cheeks, looking like a young woman reborn by Yi Hua's power. Seeing his future mother-in-law's attitude, Yi Hua was secretly delighted, but maintained his composure, thinking, "Madam, your daughter is right here. Could you show some restraint? I don't want to be called a stallion." Qingju, curious, approached and asked, "Yi Huo, you've mastered one Zhuanhuang martial art. Would you like to try learning the other two? You have one day to learn them." Seeing her daughter as if hypnotized, Liu Qingju could only cover her face and sigh. "My good daughter? Are you pretending to be dumb, or are you really dumb? You say you don't want to be with Yi, but then you turn around and give him the whole family fortune. Even if she invests in Yi, even prepares to accept him as her golden son-in-law, she can't just hand over the entire Liu family fortune." But in response to her invitation, Yi flatly refuses. "No need, Than Truk. This Zhuanhuang martial art is enough for me to digest for a long time. I won't learn anymore. And Mother Liu, I'm a little tired and have some things to take care of at home." Hearing this, she stroked her chin, nodded in agreement, and ordered her daughter, "All right, Qingju, take Yiho home. I heard from the steward that you took a public bicycle here. Do you know how to drive? Pick a car from the garage. It'll be more convenient." Hearing this, Yi Hua remembered the two young punks he'd encountered while cycling here. A car. Speaking of which, I saw a really cool motorcycle on the way here. Stylish and beautiful. He turned and asked, clearly amused, "What is it?" "Are there motorcycles here?" Mother Qingju eagerly replied. "Of course. Dich Hua, you like motorcycles? How like my good-for-nothing son's taste? Very well, I'll give you the best one he has." Meanwhile, at the Liu family estate, a young master strolls leisurely, the very son that Liu Qingju's mother just mentioned, muttering, "I heard from Hong that my mother just chose a son-in-law. I want to see who he is. She's a once-in-a-century genius beauty from Antan. Not just anyone is worthy of her." It's a small world, as the guy Yi Hua was just racing is actually Liu Qingzhu's younger brother. He's still fuming from earlier. That kid on the public bike is so annoying. He scared away my new girlfriend. I better not see him again. Speak of the devil. Yi Hua speeds by on a fancy motorcycle, leaving the young man in stunned disbelief. He grimaced, watching Yi Hua's retreating figure dumbfounded. Wasn't that the guy on the public bicycle? What's more, he's riding my motorcycle, and night has fallen. Back at Yi Hua's apartment, the expensive car he was just gifted is parked neatly in front. On the table, he prepares a very special appetizer. Demon cores in a bowl next to a wasabi dipping sauce, as if he's about to eat sushi. Last time, swallowing the magic core was tasteless. But now, he eagerly picks up his chopsticks, sticks out his tongue, and happily grabs a piece. This time, he'll add a little flavor from his soul to enhance the taste. Yi Hua picked up a magic core, dipped it in the sauce, and put it in his mouth. It's like eating sushi. First, he eats the green one. As he finishes, a familiar system panel appears. Subject, Yi Hua. Composite physique, 23.8. Berserker gorilla model, 21% compatibility. The supergiant transformation has an 85% compatibility rate, and his body is overflowing with energy. Yi Hua looks up, thinking that the stat board has increased and he can add even more points. Last time, in the Red Tree Mountain Secret Realm, I used the supergiant transformation, reaching about 50 meters tall. While that was huge compared to normal magical beasts, it was still too small compared to the mountain-sized mystical beings in the Red Tree Mountain Secret Realm. He swiped his finger across the system, frowning and muttering, I need to be bigger. I'll add all my points to the giant transformation, and add a golden magic core from the rank 2 Devil Vine. Immediately, his body reacted, unleashing a powerful aura as he lost control, surrendering to the force surging from within. The system immediately announced that the Berserk gorilla model had absorbed a unique gene sequence from a plant creature, creating a special mutation. Does the host wish to halt the mutation of the archetype? Yes or no? At this, Yihan's eyes suddenly widened in utter surprise. Mutation? Now, on his bare body, his muscles are much more developed than before. Yi Hua pondered. Mutation meant the template would change into another attribute. A beneficial one would be great, but a detrimental one would be a devolution. After a moment's thought, Deech Hua frowned and muttered, deciding to take a gamble. He yelled, Forget it, I'm betting it all, from bicycle to motorcycle. Suddenly, a system notification chimed. Congratulations, host. Unlocking the S-Class isotope model, a massive, spiky gorilla materialized before him in a flash of light. He stared blankly, eyes wide and mouth agape, unable to remain calm. The system continued to display a message. When the Berserker gorilla model reached 100%, there would be a 2% chance of class change to Star Marshal Emperor Gorilla. Cosmic Gorilla Emperor? Just hearing it makes me feel powerful. Yi Hua smirks, clenching his fist and whispering that he needs to quickly level up to get the current model to 100%. Suddenly, a loud explosion outside startled Yi Hua, who was planning his next steps to become stronger. He cautiously turned to look, then glared at the explosion and muttered, What's going on? A terrorist attack? Outside, a fleet of police cars and officers swarmed the streets, sealing off every exit and launching a thorough search. Inside the apartment, the commotion outside caught his attention, and then a knock at the front door. He turned cautiously, wondering who could be looking for him at this hour. Yi Hua looked towards the door, troubled. His client was a loner. Surely no friends would visit at this hour. I didn't order any takeout, so who could be at the door at this hour? The sound came from the front door, but suddenly a woman in a sleek nanosuit that hugged her perfect figure appeared at the window behind Yi Hua, moving as smoothly as a robotic warrior. Yi Hua turned to glare and asked, Do you know who I am? Young master, the girl at the window replied in a cold tone. Ah, it seems this little brother is no ordinary man. She continued teasingly. I was just going to hide this with you and conveniently alter your memories, but since you've discovered it, I'll have to let you taste a little pain. Don't run away, okay? Undeterred, Yi Huang scoffed at her words, then turned away, muttering to himself, Whatever. I've got enough savings to buy another house. The woman behind him was puzzled. What are you talking about? Suddenly he turns, channeling Bruce Lee, pointing with that iconic swagger and snaps, Are you listening? You're on my list. Cut to the streets below the apartment, where a man faces off against an entire squad of police officers. A representative from the squad rushes forward, and the two immediately clash, displaying their powerful abilities. This mysterious man faces an entire squad of officers, yet he shows no fear. An officer suddenly speaks up, spotting a weakness. He's left an opening. The police officer immediately gave the order to seize him as the man began to retreat. He looked exhausted, a bloody sneer on his face, one eye injured, yet he defiantly replied, seemingly discussing a plan with someone else. Ah, Nge Mai, you must escape with the golden gene at all costs. Chungia will stay here and draw their fire. He strains his body, unleashing a blinding energy, and roars into the street. Ha ha, come and get me if you dare. It's worth trading my life for all of you. Then he shouts the forbidden technique, blood ignition. Just then, from Yihua's apartment, a blinding surge of energy erupted, piercing the sky and striking Zhu Yi, who had barely savored his triumph. Startled, Chungia dodged aside, his mouth mumbling in fear. Were there more enemies? The impact shatters the surrounding ground, and as the dust settles, the woman stands battered and bruised. She braced her hands on the ground, struggling to stand. Chu Yi recoiled, startled, and cried out, "Hey, little demon, where's your ivory-white battle armor? Why do you look like a roasted chicken? I risked my life for you to retreat, and you crawl back like a lump of coal?" Suddenly, Miao Yimei's eyes widened with alarm as she whispered information into her headset mic for Zhu Yi. "Zhu Yi, the stuff is hidden. Let's move out first." Immediately after, an explosion erupted behind them, startling them both as they tried to shield themselves. A nearby manhole cover shifts slightly, revealing their escape route. The scene shifts to a desolate, abandoned apartment complex, where Dyung Mai and Chungia arrive, completely out of breath. Finally free from the cops, Nge Mai breathes a sigh of relief, while Chungia stares in awe at the speakers, heavily guarded by her battle armor. No wonder it's nanogear. It recovered from that blast so quickly. I didn't expect Yihua to find us here. Those familiar footsteps are getting closer, and his tone is menacing. "Beautiful. You still haven't explained why you broke into my house." He continued, "You must have realized a very serious problem. You intended to randomly pick a lucky neighbor, but you just had to pick us. As a reward for trespassing, I'll gladly play with you." Sensing Yihei's ill intentions, Zhou Yi glared and roared, "How did you find us?" Yihua's grin stretched from ear to ear. He could sense the nuclear radiation on Yao Yimei's body, making it easy to find them both. Ignoring Zhu Yi, he simply said, "No need for words once the fight begins." He then ferociously gathered his new power into his right arm, decisively lunging to attack Zhu Yi, declaring, "I'll use you to test the power of my demon body." Overwhelmed, Zhu Yi recoiled, bracing himself for the attack, hands raised in defense, muttering in fear, "No, no." Showing no mercy, Yihua delivers an earth-shattering blow straight to Zhu Yui. It was so powerful that even with his arms raised in defense, the punch tore through him like a ferocious dragon stealing him away, shaking the entire area. With just a test punch, Zhu Yi was completely defenseless, the pain causing him to vomit a mouthful of blood. But Yihua wasn't finished yet, focusing his remaining energy into his left hand, expressionless as he prepared to strike Chu Yi again. Chu Yi was already on the verge of defeat, and now Yihua delivers another blow, slamming his weakened body into the nearby wall. It unleashed a powerful energy field, leaving him battered and broken, while Yihua remained hunched over, fist clenched. Witnessing his comrade's imminent defeat, Yo Mei froze. Her armor fully restored, she's lost all confidence, staring up in bewildered terror, stammering, "Oh my God, that skill is terrifying. Hey, who is your master?" Zhu Yi can't even move anymore. He sits motionless nearby, legs splayed and head slumped. Yihe glances over, standing proudly before the girl, waving a friendly greeting with a cheerful smile. "Ha ha! I am the successor of the gorilla." Hearing this, Nge froze for a few seconds, completely bewildered, and muttered to herself, "Gorilla? I've never heard of it, but I didn't expect this small Anthan to hide a dragon lake." Suddenly, Chu Yi's voice rang out with determination. "Kid, don't get cocky just yet." This startles Yi Hie, who turns to see a monstrous roar. It seems Chu Yi, like other martial artists, is not so easily defeated. In an instant, he braced himself and awakened his professional power. A massive, mutated rhino, behind whom stood the true form of a rampaging rhino monster. Enraged and battered, he roars, "A six-stage warrior is not to be trifled with." In response, Zhu Yi is forced to play his strongest card, stomping the ground with his massive rhino feet, causing the earth to tremble as he charges towards Yi Huo, his body completely mutated, rhino horns sprouting from his head to his back, radiating energy as he hurtles forward. But Yi Hua just stands there, waiting, not resisting. Seeing his opponent reveal his strongest form only makes Yi Hua more excited and satisfied. He grinned eagerly, cracking his knuckles. "Ha ha, now this is more like it." With a glint in her eye, she looked up at her opponent as Dunhemai charged to attack from behind Dich-Hoa. She had quickly shifted her body to avoid detection, and as she lunged to attack, she smirked to herself. "You didn't expect my nano-armor to be invisible, did you? I'm the real killer here." Silent and observant, Yi He knew everything, betraying no fear or worry. Instead, he simply tilted his head and casually extended a hand. Yi Hua fires a nuclear beam, casually saying, "Get out of the way!" With just that one shot, her nano-armor is quickly burned and damaged. As a result, Yi Mei is sent flying, her slender body crashing into a stone wall behind her with such force that the ground explodes, leaving no trace of her. Clearly, that's a terrifying amount of power. Now that Yi Mei is truly injured, Zhou Yi is furious at what he's witnessing. "Diongemai, you useless trash. You can't even manage a sneak attack. I have to do everything myself." With that, he clenched his fist and charged at Dich-Hoa. The rhinoceros's massive face contorted in frustration, gathering all his energy to finish him off. But our hero isn't so easily defeated. He simply raises an eyebrow and smirks as if to say, "Come and get me." Yiho counters with a punch of his own against Zhu Yi's powerful attack. The two trade mighty blows, their auras creating a suffocating pressure. Yihua is surprised by his strength. He thought he'd be easy to deal with. Feeling his defense, he blurts out, "His defense is so high." Seeing the change in Yihuo's face, he grew even more excited, baring his teeth in a gleeful grin as he growled, "Little devil, my iron-armored rhinoceros demon's true form can withstand tank shells. What can you possibly use to break through my defenses?" At that moment, Chu Yi's largest rhino horn pierced towards Dich-Hoa's face, who desperately leaned back to avoid the blow. Then, an explosion rang out. Emboldened, Zhu Yi unleashes a furious assault on Yi Huo, raining down blows as he roars, "Die!" In the abandoned building where Zhu Yi and Yi Mei are, a corner has been severely damaged. After a barrage of attacks on Yi Huo, everything seems to have quieted down. Chu Enghia paused, speaking into the dust cloud where Dich-Hoa was. "Little devil, no matter how fierce you are, before my iron coffin demonic beast, you're nothing but trash." Expecting to see Yi Huo weakened, Zhou Yi looked around in confusion. Where are you?" His eyes darted around, searching for Yi Hua, still bewildered by what had just transpired. He was sure his punch had landed, but now a colossal titan loomed before him. His body was like a mountain, clad in heavy, rigid armor, and when Yi Hua rose from his knees, the very earth trembled. Terrified, Zhou Yi exclaimed, "What the hell? He can't believe it." His mouth hung open, unable to close. "How could this be?" Chunengia cries out in disbelief. "Is that a magical beast? Where did it come from? Could it be that kid transformed?" Suddenly, the giant hand of Titan Dihua, it opened wide and slowly lunged to grab Zhu Yi with incredible speed. That godforsaken roar grows louder, and Zhou Yi numbly turns his head. Boom! Yihua's massive hand, like that of the Buddha, slams down on the ground. The impact created a powerful shockwave, but Zhu Yi nimbly leaped away, dodging the attack. However, Yihua redirected his hand, striking at Zhu Yi a second time, whose body trembled in apparent confusion. Another strike shakes the area, revealing a blinding light as each Hoa's rough hand slams into the ground. Now, his free hand gathers glowing nuclear energy, rising high for another blow, as each Hoa's massive head lurks menacingly in the shadows. He returned the favor, relentlessly pummeling the spot where Zhu Yi lay. Imagine the sheer terror of that colossal body unleashing a relentless barrage of blows. Moments later, the system interface of the Plague Fire appears, showing its status. Supergiant transformation. Composite physique rising from 23.8 to 294. His face looms before her, a grotesque fusion of monsters with only two eyes shining with intense and terrifying nuclear energy. Meanwhile, Ingemai's nano-armor body is finally complete. She struggled to her feet, clutching her comrade after taking a blow from Daihuo, now witnessing his full transformation into a colossal titan. That form is untouchable. Now she realizes she messed with the wrong person. Lost in worry, she muttered, I'm so stupid. Why did I provoke this monster?" She quickly regained her composure and began plotting their escape, glancing around to assess the situation as she muttered to herself. At this rate, Zhu Yi will be killed. Escape is impossible. The only option is to risk finding a safe place to ambush the lava. Yimei quickly flew to the top of a building and pulled out a glowing rope, aiming it, plotting her trap. Without hesitation, she dove from the rooftop like a bird, her nano-protected body flying as fast as a kite, the strange cord clenched in her teeth, her sights set on the Plague Fire. The string grew longer and longer, and in his giant form, Daihua was far too slow. Compared to that small body, she easily wrapped herself around the Titan's neck, shouting that the nanosuit-derived fiber was strong enough to cut through high-grade alloys. Even if you become a giant through genetic technology, the weaknesses of the human body remain. And with that, the tiny wire sliced through Dichoa's head with ease. And so, Yiho's head fell from the sky, abandoning his massive form as Nyomai landed gracefully before the Titan, her expression as cold as ice. And then, the Titan Yihua's massive head fell right in front of Nyomai, who turned to see it and yanked her molecular whip back. The Titan's outer body withered, devoid of its former energy. It seemed as though it was finally over. Nyomai exhales, wondering if it's finally over. It felt as if a 1,000-pound weight had been lifted from her shoulders, and she thought she was finally going home. But from the Titan's gaping maw emerged a familiar nuclear energy, this time as large as the mouth itself. It shone brightly, illuminating Nyomai's mountainous figure, causing her to recoil in shock. The sky suddenly darkens, and in her terror, Nyomai breaks out in a cold sweat, her whole body trembling, her lips moving silently. Monster. From afar, a nuclear beam erupts from Yihuo's mouth, obliterating a building and hurtling towards her. Her fate seems sealed. The last thing in her mind is an endless, blinding blue. After the cataclysmic explosion, all that remained was a thick, smoky darkness, with only sparks of electricity flickering in the gloom. From the mouth of the giant Titan, Yihuo slowly emerged, certain that he had eliminated both threats. He shifted back to his human form, his body still smoking from the intense battle. He coldly approached Zhu Yi's mangled body, surprised to find him still alive, even coughing. Humph. Yihua stood with his hands on his hips, looking down at him for a long moment, his eyes devoid of pity as he said coldly, "Now it's your turn." Hearing that voice, Zhu Yi, clinging to life, managed to lift his bloodied head. "You monster." Even on the verge of death, he desperately tried to speak, blood streaming down his head like juice, but all he could see in Yihua was pure terror, his eyes gleaming ominously in the darkness. He knew he was done for and awaited his final judgment. Just then, the flashing red and blue lights of police cars pierced the night with their blaring sirens, as if accepting fate. Zhu Yi closed his eyes tightly, thinking, if I have to die, I'll take you down with me. That woman you just killed, Duenge Mai, hid something called the golden jealousy in your room, and now it's yours. With that, his eyes widened, his face twisted into a grotesque and demonic visage. His mouth let out one last gleeful roar. "You will face endless pursuit, run. I'll be waiting for you in hell." This taunt only irritated He more. Even now, he still dared to talk big. Without a word, he kicked the man's head in. "Run your mouth now." Zhu Yi could say no more, his body sprayed with blood as he collapsed to the ground. Yihua seemed to realize the police were closing in. He glanced into the distance, smirked, and muttered, "The cops are here. I need to dispose of the body quickly." Annoyed, He admits he went too far this time. Back at his apartment, he collapses onto his bed and immediately starts texting, seeking information. "Deakin, how is the police investigation going?" the person on the phone quickly replied. "Everything's fine, but Yihua, you've been unstable lately. You should just wait quietly for your enrollment day at Huadu." The person unwittingly believed him. Good. Looks like I've dodged a bullet. Yihua gets up, sighs in relief, and throws his phone onto the bed. Luckily, Chin helped me out, or I'd be done for if the police found out about my unique nuclear spray. It turns out that Miao Yimei hid the gene tube in Yihuo's room, and he holds it in his hand with a strange expression. Is this the golden gene those two were talking about? Looking closely, there's a unique logo on the gene tube, depicting a large, winged creature. He muttered, "From the Huadu Prometheus files, I see this symbol belongs to the Thunderclap Bird Biotech Corporation." Thinking about the two men from before, Yihi realized why they hid this in his room. So those two stole this and were chased while trying to escape. Remembering Zhu Yi's sinister face, Yihua quickly realized that he intended to frame Z. Immediately, he noticed the hole his nuclear energy had made in the wall. Yihi felt uneasy, especially since he was now in possession of this special item. After a moment's thought, he decides it's time to move and spend the night in a hotel. Cut to Secret Realm B, Swan Lake's core, a beautiful oasis with curved coastlines, rolling clouds, and majestic nature. On the mainland, warriors are exterminating monsters as a woman stands atop a defeated beast and asks, "How's the harvest over there?" The man beside her was trying to extract a spirit stone from the monster's insides, while another man below replied, "Not bad. We've made a decent haul. Suddenly, a strange noise startled the scantily clad woman. This is bad, Captain. Look. The man holding the spirit stone was caught completely off guard as a massive demon beast suddenly appeared from above, turning the sky blood red. From the dark clouds, a colossal beast approaches, casting an eerie gloom over the oasis, leaving the group in stunned silence. Looking closer, countless demonic beasts are converging, a grotesque combination of mutated creatures rushing towards the group. Moreover, from the earth, the sky, and the ground, countless grotesque monsters emerge, a veritable cataclysm. But leading this horde of beasts is a colossal reptile with razor-sharp teeth. What's more, it has many bright eyes on its head, and in the distance a large chair can be seen on its back with a small figure sitting regally upon it. The sky turned blood red, dark clouds gathered, and lightning flashed like a net from the heavens, swirling into a vortex, a creature resembling a monkey. It sits on a throne like a king of monsters, its form akin to a titan, the great chair piled high with human skulls, likely trophies from fallen warriors. This monster is a fifth-stage beast called the blood-eyed black ape, and the sight of its rampaging army sends the martial artists scattering. The bald guy in front ran and shouted, "Hurry! Call the army! A demon beast overlord is leading a horde this way." Ancheng cannot defend itself. The nation, the Duovo Tong and Grand Martial sects must assist. The captain, pale with fear, drops his newly acquired spirit stone and cries out, "Damn it! High-level magical beasts rarely leave their territory to invade lower-level regions. Why is this happening?" The ape sat upon its throne, looking utterly bored, leaning on its arm, not even deigning to look down below. Suddenly, its demeanor shifts, eyes widening, pupils constricting and glowing ominously. At that moment, the beast the great ape is riding opens its 100-foot maw, lined with jagged teeth. From its long tongue came a powerful shockwave, shaking the entire oasis. And then, sharp shards of rock rained down from the sky, striking the fleeing warriors. They ran for their lives. One man, witnessing the scene, frantically ran while using his radio to report to headquarters. Reporting a beast lord has appeared in the Swan Lake secret realm, and the beast tide is spreading rapidly. Just as he finished his report, the man with the large shield felt his life about to end. His eyes widened in terror, and as he screamed for help, a massive boulder crushed him into a bloody pulp, leaving only his arm and radio behind. The person on the other end of the radio transmits, "We've received reports of a ruler-level invasion. Is anyone still there? Please respond. Please respond. Hello, hello." As if answering the distant calls, the giant ape began to stand upright. With arms crossed and legs spread, it exudes royal authority, demonstrating its power with overwhelming force and a domineering presence. Then, its true face is revealed, grinning widely from ear to ear. Its bulging red eyes gleamed with glee as it commanded its troops to advance at full speed, hunting down every last martial artist. The demonic beasts stampede toward the gate to the mystic realm, eager to escape and descend upon Anthan. Demons and monsters poured out in numbers like the Mongol hordes, protected by the Monkey King's massive mount. Meanwhile, the Monkey King stood above, gesturing commands to all as outside Anthan, many noticed the sky darkening and looked up in worry. Immediately, headquarters issued an announcement to the public. A large-scale beast tide from the Swan Lake B-rank secret realm was imminent. Hearing this news, the people were even more confused, preparing themselves for the coming doomsday. The citywide broadcast continues, estimating the front lines will be breached in 20 minutes. Upon entering Anthan, the entire army had been deployed to the front lines to fight the beast tide. In a short time, the military forces were quickly assembled. A large number of special forces are being summoned and marching to the front lines to fight against the monster invasion, as the loudspeaker continues to broadcast. "I am the Grand Warrior of Anthan, calling on all warriors in the city to assist. All warriors, gather immediately." Cut to Anthan Station, filled with shouting and officers reminding everyone to keep order and not push. Inside the train entrance, it's packed with people trying to escape in city. A man struggles to hold a baby high just so he can breathe. This only adds to the noise and congestion as the officers continue to relay vital information. With the beast tide approaching, only children and students are being prioritized for evacuation. Children are the future, and they must escape Ancheng if it falls. Cut to the mayor's office, where a man and woman remain, working diligently. The man at his desk asks, seemingly defeated, "I asked you to seek aid from other cities. Which ones are willing to send troops?" The woman looked up and replied, "Mr. Mayor, Anthan isn't the only city under attack by the beast tide. Many places across the country have issued warnings, and they're struggling to protect themselves." She then picked up a file and continued, "Those cities not yet attacked have announced the construction of defenses in preparation for a potential beast tide disaster. Hearing this, the mayor looked helpless. He looked at his secretary and asked, "What about Huado?" "We've requested aid, right? Even one grandmaster-level martial artist would be enough." With that, the mayor slumped into his chair, a look of despair washing over his face. But Kwansun City, Huadu's neighbor, has an S-class secret realm. All the Empire's martial artists must go to Kwansun to stop its spread. He narrowed his eyes unhappily and continued, "There's no time to waste. The battle to protect Anthan has officially begun, and now we can only rely on ourselves." Meanwhile, at the So family estate, our main character, Dich Hoa, is diligently sparring with So Chow, seemingly unaware of the events unfolding in Anthan. Meanwhile, Yihei gleefully pummels Chuzhou, both engrossed in their training, with Yihei looking particularly enthusiastic. Just training, but Yihua's strength is almost too much for Chuzhou. He staggers back, trying to keep his feet. Soju looked up at Yihua, who nodded slightly, smiled, and said seriously, "Not bad. You're skilled to withstand one of my blows." Indeed, Yihua's punch was frightening to Soju. He wiped away the sweat and asked, "The profound yellow martial art, when did you learn it?" Yihua simply stretched and yawned, replying, "I've only been practicing for a month. Barely passable, but on the contrary, I haven't seen you for a month. Why have you gotten so much weaker?" Hearing this, Chucho chuckled sheepishly. "It's not that I've gotten weaker, it's that you've become ridiculously strong." From afar, unsettling sounds could be heard, startling them both. The young men's faces turned wary, knowing something was amiss. So Chow was stunned. "Anthan, what's going on?" "It's a warning of an encroaching beast tide." At the same time, an announcement came through on Chuzhou's phone, which he held up for them both to hear. Ancheng University martial arts reserves are to be evacuated immediately to Ancheng Airport for flights B512 and B753, or to the express train station for train A23. Upon hearing this, Chuzhou said somberly, "It's a retreat order." Yiha then asked, puzzled, "Don't tell me you were really planning to run?" Chuzhou, clearly displeased and somewhat regretful, questioned Yihe. "You want to stay too?" "With your personality, you should have run away." But that rascal Yi He, with his signature Ancheng smirk, gets more excited the more he hears about the monsters and cracks his knuckles, telling Chuzhou that words are useless. "Why didn't I realize you were such a chatterbox? I'm not leaving, so one word, fight." Meanwhile, So Chow is preparing to fight alongside Dich Hoa as we cut to the Liu family's vast estate, where Liu Than Truk rushes to plead with her mother. "Mother, I want to help resist the beast tide." Contrary to her daughter's emotions, she remained strangely calm and asked, "What are your chances of returning alive?" The city has roughly 30,000 martial artists, and even with retired veterans and willing martial apprentices, they barely number 50,000. A tiny boat against a tsunami, destined to be crushed by the vast beast tide. Qingju's mother, seemingly aware of the giant ape's impending attack on An City, spoke of the beast, saying that even a master would struggle against such a monster, a demonic beast that An City could not hope to face. "Thuntruk, your life belongs not only to you, but to the entire family." Hearing her mother's words, Liu Thuntruk fell silent. She could only bear it in silence, her heart troubled. Then Liu Qingju turned and left, no longer wanting to argue with her mother. Her face and mood were still resolute as she said, "A martial arts family that can't fight magical beasts has no reason to exist." Liu Qingju's mother sat there silently, not saying another word to her daughter. Qingju's mood is clearly unstable. She slams the door on her way out, making her anger known to her mother. After her daughter left, Liu Qingju's mother lit a cigarette and casually said, "Dihong, let's leave Anthang." Behind Liu Qingju's mother, an older woman appeared, the family's housekeeper. Hearing the order, she nodded and politely asked, "What about that son of his, Yihe?" Speaking of Yihe, Qingju's mother looked up, her feelings mixed. Qin Lan still thinks of him and orders the head housekeeper to send him a message to see what he chooses. Cut to the Swan Lake secret realm, where many warriors have gathered to fight the monsters. Ultimately, none were afraid, and all were ready to stay and fight to protect the place they were born. Each with their own style, and all proud and ready to fight. One man asks old Tran, "You're 60 years old, what are you doing here? Shouldn't you be taking your granddaughter to safety?" The old man retorted, "You bastard. If crippled old Zhang can make it, why can't I with all my limbs intact?" Below, the old man with the cane looks ahead and speaks in a hoarse voice. "Ha, ha, ha. Who would have thought that after 30 years we would stand together on the front lines against the beast tide?" Old Chen stood firm, steeling his resolve as he replied, "Yes, it's been 30 years, and you lost your leg in that battle." "Hey Zhang, after we repel the beast tide, are you still planning on living with your son in the Golden City?" Old Chen retorted sharply. Aren't you afraid of being laughed at, a country bumpkin like you trying to live in the big city? Old Zhang replied, Never mind, I'll stay in Anthan and play chess with losers like you. I was born in this city, and I'll be buried here. With that, they and the other warriors behind them flew up to fight the monsters. Before them stood a teeming horde of beasts, commanded by the Monkey King and his mount. At the Swan Lake Gate, tanks and soldiers stood ready to unleash a barrage of attacks on any monster that dared emerge. The government has issued an order. We are Anthan's last line of defense. We must stand guard and not let a single demonic beast into the city. All soldiers, in unison, obey. Anthan's mayor stepped forward, standing tall as he gazed at the secret realm gate, declaring, 60% of Anthan's army and high-level martial artists have entered the secret realm as the vanguard. Their sole mission is to scout the beast tide, test the abilities of the overlord-level demonic beast, and then survive to bring back information. As he finished speaking, the mayor saw something that made him jump. Before him, a martial artist emerged, battered and bloodied, his eyes pleading for help. Just as the medics rushed over, before they could even administer first aid, the warrior's battered body collapsed to the ground, beyond saving. The mayor anxiously ran over, urging the medics, What are you waiting for? Save him. But his frail body struggled to speak, Mayor, before weakly offering a USB drive with his last breath. He struggled to add, This contains all the Vanguard's achievements, Mayor. The mayor, upon hearing this, immediately inquired, What about the others? He asked, his face etched with worry and confusion. The warrior looked up and uttered a sentence that stunned the mayor. They're all dead. These words plunged him into despair as the surviving warrior, with his last breath, looked at the mayor with tears streaming down his face, telling of the horde that crushed everything. In his eyes, he saw the giant ape king, a horror this warrior couldn't escape. Beware the black ape with blood eyes. It deceived us, or at least a few thousand more could have survived. As he looked up, a massive stone resembling an insect's cocoon emerged from the looming secret realm gate, hurtling towards the mayor at terrifying speed. That stone was like a giant bullet, piercing through a nearby building. Layer after layer of concrete shattered with ease, and panic filled the air. These stones then broke apart, falling onto the minefield below, as if calculated. The mayor looked up, finally realizing the monster's intent. Could their target be the mine defenses beneath the building? Just as the mayor thought this, multiple mines were destroyed, and before the monsters could emerge, a series of explosions erupted. Everything was engulfed in a storm of bombs and fire, and the mayor angrily shouted. Its purpose was to detonate the landmines and destroy the fortress under construction. As soon as the order was given, the tanks roared to life, unleashing a barrage of shells. Damn it! They're attacking from the dungeon? The tank battalion fires into the rift without hesitation, facing the monsters' ranged attacks head-on. The brave mayor stood tall, observing the battle, slowly realizing the monsters' intentions. They're not coming out. They're using ranged attacks to wear us down. How do monsters know human tactics? He maintained a cold, hateful stare, cursing the monsters under his breath in frustration and annoyance. Damn beasts! Now, at the gate, sharp rocks rain down relentlessly, and the mayor realizes this is their second wave of attack, alerting everyone. In a second wave, the number of stone pillars surged, and as they rained down, tanks and soldiers suffered heavy losses. Before humanity could even attack, the monster's initial invasion brought destruction, quickly turning the area into a chaotic battlefield. Behind one soldier, he struggles to aim his small gun at the monster when suddenly a grotesque shadow appears behind him. Now we see clearly the monsters are emerging from those giant stones. A winged, mutated beast slowly crawls toward the soldier. He gripped his gun, trembling, wary of an attack, but before he could react, a monster swooped down and snatched his head. Death comes unexpectedly as the beast makes a meal of its first victim and leads the charge against the others. Many soldiers tried to shoot at the beast's gaping mouths, but it barely tickled them. And more winged, multi-eyed monsters emerged from the stone cocoons. Meanwhile, the mayor orders the giants to use stone mallets as beast launching pads, sending them straight from the rift to wreak havoc in the rear. Stop those mallets from falling. From within the secret realm, a massive beast of burden crawls toward the gate, followed by an ever-growing horde of monsters as the Monkey King stands atop the giant mount, unnervingly calm. Now, with a smug look on his face, he puts on a gentle facade, gazes forward, and flashes a hateful grin, saying, Enough. The humans are exhausted. Let the soldiers level this land for me. With the Monkey King's command, countless monsters surge forth, blindly obeying their king as they stampede through the gate, creating chaos and tremors, while tanks fire upon the leading beasts. But the lead white ape is unharmed, and behind it the numbers are endless. How can humanity withstand such a monstrous horde? Artillery fire is useless against them, and soon the lead ape destroys the tanks. From atop a building, Yihua surveys the impending destruction of Anthan, wondering what will remain after today. Dipping his head, Yihua sadly muttered to himself, "Even though I've only been here a few months, I've grown fond of this city. I can't let those beasts destroy my good life, so I must heed this call." Yihua transforms, clad in his Gozola battle armor. He leaps from the building like the wind, his tail swaying gracefully as he descends, a signature, fiery grin on his face. Here, several martial artists are actively eliminating the smaller magical beasts, while a man turns to praise his comrade for kicking one away. "Brother Luo, you're amazing. Already killed 5 monsters." He replied with a hearty laugh, putting his power to good use. "It's nothing special." He chose to stay by Miss Tai Thiu Lin's side instead of running. She just decapitated a beast and stood on its corpse, mocking Lahun for bragging about killing a few low-level monsters. "Luoxuan, is that all you've got? Seems your reputation as the top student of Ancheng Third High was overblown." Upon hearing Tai Thiu Lin's words, Lahuyan turned around uncomfortably. "Tai Thiu Lin, you're one step too late. This person seems to have just finished fighting a group of monsters. It's So Chao." Upon seeing the spirit stone in his hand, they exclaimed, "Chu, that green magic core? Did you single-handedly kill a Tier 3 monster?" Chu casually walked over and replied, "Didn't expect to find you here. Why didn't you evacuate?" Before the others could answer, he looked up, his eyes calm and ready for battle, and said, "Our forefathers were all martial artists who fought here. How can we as juniors run away alone?" Just as he finished speaking, Lashuan, standing in front of him, pointed forward, his face pale and drenched in sweat, shouting a warning. Only now noticing, he turned to see a massive tank flying towards him, launched by a monster. The thrown tank was mere inches from crushing him. By now, the demonic beasts had fully emerged from their stony cocoons and swarmed Anthan. Back with Chuzhou's group, the martial disciple following Luo Xuan turned tail and ran at the sight of the tank, while Luo Xuan continued to shout, "Who the hell threw a tank?" Chuzhou didn't even bother, turning back to look at him, drawing his thunderclap sword. As the massive tank hurtled towards him, Chuzhou unleashed a swift, clean strike, slicing it in two just before impact, a testament to his remarkable progress. From afar, the massive tank dwarfed Chuzhou, yet with a single, elegant strike, he quelled the chaos, leaving only shattered pieces and a cloud of dust. Witnessing the scene, a pale-faced Tai Thiu Lin stammered to Lahuyen, "It seems to be a first-level lord that escaped from the secret realm. Why would it charge into the rear lines?" No sooner had he dealt with the tank than a colossal white ape appeared behind him, charging forward with a deafening roar. Amidst the chaos, Chuzhou remained the most level-headed. Undaunted, he reassured everyone, "Stay calm, it's not a lord. The size and pressure are completely different." No sooner were the words out of his mouth than the white ape swung its massive fist at the three of them. Faced with this danger, even Chuzhou was visibly disturbed, startled, and gritting his teeth as he cursed under his breath. Damn it. Instantly, a familiar energy tore through space, striking the great ape's hairy body, that familiar light. Perhaps Dich Hoa has arrived. The energy blast rips through the monster's head, and it collapses to the ground in agony. Its massive body crashed to the ground, shaking the earth. Before the white ape could recover, its huge hand reached out to attack the one who had just struck it. But now, Dich Hoa stood tall above the beast, a figure of defiance. With one hand gathering immense energy, he effortlessly countered the giant claw lunging toward him. Yihua smirks, staring down at the beast with glee. Time for a dental cleaning. The monster's eyes widen at his bold words. It didn't understand what Yihua meant and just kept roaring. A hand grabbed one of the great ape's sharp fangs, and Yihua clenched his fist, using it as a fulcrum. He fearlessly faces the monkey's large and foul mouth, bracing himself to pry it open even wider. He peered inside, saying, "Filthy, just how many people have you eaten?" "Only I, Yihua, can deal with a terrorist like you." Then, from Yihua's wide grin, he began to gather a new nuclear energy source. It shone like a newborn star, with Yihua's silhouette looming dangerously. He unleashed his energy, ranting, "Time for a thorough cleansing." Then, he used both feet to clamp down on the monkey's massive beak. Yihua leans in, unleashing a torrent of energy from his mouth, blasting it into the monkey's gut, a brutal and terrifying display of power. Meanwhile, Chu and his two classmates were stunned as they watched Yihua, and one of them suggested they take advantage of the monster infighting to make a quick escape. He didn't seem to recognize him, but Chuzhou said, "Don't panic, that's Yihua." Luoxuan stammered in disbelief. Yihua? That monster rinsing its mouth is Yihua? Before Chuzhou's very eyes, the white monkey was no more just a white furry pelt as Yihua stood atop its charred remains. Amidst the smoke and the smell of burning flesh, Chuzhou remarked, "Yes, with him here, Ancheng might just survive this calamity." At that moment, Yihua revealed a bizarre smile. He nodded with glee. "So, Chao, I'll leave this to you. I'm going to help where my powers are needed more." With that, Dichhua unleashed his nuclear energy and shot into the sky. He now wields his power with mastery and might, becoming a monster in his own right. Soaring into the sky, Yihua gazed down upon the chaotic landscape of Anthan, a scene of explosions and the screams of humans and beasts alike. The sky above Anthan was dark, even though it was daytime. He closes his eyes, focusing completely, and unleashes a magnetic field from his eyes to seek out the powerful beasts. He pondered where the most demons would gather, and found it. Cut to another part of Anthan, where a mammoth demonic beast emerges from its cocoon. It has massive sharp tusks jutting out, and it's large and powerful as it charges toward the people below. The soldiers below relentlessly fire at the giant one-eyed beast, but to no avail. After emptying their magazines into the monstrous creature, it shows no signs of injury. A frustrated soldier throws down his gun, ordering a change of weapons. Guns are useless against this thing. Fix bayonets. At the captain's command, the soldiers draw their swords. Even though they could barely withstand a monster capable of wiping them out in seconds, they stubbornly fought back. The mammoth grew even more frenzied. It charges forward, stomping relentlessly, its massive tusks swinging wildly through the air. The soldiers charged head-on, only to be impaled on the mammoth's massive tusks. This beast effortlessly slaughtered dozens of soldiers, a devastating loss for Anthane, and proudly raised its tusks, now adorned with corpses. Then it stomped its massive foot into the ground, creating a pool of blood, soldiers crushed beneath its weight. Seeing this horrifying scene, the remaining soldiers told each other, "Captain, let's retreat. We can't hold this place. We're just ordinary soldiers. We can't fight these monsters." However, the captain in front, still trying to hold his sword and resist a small monster, turned back and continued to urge the others on. "Hold on." With a swing of his sword, he cleaves the smaller beast in two. This captain has some power, but against the mammoth demon, he's nothing. But instead of fleeing, knowing he might sacrifice himself, the captain faces his fear and finds courage. "We are soldiers, and we fight until the martial artists arrive to reinforce us, even if it means death." No sooner were the words spoken than dark shadows appeared all around, their auras radiating a palpable bloodlust. The two soldiers sensed them as well, looking around and asking each other, "What the hell? Are those martial artists here already?" Looking back at the mammoth's massive body, dark shadows now enveloped it, like sinuous ropes binding the great beast. At the same moment, the soldiers' corpses entangled on the mammoth are released and fall to the ground. With only its head remaining, a Godzilla-like beam blasted through the mammoth's brain, its eyes widening in confusion and pain. That terrifying energy pierced its brain, sending crimson blood spraying like rain. Instantly, the elephant's massive body collapsed to the ground. He successfully creates a powerful shockwave. One blow is enough to kill a massive beast, truly terrifying. On the other side, the smaller beasts were horrified to see their mammoth captain fall. They shrieked, their faces betraying their fear of the figure before them. Dichhua dives into the horde of beasts, roaring as his nuclear battle form activates. Hela, consumed by the energy coursing through him, charges forward with his mutated clawed arm and a triumphant grin. He's like a walking bomb about to explode, his entire body radiating unimaginable power, triggering a cataclysmic blast. The lesser demons were utterly blown away and severely wounded. He unleashed a blow like a nuclear bomb. Cut to another front, where Anthan is engulfed in explosions and smoke. Here, too, many magical beasts flee their shells, their heavy footsteps shaking the earth. Nearby, a young man watches their actions in confusion. Are the monsters retreating? They don't seem to be moving to another location. Over here, a girl receives an urgent phone call and immediately reports to her captain, Dichhua, the Anthan champion. Yihua has engaged in battle, and the beasts seem to be closing in on the top scorer, much to his surprise. Having heard the situation, he gazes at the fleeing beasts, uneasy, and says, "We can't let Yihua suffer Liu Wu's fate and be killed by the beasts. We have to help him. He's just a child, Ancheng's hope." With that, he and the girl behind him rushed towards Yihua, his anxiety fueling his courage as he shouted orders, "Let's go! Snipe the beasts! Protect the champion!" Meanwhile, back at the fight, a massive white ape has its head blown open by Yihua's nuclear power. It howls in agony, enduring unimaginable pain. Yihua battles the largest beast amidst a field of mangled, decaying corpses of smaller monsters, their body parts scattered across the ground. At the center of it all, Yihua unleashes a vortex of nuclear energy, instantly obliterating the approaching beasts. Yet undeterred, they swarm towards him, driven by an unyielding, programmed directive. At that moment, more martial artists arrived to eliminate the smaller monsters, hoping to support Yi Huo in any way they could. The Bear and Tiger Squad leader shouts, "Careful! A high-level leader is targeting Yi Huo. Protect Yi Huo." Explosions and gunfire echo across Anthan. Today, it's a living hell, filled with the sounds of fighting and the screams of martial artists. They have absolute faith in Yi Huo. You want to kill our Ancheng's #1 scholar? You'll have to get through me first. Kill us, will you? Our savior is coming. Humanity will prevail. May these beasts descend into hell. Hold on, our champion is coming. Don't let the champion see our base destroyed. Wipe out these monsters, every last one. Are you old men worse than high schoolers? Don't let the kids laugh at you. Cut to the base near the Secret Realms gate, where a rhino-like monster with bovine features resides. It's enraged, charging with the speed of a truck, and slams into the city wall. This massive wall is the work of Anthan's mayor. To defend the stronghold, its shells, and its people, the mayor has created the largest wall ever seen. He hovers above, struggling to maintain his strength and hold on. High above, Anthan's mayor, Huang Khan, focuses all his speed, knowing what must be done. The Earth Vein Wall only controls some of the beasts. To truly end this tide, we must eliminate the Overlord. And below the Great Wall, a nimble beast lurks. This smooth city wall is no match for the beast, as it zigzags its way up to attack the mayor. The hairy behemoth lunges, jaws open, ready to sink its fangs into the defending mayor. Despite the ferocious attack, the mayor remained unfazed, clasping his hands together as a radiant energy emanated from his mouth and hands, and with a gentle push, he obliterated the beast's head. At that moment, he sensed a terrifying power nearby. The mayor glanced over warily, realizing this was no longer an enemy he could easily handle. The massive beast, the Monkey King's mount, extended its razor-sharp tongue, pressing it close to Mayor Huang Khan's small frame. Now, he's but a grain of sand before its massive jaws, as the mayor gazes up at the monster's immense and grotesque form, overwhelmed by terror. The mayor, facing the monstrous beast, somberly recognized its level. A terrifying deep mountain, 4th stage king-level dominator. Knowing the beast well, his eyes radiated defense and extreme caution as he muttered, "The blood-eyed Black Ape's mount. A warlord's mount has appeared so that Black Ape won't be far behind." Gathering his composure, the mayor slowly landed on the barricade he had created, a calculated look on his face. At that moment, the mayor braced himself and unleashed a powerful skill, tidal wave of stone, sending a surge of energy from his palm. Skyscrapers stood on the shifting earth, all to prevent the beast from escaping the dungeon's gate. The beast watches as chaos unfolds before its very eyes, nodding its snout as it takes in the scene. At that moment, its gaze narrowed. The many eyes on its grotesque body uncomfortably lit up, realizing its opponent was also Earth-based like itself. Under the will of the Tremor Mountain beast, the center of the stone tsunami began to contract and converge, forming a giant stone sphere. This sphere absorbed the surrounding collapsing stone mountains, constantly reducing the quality and volume of the stone tsunami. But what the great beast didn't see was the mayor's figure, hidden in the rubble, silently approaching. He says, "What do you think I'm doing using a defensive system to attack like you?" Astonishing Shenshan only now realized the threat, wanting to condense stone armor to defend, but it was too late. It was to get close. Using the Zhuan Huang piercing mountain force technique, the mayor unleashes a spiraling fist of immense power, piercing through the diamond-hard eyelids of the colossal crocodile, Chen Shan, and detonating its eyeball. The giant crocodile's roar of rage echoes throughout the city. Its eye pierced by the mayor's devastating move, it roared in agony, its entire body trembling as it opened its massive maw in an attempt to overwhelm its opponent. The destructive force of its roar is more terrifying than the combined power of 100 martial artists, shattering windows throughout the city. At the same time, explosions erupt across the city, shaking the earth and plunging everything into chaos. The land answers the Tram Sun Beast's fury, as razor-sharp spikes of rock burst from the ground, instantly forming a massive forest of stone. Now Mayor Huangqing stands before this terrifying beast, looking at it as he thinks to himself, "Good thing I got the information about the Kinyach Tram Sun in time to evacuate the martial artists, or who knows how many casualties there would have been." Thinking this, the mayor of Anthan goes all out, unleashing a powerful surge of energy as he rushes to attack. "If your whole body entered Anthan, I might have been wary, but since only your head is sticking out, you're just a lamb waiting to be slaughtered." Then from Mayor Huang Khan's small body, he unleashed that electrical energy on the giant crocodile. Though small, its area of effect damage was immense. Powerful lightning bolts engulf the crocodile's long snout, forcing it to endure the pain as its many eyes widen in a desperate struggle. And Tian steps forward, shielding against the beast's spikes as it retaliates against Huang Kan, and the monster's massive head emerges from the gate. Its snout sprouts massive, sharp spikes, transforming it into a colossal, ferocious sea urchin. In this moment, facing the formidable monster, Mayor Anthan looked ahead with trepidation. Truly a king of the earth element, able to grow stone pillars on its body. Lurking behind the mare was the haunting visage of the Monkey King, suppressing its aura behind a stone pillar, eyes fixed on Huang Qing while the mare warily scanned his surroundings. But as he sensed something sinister behind him, an overwhelming power, Huang Kan turned, his face paling with dread. He thought, an ambush. No sooner had he thought it than the Monkey King's hairy, massive hand snatched at Huang Kan's head. A seasoned martial artist like him couldn't even dodge the monkey's attack. Now fully revealed, the Monkey King revels in its power, free from Anthun. To him, Huang Kan is nothing more than an insect, as it sneers, "Insignificant human, what are you doing to my mount?" Struggling in the Monkey King's grip, Huang Qing sees its true form, a blood-eyed black ape, escaped from the stone mouth. Its fierce and dangerous eyes glared at Huang Qing, then it roared with disdain. "Now I'll crush your head, so you know how insignificant humans are before me." With that, the Monkey King leaped into the air, clutching the mare in its hand and slammed him into the ground, creating a devastating impact. Dust billows as the tiny human faces the Monkey King's wrath. Can he withstand the blow? After taking the full force of the attack, the dust settles, revealing jagged rock formations where buildings once stood. The Monkey King's hand, still smoking, opened wide as he roared in Huang Kan's face. Though he narrowly avoided the blast, the city held no more strong fighters, and he was free to slaughter. The mare took a massive punch from the ape, but thanks to the rocks he summoned for protection, he was unharmed. But Huang Qing's right arm is ruined, and struggling to fly with his exhausted body, he eyes the Monkey King warily, his face a mask of hatred and displeasure. Huang Qing immediately raised his hand, and sharp crystals emerged from his body, gathering and flying with the energy he summoned. Everything seemed to move in slow motion, until the stone blades coalesced into a massive dragon, roaring as it lunged toward the Monkey King. Yet faced with such dangerous and overbearing power, it simply grins, baring its gums in utter contempt. Resistance is futile. Humanity is merely prolonging its demise. In its mind, it looks down on weak humans, believing they should all be crushed by terrifying monsters like itself. It arrogantly declares, "There are no natural enemies on this battlefield, now it's just a game that will terrify and despair humanity. I expect the strongest of you to reveal a look of horror." Ha ha ha. The dragon's massive jaws snap at the Monkey King with terrifying force. You can feel the pressure just standing near it. But the Monkey King doesn't even flinch. He arrogantly takes the blow head-on, his face looking up without a trace of emotion. The more arrogant and defiant it becomes, the more obvious it is that its fur and muscles remain unscathed. After letting Mayor Huang Kan show off his power, the Monkey King calmly comments that the speed is decent, but the power is too weak. Huang Kan, realizing his power isn't enough, unleashes a surge of seismic energy, inverting the city before the Monkey King. But it's still not enough. The Monkey King, eyes closed, roars, "Power's there, but the speed is too slow." This terrifying Monkey King is not to be trifled with. It moves with godlike speed, leaping over the surging rocks like a tsunami, dodging the mare's violent attacks. Everything he throws at it doesn't even touch the Monkey King's toe. In an instant, the Monkey King closed the distance, his massive, foul form looming over Huang Qing, and roared, "Kneel! I do not like lowly creatures staring at me." But when facing it, Huang Qing showed no fear, glaring back with defiance. With widened eyes, Huang Kan sensed the Monkey King's strange movements, but before he could react, he was struck, sending him crashing into the earth. The force of the blow sends Huang Kan hurtling down like a meteor, creating a massive explosion as the Monkey King watches to see if he can withstand the impact. Huang Kan is slammed into the earth, creating a massive crater, but he slowly rises, glaring at the Monkey King with hatred. Huang Kan's defiance only fuels the Monkey King's rage, and it roars with fury, revealing its grotesque maw. "Why aren't you afraid?" Without another word, Huang Kan slams his hand into the earth, channeling a surge of raw power. Beneath him, an immense pressure emanates, spreading far and wide. Forbidden blood sacrifice, sealing the earth's veins. But Huang Kan retaliates. "Demon beast, you think you're clever, but you miscalculated. In the end, you're just a proud beast." Power surges from his wounded hand, raised high to unleash its full potential as golden threads bind the Monkey King. It was tightly bound in the air, completely controlled by Huang Kan's energy. The Monkey King now realized as it struggled with Huang Kan's spiritual power, it struggles to free its hand from the powerful aura, which tightens more and more around its massive body. It roars, "You deliberately led me into your formation?" Growing stronger, the Monkey King was engulfed in a massive storm, all that fierce energy swirling into a vortex, tossing him around as he became the focal point of its destructive force. He screamed in agony, completely restrained. Unable to move from the strange formation, the Monkey King was shocked to see Huang Kan right before his eyes. Enraged, he accused Huang Kan of cheating, his red eyes wide as he laughed maniacally, still arrogant. "Is this your trump card, to seal me beneath the earth? How naive, little human." The monkey then roared, confident and dismissive of Huang Qing's power as a mere human, more deranged than ever. "Even though you control my body, you can't contain me forever. The moment the sand shifts, I'll tear everyone here to shreds." In response to the beast's gloating, Huang Qing smirked, dismissing it. This isn't my trump card. It's just the opening act." With that, Huang Qing opened his shirt, revealing a chest full of hard-earned scars. But what's even more striking is a large, scarred wound on his right chest, a scar bigger than his hand. Suddenly, Huang Kan shouts, "A song of humanity, a song of courage." He bows and stabs himself in the heart. What is Huang Qing doing? Blood splatters from his chest, but he suppresses any sign of pain. Seeing his strange actions, the Monkey King trembled and asked, "What are you doing? Harming yourself?" Khan coughed up blood, but he endured the pain and replied, "From the start of the war, I buried Anthan's only nuclear bomb under Swan Lake. The detonator is in my heart. If it stops, the bomb goes off. This is insane." Upon hearing this, the monkey could no longer contain itself, gradually losing its composure and thrashing wildly. "Damn it, you think you can scare me? Who would bet their life like that?" "You think I'm scared?" Mayor Huang Kan was truly a man who lived for Anthan. He was in too much pain now, his strength failing. With his last breaths, he said, "I never intended to return alive, for I am the mayor of Anthan, and my name is Huang Kan." In his final moments, Huang Kan reminisced about his successful term as mayor, his life's pride. He recalled the cheers of the citizens, the source of his greatest satisfaction and joy. "I am Huang Qing, and I will give everything for Anqing and its people, even my life, without regret." Back in the present, Huang Qing has let go of all his attachments, except for the one that demands he destroy the Monkey King to protect Anqing. He closed his eyes, wondering, "Have I done it?" Then the explosion began. The first glimmer of light from the pit striking the Monkey King, meaning Huang Kan was about to be erased as well. His heart had stopped beating. He now lets go, embracing oblivion, the only way he can protect Anthan. The battleground between the Monkey King and Mayor Huang Kan is engulfed in a cataclysmic explosion, its blinding light and fiery debris consuming the vast safe zone. The nuclear bomb had truly caused a massive shock, erupting like a giant mushroom with fire spreading and engulfing everything. The entire battle zone is incinerated, shrouded in smoke and dust. After Mayor Anthan's sacrifice, a soldier. In a tragic moment, he pulled out his phone, rereading the message the mayor had ordered to be sent to everyone evacuating. An urgent message for all soldiers and martial artists to immediately evacuate the Swan Lake Gate area. "The nuclear bomb is about to detonate. Evacuate immediately." He finished reading, his eyes returning to the town center, now shrouded in smoke, as hot tears involuntarily fell. Everyone knew of this noble sacrifice, and the warriors stood at attention, facing the nuclear blast, tears welling up for the heroic passing of Mayor Huang Kan. Meanwhile, Chuzhou, Tai Xiaoling, Luo Xuan, and the other martial artists solemnly observed a minute of silence as the bomb detonated, the colossal mushroom cloud rising like a tragic monument. The martial artists who evacuated stood in solemn respect, a grand funeral for a fallen hero. After the mayor's nuclear bomb was triggered, all that remained was a massive crater, still flickering with hellish red embers and utter devastation all around. In the middle of that desolate pit, the Monkey King was now nothing more than a charred skeleton, consumed by the inferno. Suddenly, a glowing, spiked orb of fire appears nearby, pulsating with an uncanny, life-giving energy as it slowly approaches the monkey's remains. As the orb drew closer, its energy intensified, flowing directly into the monster's skeletal frame, a surge of life from a mobile spark. But it wasn't over yet. The monkey's skeletal arm began to regenerate, flesh and muscle weaving back together. Its entire body was almost completely revived, as red flesh gradually intertwined, concealing its withered arm. Blood vessels and flesh began to regrow on the monkey's face, and soon the Monkey King's eyes were restored. Its eyes widened, seemingly reborn. Thanks to the inherited energy from the sphere, as everything faded, it returned to the monkey's chest, allowing it to live again. But this body is just a temporary form, still in the process of regeneration. The Monkey King hastily stood up, his voice still shrill with arrogance, lamenting that he almost lost to that lowly human, then roared with hatred. I will tear everyone in this city to shreds. I will torture each and every one of them in the most brutal way imaginable. The Monkey King was now nothing more than a hairless, skinned beast, a grotesque and horrifying monster. The hulking monkey rises, clutching its stomach, and turns to leave, dragging its broken body back to its planet, muttering, "Back to the Sin domain first. I'll return when my strength is restored, and I'll level this place." But just then, a voice nearby suddenly shouted, "Where do you think you're going?" The Monkey King turned around, utterly shocked. His secret retreat had been discovered. Turning its gaze, it was shocked to find Ye Huo, in his Godzilla form, waiting to eradicate the reborn Monkey King. The Monkey King's eyes widened in alarm as he recognized him. "I remember this human. This is one of the greatest obstacles to this beast-tide invasion. A terrifying human genius." Ye Huo stood before the tattered beast that had ravaged Anthan. His face contorted with rage, yet he restrained himself, his eyes blazing as he glared and said, "Finally found you, but it's too late." Without hesitation, Ye Huo clenches his fist, radiating nuclear energy, and hurtles toward the monkey at full speed. Before it can fully regenerate, he unleashes his ultimate atomic burst fist into its hideous face. The force of the blow is immense, fueled by Ye Huo's pent-up rage for the tragedies that befell Anthan, unleashing a powerful shockwave. Ye Huo intended to end it all with this one move, but something unexpected happened, startling him. Having taken Ye Huo's punch head-on, the Monkey King is completely unfazed, and even has the strength to retaliate. That idiot genius didn't hide in the rear during this crucial battle, and instead he comes before me thinking he's so clever. How did its massive hands get so close to Ye Huo? The monkey's face twisted with desire as it lunged forward, seeing the perfect chance to crush him. But Ye Huo wasn't easily intimidated. He even drew lines of blood from his eyes to activate his form, taunting the Monkey King with a provocative gesture. "If you run, my giant nuke might miss, so how about another one?" Realizing Ye Huo's intent, the Monkey King is overwhelmed and terrified. What it saw was truly terrifying. What the hell is it cursing? Is that even human? In the blink of an eye, Ye Huo transforms into a supergiant, his body entwined with thorny spikes. Ye Huo's colossal form, a mutated titan, emerges from the dust and smoke, its powerful vibrations shaking the entire region. Without hesitation, Ye Huo activates the nuclear bomb he spoke of, and a blinding nuclear sphere appears on the titan's chest. It continuously surges power throughout its massive body. Boom! A cataclysmic explosion erupts from where Ye Huo stands, shaking in city for the second time. The shockwave explodes with violent force, sending smoke and dust billowing through the city as martial artists feel its deadly power, even from afar. Everyone looked toward the explosion, wondering what was happening, assuming the mayor was behind it. "Look, why did another bomb explode? What's going on?" Was Mayor Hoang Khan's backup plan truly worthy of the mayor's name? After another blast from Diep Hoa, the Monkey King's body was battered and broken, unable to even stand, now nothing more than a charred log amidst the smoke and dust. The Monkey King's eyes are filled with terror once again. What it sees now is even more horrifying than before, its mouth agape, barely able to utter a word. The monster before the Monkey King is Ye Huo. His transformation complete, a massive form with sharp teeth and tough Godzilla scales, the head of a titan with glowing eyes. Now the Monkey King is nothing but a pebble at Ye Huo's feet. Falling into despair, the Monkey King roared in agony. "Why are you more of a monster than I am? Even a Lord-class beast doesn't have your presence." It couldn't accept it, but Ye Huo only glanced down with disdain, replying simply and calmly, "I'm not some monkey like you." With that, Ye Huo's massive foot came crashing down on the Monkey King, who trembled at the sight of the impending blow. The massive blow crushes the monkey, causing a powerful distortion in space and a cloud of dust to erupt. The Monkey King is sent flying like a ball from the kick, and Ye Huo taunts him. "Don't run, little monkey, while I prepare another devastating blow." Black coffin of Changshan fists, yet the monkey dares to turn and face Ye Huo. With its weakened body, it clenches a fist and throws a desperate punch, roaring, "Don't underestimate me!" Immediately, the two fists collided with immense force, unleashing a blinding light and terrifying energy. It seems that if it weren't for Hoang Khan's earlier bomb weakening the Monkey King, Ye Huo wouldn't have been able to defeat it so quickly. After holding out for a while, Yehua's punch sent it crashing to the ground, creating another crater. Looking at Yehua's arm, now stained with blood and heavily damaged, he relaxed his body and said to himself, "In the end, it's still a dominant magical beast. Even when heavily injured, its attacks are still powerful. But right now, compared to me, it's just a monkey." In mere moments, Yehua's arm regenerated to normal. He clenched it, flexing, and said, "In giant Godzilla form, my composite physique has surpassed 30 points. Yet I still couldn't overwhelm you with strength. You even managed to hurt my arm, but it's still not enough." The monkey, now beaten to a pulp by Yehua and lying on the ground, still showed signs of life, raising its head and saying, "The wounds I inflicted healed so quickly?" Then it revealed an expression of utter terror. "No, I can't defeat this genius." The Monkey King, as if driven mad, screamed incessantly, abandoning his leaps and scurrying away with his tail between his legs, a picture of pathetic defeat. Can't win, can't win, can't win. He ran a long way. He intended to destroy Anthan, but now he's running away to save his own skin. Behind the fleeing monkey, Yehua stands tall, having already gathered nuclear energy in his mouth. Inside Gula's giant body, Yehua felt disgusted by the filth. How could a beast like you deserve Mayor Hoang Khan's life? With that, Yehua unleashed a torrent of nuclear energy from his massive maw, targeting the fleeing Monkey King's tiny form, leaving the creature no escape from its devastating power. The monkey's body is torn apart in the light of nuclear energy, utterly severed and broken to pieces, its final moments filled with mad, desperate screams. That detestable human genius. After blasting the Monkey King with such force, he expected it to disintegrate in an instant. Yehua's large, dark figure stood still as he looked around and said, "That monkey burrowed underground and is playing dead." Yehua raised his hand to his forehead. "I'll use shockwaves to find that damn monkey," he said. "But playing dead means it's afraid of being discovered. It's more injured than ever before. This is the best chance to kill it. Apparently, Overlord-class beasts can hide their presence, making them undetectable." Only now did Yehua look up, his gaze heavy as he looked into the distance, thinking, "If I'd found it sooner, Mayor Hoang Khan wouldn't have had to." He stomps his Godzilla foot into the ground, creating a honeycomb pattern of seals, and roars a warning to the Monkey King. But now you're badly injured, even your stealth is affected. I can pick up the faintest life signal." This monkey knew it couldn't win, so it burrowed into the ground, leaving a trace like a fish diving into water. Yehua quickly noticed the disturbance nearby. "Found you, you dead monkey." He immediately opened his mouth and unleashed a powerful nuclear breath, erupting in a blinding flash. This time, Yehua intends to kill the monkey for good, following its trail beneath the earth. The monkey is blasted out by Yehua's nuclear wave, revealing its cowardly form as it tries to escape. Now, the Monkey King is as emaciated as a skeleton. After being dragged back from the earth by Yehua, the monkey opened its bony beak and howled in frustration. "Damn it, I was so close to sensing the entrance to the Sin domain if it weren't for that damned human mayor's deception." But just as it began to speak, Yehua unleashed another flurry of blows, his massive fist a terrifying sight to the weakened ape. How could the weakened Monkey King withstand a powerful kick from Godzilla's massive body? It was sent flying like a rocket, crashing into the ground in a cloud of dust. With a coconut in his Godzilla-like mouth, Yehua paused, revealing the Titan's face. And after landing a few more blows on the Monkey King, he said, "This is the price you pay for insulting the mayor. I'll make you wish you were dead." Not dead yet, the Monkey King is now nothing more than a collection of twigs. He's holding a magic core, something that can sustain his wretched life. The creature looked up, its voice trembling. "Don't push me, you lowly insect." Then, it raised the magic core high. The magic core glows intensely in the monkey's emaciated hand as it pours all its hope into it and cries out, "I'll use the mana core's last bit of energy to drag you to hell." The power of this mana core is immense. The skeletal arm regrows, becoming whole and hairy once more. But only that one arm. In the darkness, its eyes glowed fiercely, ready to give it another go against Yehua with all its might. The monkey leaps high, raising its fist, newly restored to 10% of its former self, aiming at Yehua's massive frame, roaring, "Die!" Yehua wasn't about to be outdone, using his massive hand to counter the Monkey King's punch. He clenched his massive fist and quickly rushed forward to resist, but the Monkey King charged with its entire body to strike Yehua. The two fists collided, unleashing a powerful energy that shook the entire area. The Monkey King's strength was unexpectedly overwhelming, and yet Yehua's massive arm was completely shattered. The shockwave rebounded, pulverizing his bones and corroding his flesh. Yehua, now in pain, struggled to stand, one of his arms completely destroyed by the Monkey King. Having exhausted its demonic core, it's now just a skeleton falling through the air, a pitiful sight, moaning in pain. Even Yehua, inside Godzilla, is injured. Yehua coughed up blood, seeing the monkey's stubborn state. He chuckled and said, "Ha ha 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 ha. After that desperate strike, you're at the end of your rope." With that, Yehua opened his massive maw, nuclear energy glowing green, the Monkey King's falling body visible in the center. Yehua will give it one last gift to send the Monkey King off to see his ancestors. Forever. Suddenly, a strange song echoes from nowhere. The jarring tune sends a jolt of pain through Yehua, who clutches his head, unable to withstand the cacophony. He coughs up blood and cries out in realization. "My head aches, my thoughts are muddled. Is this a mental attack?" Yehua turns, a clear look of suspicion on his face. Another expert? Looking down, he saw countless human hands writhing beneath the earth. A truly grotesque sight. It chattered incessantly, emitting deafening noises as the hands converged to move the Monkey King's corpse toward the secret realm gate. Even to escape this battle, Yehua watched the monkey's corpse and yelled, "Don't you dare run!" But when he looked again, these white hands had appeared all over Yehua's knuckles. They frantically crowd and restrain Yehua, preventing him from acting. Yehua was utterly astonished by what he saw sprouting from the giant ape's joints. Why? Looking closely at his knuckles, he suppressed the pain and said, "These hands lock my joints, immobilizing me." But Yehua in the shadows with his overpowered Godzilla energy won't be stopped by this. Yehua grimaced and flashed his signature smile. "Don't think you can imprison me like this." Blue flames erupted from Yehua's body. It spread, immensely powerful, the heat from the flames rising higher and higher. The frail arms sprouting from his knuckles were incinerated, reduced to nothing more than tasty fried chicken. Within the raging flames, the arms were quickly incinerated en masse, silencing their deafening screams. Everything is engulfed in flames as Yehua shouts with excitement, "Feel the scorching heat of 1,000 degrees." The depraved Monkey King was being carried by the hands closer to the secret realm's door. In pain, it forced itself to look back, a bit relieved as it muttered, "Yes," almost at the entrance. Just when it hoped to return home, the Monkey King lifted its ugly face, startled by what it saw. It was Yehuo's giant titan form, now engulfed in flames. He burned himself to fuel his attack on the monkey, giving it no escape. The stench of burning flesh filled the air from the severed arms. Just when it thought it could retreat to safety, the monkey panicked at Yehuo's crazed advance, screaming orders to its arms. "Hurry, the giant is gaining on us. He's burning up, run." But suddenly the arms stop, frozen in place, as if welcoming an even greater power, accompanied by laughter and an eerie, savage song. La 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 ha. Ho ho. Now, the face of a woman appears, her hands covering her eyes like a mask, and its mouth, pieced together from countless arms, sings out a cacophony of horrors. Trapped within the inferno, Yehua gazed upon the creature, lost in confusion, wondering, what is that monstrosity? Could that also be a demonic beast? Those grotesque hands gathered again, this time forming countless writhing tongues. It was as massive and expanding, creating a powerful sonic energy that could shatter a person's mind. Yehua said, "Is that terrifying power the mark of a ruler? If its true form were to descend, I would have been on my knees in an instant." Since that ghastly face appeared, it hasn't been as violent as the Monkey King. Things have become a little more stable. The hands merged into the face of a woman, complete with long black hair like a wandering spirit. Her hands covered her eyes, then suddenly opened wide, revealing glowing eyes with fiery pupils and a horrifyingly mutated face. I opened my mouth wide, revealing a radiant spirit orb brimming with energy, unleashing a deafening sound and a shock wave towards Diephoa. Diephoa's head was pounding, and he was trying his best to restrain himself. Even with my hearing blocked in supergiant form, that eerie screech still pierces my mind. He was truly pained and exhausted by that piercing, bizarre sound, his whole body weary, his eyes like those of a demon. Enduring the agonizing pain, Yehua suppressed his rage. "After all the lives you've taken, you think you can just leave and thin?" He was beyond reason, screaming with every ounce of his being. Never had he been pushed this far. "Don't even think about it. This is all the nuclear energy I've got." Resolved, Yehua gathers the powerful nuclear energy into his body, pressing down hard with both hands. The massive titanium frame is filled with nuclear energy, surging through every crevice and erupting with bursts of smoky lightning. Bolts of electricity crackle as Ye Hua, having infused the Super Titan with nuclear energy, plans his escape. He tries to move as fast as possible. Everything is set and calculated. Ye Hua, with his usual swagger, flips it off, saying, "A little something from home. A nuclear bomb. Hope you like it." The bastard. Now the giant Titan's entire body is overflowing with energy. It's radiating nuclear energy and about to explode with terrifying force, heading straight for the gate. It all bears down on the hideous face of the Monkey King's assistant, who gapes, awaiting the mobile nuclear bomb, unable to move or escape. The nuclear light flickered, another terrifying explosion. After the mayor's nuclear bomb, now it's Yo Hee's, and it detonated quickly. Another giant mushroom cloud rises over Anthan, a shocking sight witnessed by distant martial artists. Everyone assumed Mayor Huangqing had planted the bomb and began to discuss it. Look, the secret realm rift seems to have exploded. Something's not right. The magical beasts are suddenly in disarray. Could it be that Mayor Huang Khan succeeded? Everyone, focus. Let us not forget Mayor Huang Khan's sacrifice. Anthan is saved. Perhaps the blood-eyed black ape's body was finally destroyed by the massive bomb. The number of magical beasts pouring into Anthan from the secret realm rift began to dwindle, as if the other world had ceased its invasion. The martial artists of Anthan began to hunt down the remaining beasts hiding within the city. The siege lasted a full day and night until not a single monster could be found, and the exhausted martial artists finally stopped. The battle to defend Anthan was finally won. Though Anthan paid a heavy price with nearly 80% of its martial artists and soldiers killed or wounded, the nuclear explosion at Swan Lake left behind a deep valley from the aftershocks of two powerful bombs. After escaping his body to trigger the explosion, Ye Hua lost all his strength and lay unconscious on the ground. A moment later, his eyes weakly fluttered open. Everything's gone, and he's the only one left. Ye Hua slowly gets up and wonders, how long have I been asleep? Even though I exhausted all the nuclear energy in my body to detonate the pseudo-giant, this place is already filled with fresh radiation and atomic fission energy, so it's like recharging on the spot. After recovering a bit, he looked up and said, gazing into the distance after clearing the battle, "That was a tough fight." Mayor Huang Khan used himself as bait to lure the blood-eyed black ape to the detonation point, severely wounding it, allowing me to use the terrain to my advantage and continuously self-destruct, finally destroying it completely before that woman could save it. Even though my infinite monster form is strong, it's still no match for an overlord-level demonic beast. This victory was thanks to luck and circumstance. Given time, I'll stand at the pinnacle of this nation's power, but this secret realm's upheaval leaves no time to grow stronger. I don't know when I'll unlock the next form, and even then, it might not be a good one. Fusing with the Starry Sky demonic emperor form is the fastest way for me to become a top powerhouse, so I can only speed up the collection of plant attribute magic cores that match the form. I also need to master the Xuanhuang martial arts, as the infinite monster template can cheat in the martial arts space, so I must also grasp the extraordinary system of martial artists. Although the development period of Xuanhuang martial arts is a bit slow compared to the template ability, its potential is extremely high. After all, this is the cultivation system of the high martial world. Perhaps my being here has a purpose. A month after the An City disaster, to commemorate Huang Kong's sacrifice, the people erected a bronze statue of him in the city park. Yahao is here, sitting on a park bench watching the latest broadcast about the aftermath of the Beast Tide attack on Ancheng. This time, Beast Tides attacked 18 cities across the nation, with 12 cities completely falling. Among them, Guanshan City saw the emergence of an S-class mystic realm, the entire city shrouded in an impenetrable gray mist. The Great Xia Dragon, the National Martial Arts Organization, dispatched 30 Xuanwu martial artists and 5 Grandmaster-level experts, led by Grandmaster Du Jingming, to investigate. This Beast Tide invasion was unusual. Even a Class S mystic realm appeared. The nation's strongest warrior, Fo Hongxin, a Zhenguo-level martial artist, waited outside the mystic realm for a breakthrough, but eventually entered Quanzhen City himself. After 8 hours, Fo Hongxin emerged severely wounded, with only 2 surviving Grandmasters. From then on, Hakwak listed Quanzhen City as the number 11 forbidden zone globally, with 1.8 million confirmed deaths. At this, Ye Hua couldn't help but feel sorry, as if he sensed the urgency of the entire planet, saying, "Even national-level martial artists, has the survival of humanity become this urgent? No, I can't wait any longer." Cut to the Liu family's grand villa, where Diepoa's whining can be heard over the phone. "Aunt Tan, I need a favor." Relaxing on a red sofa, Qinlan casually asks Ye Hua if he wants to learn the remaining 2 Xuanhuang martial arts of the Liu family. Hearing this, Ye Hua thought, "Is that how Aunt Qin sees me?" Then he laughed it off, saying, Oh, it's not about that. I want your help acquiring some high-quality plant attribute magic cores, preferably blue or even purple Lord-level cores. You really are greedy. What price are you willing to pay for so much? Without a second thought, Yehua plays his trump card and makes a firm promise. Every year, Huadu University holds a secret realm exam for new students. You can team up with Lu Qingzhu and help her win first place. But Qin Lan knows best. She sternly replied to Yehua, "You underestimate the geniuses from other provinces." I'll be frank, Qingzhu's strength would only be considered above average in previous years, not top tier. Even if you always overpower Qingzhu in matches, you're still a bit lacking compared to those top monsters. Now he confidently declares victory before Qin Lan. But Aunt Qin can only place her hopes for the Liu family's revival on him, right? I can write an IOU. If I don't win first place, I'll work for the Liu family and take care of you for the rest of your life. It seems Yehua's firm commitment has moved her. Jinlan perked up, the fatigue gone, replaced by a teasing smile. Ha ha, work like a horse, you say? Perhaps Yahe's promise gave her strength. As Qinlan stood up straight, her complexion changed completely, and she finally nodded in agreement. All right, I'll help you out one more time. As soon as Yihe and his warhorse set foot in the inpatient treatment area of Ancheng Central Hospital, they immediately became the center of attention. His arrival was like that of a superstar, causing a stir among the crowd, especially the beautiful girls who gathered around, cheering and asking for autographs. Oh look, it's Yihe. As expected of the martial arts champion, we're all wounded. But he's unscathed. Rumor has it he annihilated countless magical beasts during the secret realm invasion. I'm a fan, Yihua. Can I have your number? Yihua, can I get your autograph? Faced with this frenzy, he politely declines without a thank you. Deep down, though, he was ecstatic, thinking he was now famous enough to brag for the rest of his life. In room 6, beds 11 and 12, Yihua visits his friends Chuzhou and Luoxuan with fruit in hand, but upon seeing his friend's broken state, he can't help but burst into laughter, nearly dropping his jaw. He gestured around at Chuzhou, who was wrapped up like a wax statue. Heh. Isn't that Ancheng's #1 handsome guy, Chuzhou? I never thought I'd see you like this. Ha ha ha. Seeing Yi Hu's smug face, Chuzhou was furious but helpless, so he changed the subject, wondering what Yi He brought with him despite supposedly visiting him in the hospital. Hearing that, Yihua added insult to injury, further infuriating his friend. It was a gift from a fan on the way here. In the next bed over, Luoxuan waved to Yihua with warmth. Oh, Yihua, he seemed so friendly. Yihua truly couldn't remember who this person was. He looked around, then asked, "You are—" Luoxuan immediately pointed at his own face, introducing himself. "I'm Luoxuan, your first opponent in the qualifiers." It was then that Yihua's eyes widened, as if remembering something, and realizing that Luoxuan had sacrificed a leg in battle. Luoxuan looked at Yihua gently, then down at his missing limb, and said, "You've forgotten me." "Don't look at me like that. My leg isn't healed yet. Don't treat me like I'm crippled. I can get surgery to reattach it, or I can get a new prosthetic from Thunderhawk." Yihua silently looked at Luoxuan, a complex emotion welling up within him. To sacrifice a leg to protect in city, this man was truly admirable. Suddenly, Dichoa's phone started ringing incessantly in his pocket. He tried to turn it off, muttering, "My phone's been blowing up lately. It's so annoying." He shoved it back in his pocket, but it immediately started ringing again. "Oh, come on," he groaned. This time, he reluctantly answered, only to find the principal on the other end. "I've tried everything to reach you, but you kept turning off your phone. Dichoa, why would you block a VIP from Hoadu? Unlock it now. Understood." Old Dung, or rather, the headmaster. Soon after, the important figure he mentioned contacted Yihua. "Hello, Yihe. I'm Wang Tao, head of admissions at Huadu University. Huadu will start school a month early, and a private ship will pick you up in 3 days. Do you have any requests?" At the same time, Chuzhou received the exact same enrollment notice. The bandaged man barely managed to answer the phone. "Hello, Chuzhou. This is Teacher Liu from the Huadu admissions office." From his corner, Yihua tersely agrees to follow the organization's arrangements, and from his bed, Sochu readily concurs. "Understood. I'll be on time. Thank you, Mr. Liu." Witnessing this, Luoxuan thought to himself, "Out of the 3 of us, I'm the only amateur. Maybe I should hide under the bed." After the phone call, Yi He looked visibly anxious. He muttered that he had something to do before school started. A few days later, at the Swan Lake ruins, the site of a terrible explosion that sent hundreds of tons of nuclear dust into the atmosphere, creating a toxic cloud that blocked out the sun, plunging the sky into a perpetual mist, turning day into night. The thick clouds blotted out what little light remained, and Yihe soon arrived. He immediately transformed into Gozola and began meditating, absorbing the immense nuclear energy into his body. Torrents of power surged into him, coalescing into a massive cloud that quickly enveloped him. As the energy reached its peak, Daihe suddenly opened his eyes, his pupils flashing with a strange light, and a system information panel appeared before him. Infinite Monster Template, Subject Yi Huo, Composite Physique 27.4, Berserker Gozola, Template Compatibility 38.9%, Pseudo-Titan Compatibility 90%. After completing his training, Yi Huo stood up with imposing momentum, remarking that after the battle with the blood-eyed black ape, his template compatibility increased by an impressive 1.5%. Fused with the excess fission energy, this place has become his cultivation sanctuary. 3 days of training increased his compatibility by 6%, a remarkable leap. With that, Yi Hua stomped the ground, but alas, I must depart. He moved faster than light, soaring from the earth to the heavens, leaving only a streak of light in his wake. Cut to Ancheng railway station, where an announcement rings out, Train G666 from Ancheng to West Huadu will depart in 5 minutes. So Chow had been waiting since afternoon, his luggage all packed and ready. Sensing a familiar presence approaching, he turned and thought, he's here. A dazzling light in the sky, Yi Huo circles once before landing next to Chuzhou. His arrival caused a stir and shocked everyone around him. Landing safely, Ye Hua turned to look at Chuzhou and said, I made it just in time. He had barely arrived when the people recognized him and began to shout, Is that Yi Huo, damn it! That pressure almost made me faint. I thought a high-level magical beast had appeared. Such terrifying energy. Even high-level martial artists don't have this kind of power. Worthy of being Anthan's pride. Seeing Yi Hoa, So Chao immediately noticed the change. He nodded. You've gotten stronger again. Meanwhile, Yi Huo wistfully gazes back at the first place he transmigrated to, knowing he'll soon be leaving Anthan behind. This was my first stop after transmigrating, my origin. Farewell, Ancheng. And so the train slowly began to roll towards the station. One has to wonder why Yi Hua doesn't just use his powers to get there faster. With excitement and anticipation, Yi Hua said, Let's go to Huadu. The train quickly departed, carrying the 2 new Huadu students to school. No sooner had they boarded than Yi Hua was up and about, peering at the other passengers. With eyes still closed, Chuzhou reminds him, Yi Hua, can't you just behave? Yi Hua turned curiously and asked, Is the whole ship full of top scorers? So Chao elaborates, adding that the train uses state-of-the-art materials and technology, capable of withstanding attacks of thousands of tons. Even so, at least 5 Zhuanwu martial artists were assigned as escorts, with even a Grandmaster-level expert overseeing things, because these passengers were the elite geniuses of the entire Xia country. Yi Hua subtly sniffed, sensing many powerful auras. He secretly assessed, Indeed, there are some experts, but no more than 5 could withstand 3 moves from me. Suddenly, as the train glided along, an urgent announcement blared over the speakers. Red alert, red alert! The Huadu train is under attack by an unknown enemy. The loudspeaker blared with increasing urgency. Level 1 alert, level 1 alert. The Huadu train is under attack by an unknown enemy. The professors and instructors investigated, ordering all remaining students to evacuate the train cars immediately and to avoid engaging the enemy at all costs, causing a commotion among the students, and chaos erupted throughout the train car. Are you kidding? Who would dare attack Hoado? This isn't exactly our freshman aptitude test. The Xia dynasty is at its weakest point, with the guardian martial expert injured and in seclusion, and one of the 8 great guardian grandmasters, Du Jingming, missing. Grandmasters and mystic martial warriors have fallen in droves during the monster tides at Quansunthan and other cities, and it's only natural that those forces once suppressed by Ha Kwak now seek revenge. One of them overheard and asked, Should we leave the carriage then? On the seats of Chuzhou and Yihe, both remained calm, unconcerned by the chaos around them. Chuzhou turned and asked, What do you think? Having just dozed off, Yi Hua leaned back to rest, saying, How annoying. These past few days of cultivation have been exhausting, and I was just about to get some sleep. With that, he stomped to his feet, his face showing clear interest. My hands are itching for action. The more forbidden something is, the more I want to do it. Let's go see what's happening. The train continued toward Hodo, and as So Chao and Dich Hoa stepped through a doorway between cars, they found a classmate covered in blood. Yi Huo quickly asked, Friend, wake up. What's happening up ahead? The boy frantically looked up at Yi Huo and urgently said, The enemy has taken the first 3 cars. They possess a special domain that can pull people into a separate space, so the battle's aftermath won't affect the outside. Inside, terrifying enemies are hunting everyone, and most of the Zhuanwu martial arts instructors have already fallen. They helped me escape that domain and told me to warn everyone to run. This isn't a drill and some students are still trapped in the station. Another group approached, standing near Yi Huo. After a moment, they recognized the newcomer, Zhu Jinxuan. Right behind Yi Huo and Chuzhou, the others began to clamor. Where's the proof? If you say it's dangerous up ahead, you need to prove it. A tall, imposing freshman with a lion's mane of hair suspiciously asks, Where's the teacher's keepsake they gave you? Or the other injured people? Why did only you escape? I have a close friend in the front car, strong enough to compete for the top spot among the new students. This lion-maned youth is Yan Zhengxiong, also a new student, who then shouts, I don't believe you escaped, but he couldn't. The two following the frizzy-haired guy chimed in, He's right, Lionhead makes sense. Then, Yan Zhengxiong crossed his arms, a look of displeasure on his face. Move, I have to go on. With that, he stepped through the door the student had just warned them about. Yi Hua and Chuzhou were also willing to step aside, as the frantic freshman called after them. Wait, I'm telling the truth. It's incredibly dangerous up ahead. Why won't you listen? Don't go throwing your lives away. Despite his words, they didn't listen. And noticing Yihei nearby, Zhou Jingxuan asked, Are you Yihei? Yi Hua was secretly using his magnetic field energy to scan if his friend was telling the truth. He sensed an anomaly from his classmate and asked, I am. How did you know? Zhu Jingxuan carefully mentioned Liu Qingzhu, saying a girl named Liu Qingzhu showed him a picture of him and told him to warn him not to go to the front carriages. Hearing the name Liu Qingzhu, Yi Hua was shocked and immediately asked, She told you that? Zhu Jingxuan then carefully explained, Yes, she was seriously injured when she took a blow protecting me. Then, filled with resentment and tears welling up, he continued, I can't stop those who want to die, but I must fulfill that girl's wish and keep you alive. Enraged, Yi Hua punched Zhu Jinxuan, burying his head, and unleashed a torrent of abuse. Damn it, you're already talking about last wishes when you're not even dead. Chuzhou leaned in close to Yi Hua and calmly asked, Are you still going? Yi Hua replied resolutely, staring straight ahead, Of course, I promised her parents. But just as Yi Hua was about to step through the door, Zhu Gumhan blocked his way, declaring, No, I absolutely can't let you through. Irritated, Ditch Hoa scoffed, That little brat actually got into the academy? Trying to stop Yihei and Chuzhou? That was a mistake. They simply unleashed a fraction of their power for Zhu Jingxuan to witness, as Yihei whispered. So Chao, the person behind him, immediately understood. The thunderclap sword is drawn, emitting a terrifyingly cold spark. Zhu Jingxuan parried the sword thrust as Zhou retreated, but he was no easy opponent. I'm saving you. How can you be so unreasonable? No sooner said than done. How could the elegant Qingzhu and Qingya know these losers? Seeing this guy meddling, Yi Hua didn't say much, nor did he need to act tough. He simply approached and delivered a nuclear-powered punch to his gut, then spoke in a low, verbose voice. Clutching his stomach, Zhu Jinxuan trembled, realizing the power was on a completely different level. Yi Hua, without missing a beat, tossed him a capsule, saying, Sorry, keep this qi and blood pill. We're in a hurry. With that, the two quickly rushed to the next train car, Yi Hua urging Suzhou to follow. So Chao followed, and they both rushed forward, leaving Chu Kim Huyan to cry out in despair, warning them of the danger. Finally, they reached carriage 3, where both stopped before a mysterious gateway. Yi Hua quickly realized this must be the entrance to an independent space. He grabbed a large suitcase, lifted it high, and said, Let's experiment a little. Yi Hua decisively threw the suitcase into compartment 3. After a moment of observation, he seemed to be pondering, as there was no reaction, not even a sound. Even my life force can't sense the energy inside. A lot of new recruits just passed by. They must have all gone in. Without hesitation, he jumps in, followed by Chuzhou, who says, Interesting, let's go. Stepping inside, Yi Hua immediately grimaced, the scene before him far from the train car he had imagined. It was a vast space, like the universe itself, with a loosely arranged path leading to a distant light. Yi Hua felt a dizzying sensation. Who was playing tricks on him? He looked around, but Seoju was nowhere to be seen. Yi Hua found it strange. They entered together, but where did Chuzhou disappear to? But since he's already here, he might as well go all the way, and is quickly drawn to a light in the distance. There's light ahead, let's check it out. The more he chased the strange light, the closer Yi Hua got to a ruined city, as if a battle had just taken place. Buildings overlapped, and Yi Hua stared blankly, wondering what this bizarre place was. He reached out, sensing that the life force Zhang had stopped responding. Was it blocked here? And with that, he unleashed his nuclear energy, launching himself like a rocket, thinking the old ways were still the best. Soon, Yi Hua landed on the roof of a nearby building, ready to make things explode. He gathers a radiant sphere of nuclear energy in his palm, and in a furious roar, Yi Hua shouts, "Stop pretending to be a ghost!" He thrust his palm forward, and the sphere grew more intense and violent, a nuclear bomb erupting from his very arm, billowing smoke and fire. He yells, "Explode, you evil thing!" From where Yi Hua stands, the self-made nuclear bomb detonates in midair, forming a massive, churning cloud above the building, the shockwave shaking the entire area. Meanwhile, other martial artists had already entered before the explosion, and they were stunned by this display of overwhelming power. What kind of trickery was this massive explosion? Good heavens, what kind of powerhouse is showing off like that? They can only cower behind nearby buildings. Meanwhile, not far from the sacred flame, Chuzhou heard the explosion and knew exactly who was responsible. He grabbed his sword and charged forward with incredible speed. From behind a nearby building, a woman leans heavily against the wall, unable to move. It's Liu Qingzhu, severely wounded. She recognized the explosion as Yi Hua's doing. The wounded Liu Qingzhu weakly gasped. He told me not to let him come. At his location, after faking an attack on the mystic realm, Yi Hua looked down from above, noticing the filthy sounds of the beasts nearby. He said, "Looks like I've attracted not only allies, but enemies as well." Right behind Yi Hua, a dark shadow appeared, a humanoid figure, but with large, strangely twitching ears. Yi Hua knew someone was about to attack him from behind, but his expression remained as nonchalant as ever. Taking a closer look, the guy's wearing a pig's head, as if the organization doesn't want anyone to know who he is, and he's wielding a long cleaver. Who knows how many lives that rusty, gruesome blade has claimed. His eyes burned red as he stared at Yi Hua with murderous intent. Yi Hua turned his back, gathering nuclear energy in his palm, leaping high and preparing to send that pig head flying. Ditch Hoa's eyes blazed with fury as he cursed, "Wearing a pig's head, you look like nothing. Damn you, stop pretending to be a god, I'll tear your mask off." But this pig-headed fool knows no fear. Even before the genius martial artist of An Than, he quickly raises his blade in defense, gripping the rusty chain in one hand and pulling it back. At that moment, Di Hoa throws a punch straight at the pig's head. But the masked man was quick, thrusting his large blade straight through Yi Hua. The force of Yi Hua's punch made his head see nothing but nuclear light, and then a delicious, smoking, roasted pig head. Yet this guy still looks at him defiantly, almost provocatively. At this point, Yi Hua senses something is off. His eyes widen, revealing an opening in his expression. "He took my nuclear fist head on and he's unharmed. Not bad." The pig-headed brute gripped his large blade, twisting it deeper into Yi Hua's wound, but then he suddenly recoiled, startled by what he saw. Now his face is charred black, smoke rising with the aroma of roasted pork. He's shocked that Yi Hua is unharmed after being stabbed. Standing before the grotesque figure, he declared triumphantly, "Surprised by my rapid recovery, are you? Using my muscles to restrain you is child's play." Yi Hua grinned, a clear taunt. "Your strength is nothing special, but your weapon pierces all defenses. Just what are you?" He calmly pries open the creature's massive head. He could do nothing as Yi Han forced his mouth open, saying, "Let's have a good look, taste my fist." No sooner said than done. Yi Hua's mouth transformed into a massive gozola maw filled with razor-sharp teeth, and he unleashed a torrent of nuclear energy from his throat into his opponent's. The nuclear stream went straight from his esophagus to his stomach, burning everything in its path. A fitting end for one who dared to touch the sacred fire. By now, the sneak attacker's head was completely rotten and burned, and he collapsed to the ground before Yi Hua could even see his face clearly. Yi Hua holds the pig's head, examining it, and says, "I'm a man of my word. If I say I'll tear you apart, I will." Meanwhile, the fake demon collapses, his body nearly consumed by flames. Now seeing the pig's head clearly, Yi Hua was startled to discover something. Wait, there's something inside the mask. From the charred mouth filled with sharp teeth, Yi Hua pulls out a blue necklace. Etched onto the pendant was a strange symbol, and he realized it was a necklace. So this was Hua Du's experiment? Shaguai landed, intending to retrieve his machetes for another round. But just as Yi Hua reached for it, it vanished on its own, leaving him to click his tongue in annoyance. The masked man's weapon is reinforced by a master's martial energy, making it exceptionally sharp. Once the energy dissipates, it will return to being ordinary. But Yihua still had many questions about this blue pendant. What could its purpose be? Does he need to find more masked men and steal their pendants? Still focused on what he's obtained, an arrow flies towards Yihua's back, attempting a sneak attack. It moves with incredible speed, and Yihua is still muttering, unaware of the danger. This is just like hunting chickens. It's not that Yihua didn't know, it's just that he didn't care about the small weapons behind him. He could stop anything trying to hurt him by using the magic power within his body. The god turns, eyes blazing, and even the audience watching Bugetta can feel the intensity of the arrow hurtling toward him. Looking further, he recognizes the one who shot him from behind. He says, "Is it my turn already?" The figure behind him resembles a chicken holding 2 crossbows. He thought he'd hit his target, but the target snapped his arrow in 2, infuriating the archer. Dying Harmony turns with a trademark smile, staring down the next challenger. He hates sneak attacks the most, and it looks like he'll get to stretch his limbs this time, ready to pounce and smack this guy. Unexpectedly, an arrow shot straight up from the ground, catching him off guard with its speed. As he burst from the ground unexpectedly, I was already committed to my attack, leaving me no time to react. Seeing his chance, the Birdman unleashed a barrage of arrows. Firing arrows, he leapt for joy, making strange, animalistic noises in his frenzy. A barrage of arrows pierced through Yihua, while below, an enemy's arm held his spear firmly in place, preventing him from dodging the chicken man's arrows. They pierced him from back to belly, riddling his body. But Yihua is no ordinary man. This pain is nothing to him. Yihua has been close to death before. He looks up at the figure before him, chuckling maniacally, and says, "Is that all you've got to kill me?" How naive. Yihua immediately tenses up with power. He draws upon the Titan's power within his bloodline, summoning a massive skeletal structure, surrounded by a raging inferno of nuclear energy, burning away all the spears that pierced him. How could such a powerful ability be harmed by mere toothpicks? The ambusher looked up at Yihua, stunned like a statue at the sight of his gigantic opponent, who unleashed a devastating blow on the Birdman before him. A powerful kick shakes the vast secret realm, sending his opponent flying through a large building, followed by a cloud of dust and Yihua's thunderous fist. The impact collapses the structure, drawing the attention of distant martial artists who can only watch and whisper. What's going on over there? The whole building collapsed. After defeating the masked man, Yihua picked up the large spear he used to ambush him, slowly approaching as he spoke in an eerie voice, "Let's see who almost skewered me." But as he arrived, Yihua could see that the figure before him was no ordinary foe. A rabbit-headed man, crouched in a fighting stance, utterly silent. Yihua guesses that this rabbit head must be one of the 12 zodiacs. The strange rabbit's hind legs swell like balloons, crackling with energy as he digs in, launching himself forward with terrifying force, his eyes glowing red as he aims his massive spear at Yihua. Instantly, he went for a kick, but the rabbit was surprisingly quick and nimble. Yihua's kick missed, and instead the damned rabbit jumped aside, aiming its sharp spear at his head. Yihua finally realized his opponent wasn't to be trifled with. Stunned, he muttered, "Damn, it knows martial arts?" The sharp point neared his face, and he leaned back, trying to create as much distance as possible. In this moment of extreme tension, Yihua focuses his energy, glaring at the strange rabbit before him, and summons a massive ice wall to shield himself from its attack. But even that incredibly thick wall began to crack, as Yihua stared at the horror leaping toward him. The air crackles with icy power as the rabbit-masked figure finds itself surrounded by a towering, jagged wall of ice. He looked around warily, unsure who was responsible. Just then, above the rabbit-masked man, Chucho dove down, sword brimming with energy, and said, "That was close, Yihua. I'll take this rabbit." The rabbit was startled by his speed. A sword came down, unleashing a terrifying blast of icy power, but the rabbit nimbly leapt away. Its eyes glowed red with frustration, like a predator denied its kill. And so began the battle between Chujo and the rabbit-masked man, with the latter thrusting relentlessly as Chujo parried each blow. Finally, after dozens of exchanges, Chujo froze the large spear in the rabbit's hand, rendering it useless. The rabbit struggled to break free, but couldn't. Seeing his opponent in dire straits, Chu coldly declared, "It's over." A terrifying force gathered in his other hand, unleashing a palm strike that sent the rabbit-headed man flying like a leaf. Before he could react, he felt a searing heat on his back, so Chow had struck him, sending him straight into the waiting embrace of the molten core. The moment his body collided with Dichhua's titanium shell, a sense of despair washed over him. He realized he'd fallen into a deadly trap. As he turned, he was met with the destructive light of a nuclear core erupting before his eyes. Faced with a power he knew he couldn't withstand, His body trembled, unsure of what to do in this moment of life or death. This is Yi Hua's iron fist. In his supergiant form, he seizes the masked man and clenches his hand. Tendrils of energy crackled like miniature lightning bolts through his fingers as Yi Hua exclaimed, "I've finally caught you, you cute little bunny." From above, a massive pillar of nuclear energy erupts from the ground, piercing the sky. It illuminates the ruined landscape, shaking the very air, as if Yi Hua is turning on the lights in this dark place. Let's rewind a few minutes to a nearby high-rise, where two new students are chatting on a high floor. Why is it so quiet over there? Whoever was making all that noise is probably dead, right? I mean, those masked guys were surrounded by dozens of people and didn't even flinch. Their weapons pierce all defenses. They're simply not on our level. Meanwhile, in another corner, a fiery orange-haired girl with a proud demeanor observes. Sensing Yi Hua's initial nuclear blast, she harbored ill feelings and began to judge him, thinking he was just an arrogant country bumpkin trying to make a splash in the big city. Like a frog in a well. Then she mentioned the lion-headed guy Yi Hua had met. Truthfully, the top students from major cities are worlds apart from those from the provinces. I heard that Yan Zhenjiang from Madu, Ouyangze and Lan Yusi from Chengdu, and Xinchen from Liuli Island have already started hunting masks. I don't know how they do it. Hearing this, the man beside her could only agree, asking curiously, "Are they really that strong? Does that mean the top spot for new students will definitely go to one of them?" But she shook her head. No, the previous top students were all from Huadu. Compared to the monsters of Huadu, students from other regions just don't compare. Their cultivation from childhood is on a different level. Before she could finish, Yi Hua treated the area to another explosion. That blinding flash of nuclear light immediately caught the attention of two busybodies who looked up, eyes wide. Both of them trembled, their mouths twisted as if sharing the same horrified thought, and then they whispered to each other. What was that light and terrifying power? An electromagnetic gun? Don't be ridiculous. There are no railguns here. This earth-shattering explosion has, of course, caught the attention of the lion-headed group. He glanced at Yi He's nuclear energy column while slaughtering the masked men, his face displeased. He turned to the young man beside him and asked haughtily, "Zay, what do you think?" The pink-haired man named Trach glanced over and began to analyze. "This attack style isn't like the masks. It's likely the work of some new student. This man is also a new student, named Ouyang Trach." The lion-headed man's great sword pierced the chest of a horse-masked man, killing him instantly. The horse's head gaped open, a gruesome sight. The lion-headed man, intrigued, asked, "A new student? How could anyone outside of Huadu possess such power? We must investigate. After all, we've already collected 4 pendants: rat, dog, monkey, and horse." As he spoke, he dangled 4 necklaces in his hand, adding, "Lan Yusi in Chengdu has at least the goat pendant." Ouyangze nodded slowly, saying, "Xinchen on Luli Island has at least the snake pendant, and a freshman named Liu Qingzhu defeated the island leader who had the pig pendant. If the masks are really arranged according to the 12 zodiac animals, then only the pig, rabbit, rooster, tiger, and dragon pendants remain." With a look of longing and determination, he muttered, "And the dragon?" A clear wariness washed over Ouyangze's face. "You know that monster, touch it, and you're dead, a boss you can only run from." Praising Ouyangze's understanding, he paced near the lion-headed man and continued rambling. "The remaining pendants and the green light emitted by the newcomer are sure to attract Xinchen and Lan Yusi. Zhengxiang, the game has entered its final round. His expression now reveals a cunning and danger like never before. This dark resolve settles in. To win, they must steal from others. Now, back to Yihua and Chuzhou. Dihua holds a necklace in his hand, a sight new to Chuzhou, who approaches and asks, "What's that?" Dihua explains, "Before you arrived, I took down a pig-masked man and claimed his pig pendant." Yihua then deduced that this was all arranged. If he wasn't mistaken, this test required them to collect all the animal pendants. Intrigued, Chu asked cautiously, "So we have to actively hunt down these masks?" Yihua, recalling the chicken-like figure, replied, "Yes, there was a sniper on the rooftop earlier. It must have been a mask. It escaped during the chaos." The two were excitedly talking, unaware that someone was watching them. Yihua surveys the battlefield and proposes that they use the arrow that struck them to track their attacker, exciting Suzhou, who eagerly agrees. The two gods traveled for a long time through the secret realm, each step leading them to more ruin and decay, until Yi He keenly spotted strange traces on the ground. He quickly deduced that there had been a battle here. Someone had arrived before them. Touching the gash in the ground, Chuzhou felt the burn was still warm. Their opponent hadn't gone far. Chuzhou's expression grew cautious. He felt a sudden jolt. They were close. Acting quickly and decisively, he immediately draws his icy blade, unleashing a frigid arc of energy toward the tainted presence he senses. A wall of ice erupted from his sword, striking the enemy. A beautiful female freshman, now visibly frustrated by the blow. She clutched her arm as it slowly healed, her voice trembling as she said, "My optical camouflage. It was detected. His cold ice thorns are sharp and taller than a man." Chuzhou's shadow moves menacingly, and he says in a deep voice, "Hold your ground, you scheming villain." Suddenly, another cloaked figure appears, shouting, "Get out of the way! So, this invisible girl is the freshman, Lam Vu Tu." Seeing the newcomer, he turned in shock, watching the man's body erupt in flames, and with a tightened voice he cast the Hellfire Battle Body. As he finished chanting, his palm grew, unleashing a massive shockwave of fire that immediately overwhelmed Chuzhou's ice wall. The flames spread, and he reveled in the destruction. After a heated greeting, this young man appeared. After unleashing a technique, his body cooled down and emitted smoke. He took out a cigarette, looked up, and said, "We've been found out, Lam Vu Tu. Your optical camouflage is terrible. This one's a new student named Shinchen." Lam Yusi, standing next to him, angrily says, "Get lost. Stay out of it." Seeing the arrival of these two newcomers, Yihua approached them and declared, "You're ambushing us." Lam Vu Tu quickly feigned innocence. "We just took down a masked guy. We're hiding to lure out others." Meanwhile, Shinchen remained silent, focused on lighting his cigarette and taking a long drag. Yihua noticed this, his eyes turning to Shinchen with a hint of displeasure, sensing his unfriendly attitude. He retorted, "Is that so? Then what's this?" Suddenly, Yihua grabs a girl by the neck, a girl who looks exactly like Lam Wusa. She's completely under Yihua's control, easily lifted like a doll, unable to struggle. Meanwhile, the real Lan Yusi looks displeased and sulky, glancing ahead as she says, "The doppelganger has been exposed." These two boys are quite capable. Beside him, Chen Xin exhaled a puff of smoke and chuckled. "Haha, I wasn't really expecting you to succeed in the assassination anyway." With that, he tossed his cigarette to the ground, saying, "That would be too boring." Then, Chen Xin suddenly puffed out his cheeks until they were as round as balloons. He takes a deep breath, filling his mouth with air, his face stretching to the limit, twitching and growing larger as he forces a thick, dark cloud of smoke from his lips. The smoke spreads further and faster, quickly engulfing Yihei and Chuzhou. The two men stood their ground but quickly leaped back to avoid contact. Lam Vu Tu, with a large fan, crouched down, covering her mouth and giggling, as a surge of energy emanated around her. Now, with a smug look, she said, "Let me handle this. Don't even think about running." Lan Yuzi takes flight, spreading her arms and legs wide, fanning furiously as she cries out, "Rise! Winds!" unleashing a torrent of power. Her hair whips around her face like a madwoman as the fan sends a wave of toxic smoke towards her, and directly towards the people of Chuzhou and Yihuo. Both men were unable to dodge, and soon their figures were swallowed by the thick black smoke, leaving only two dark dots standing helplessly as Chen Xin continued to gather a large ball of fire in his palm. He infuses it with a powerful fire force, shining like a fiery planet. He was gloating, believing his power was at its peak, but it wasn't over yet. From that rolling smoke, Chen Xin pushed a great fire, weaving it into the powerful energy of the thick smoke, suppressing Chuzhou and Yi He. The smoke and fire intertwined, and even from beyond the screen, one could feel the intense heat. Having unleashed his finishing move, Chen Xin believes he has won, a satisfied smile gracing his face. "So what if you're strong? You still can't beat us." "Ha ha ha!" Lam Vu Tu, standing nearby, fanned herself incessantly, smirking like she just tasted something sweet, but her glee is cut short by Yi Ho's voice, asking what's so funny. Hazy at first, a hand materializes, crackling with Yi Ho's nuclear energy. He claps, unleashing a burst of power that illuminates his fingers like a blinding light. Immediately after, with increasing intensity, Yihua's clap unleashed a powerful surge of energy, instantly suppressing all the dust and haze caused by Trantan. A shield protects Dihua and Chuzhou, leaving them unharmed as Chen Xin watches in disbelief. He gaped, roaring as if a simple clap had dispersed my fiery clouds. What terrifying power. But before he could finish his thought, Yihua's hand, with the speed of a whirlwind, was already approaching his face, and he could only watch in horror. Yihua simply added, "Azure Mountain Fist." Without another word, Yihua leaps into the air and delivers a devastating blow to the insolent fool. He's been annoyed for too long to waste words on such riffraff. Yihua spins around, moving so fast that Chen Xin disappears, replaced by a spray of blood and a glowing fist. In the distance, Chen Xin is sent flying dozens of meters. He tumbles through the air like a puppet flung aside. Serves him right for being so arrogant. Seeing Yihua attack her teammate, Lan Yuxi is paralyzed by fear, realizing that they are outmatched and out of options. But before she could even finish the thought, Chuzhou's chilling ice had already crept up her legs, trapping her. She was completely immobilized, her mind reeling. Even Xinchen and I together couldn't beat him. He's a monster. Now my feet are stuck and I can't escape as Yi. He slowly approaches to finish me off. She was like a chicken with its head on the block as Yihua approached, radiating terrifying magic, suffocating the surroundings. Knowing she couldn't win, she fanned her hand and calculated her next move. Fighting was futile. Immediately, Lan Yuxi's fan attack worked, shattering the ice that held her captive. Lam Vutu quickly leaps away from the trap, her only thought. Escape! Don't let them catch me. She quickly dove forward, trying to hide and become invisible in the air, but before she could do anything, Yi grabbed her leg. Furious, Lan Yuxi turned around and cursed without thinking. Bastard! Fear is now evident on her beautiful face, but Dichhua shows no mercy. He grabbed her leg and slammed her into the ground, the impact creating a massive crater. Yihua says, "Come down and rest." Using the Zhuanhuang martial skill, he focuses energy into his fist, raising it to deliver a fatal blow to this insolent foe. Dihua's eyes didn't waver for a moment as her clones scattered to divert his attention. And just like that, she slipped from Yihua's grasp, her clones scattering in every direction. Yihua calmly watches on, only growing more excited to see his opponent is a challenge. Yihua grinned, his mouth almost reaching his ear, and boomed, "Ha ha ha, trying to run." From behind him, Yihuo unleashed a powerful surge of dark energy, instantly conjuring a horde of demons. The dark energy is terrifying. He's like a demon no one dares to touch. The dark magic emanating from Yihua flies out, seizing each of Lan Yuxi's clones, leaving her with no escape. Lam Vutu, who was just laughing triumphantly, is now bound by Dihua, screaming like a puppy. Every one of her clones is surrounded and killed by these dark forces. Lam Wusu's true form is suppressed, and she screams in terror. I can't move my body. What is this ungodly power? I can't fight it. Meanwhile, Dichhua smirks his trademark smile, then loudly shouts toward the fleeing girl. Ha ha ha, you can't escape, accept your fate. His eyes gleam with excitement, another rat about to be served. Already, Lam Vutu's desperate pleas fill the air. I surrender, I'll give you all the pendants. Yihua shook the two necklaces in his hand, looking at them for a long time, a clear expression of delight on his face. Dihua turned to Lan Yuxi. Is it over already? Quickly tell me everything you know. Lan Yuxi acted obedient, kneeling neatly near Dihua and said, "To win this trial, you must collect all 12 pendants, and now we're in the final stage. If you don't steal from others, they'll steal from you." At this moment, Lan Yuxi revealed her cunning side, grinning from ear to ear as she gestured, ready to share her intentions. Why don't I lead you to them? She was secretly plotting, thinking, since I can't win, I might as well muddy the waters and let the tigers devour the wolves, and you all slaughter each other. He sees right through her dark intentions. He coldly retorted that it was none of her concern, but that smile sent chills down Lan Yuxi's spine. She froze, still as a statue, as he spoke. That's a beautiful fan you have. Was Lan Vutu frightened? Cut to another location within the secret realm. Aoyangze and Yan Zhengxiang race against the clock, desperately searching for those with necklaces, while Aoyangze guesses that Chen Xin and Lan Yuxi must have already found them. As Yan Zhengxiang races onward, he vows to steal the necklace from whoever wins, declaring they're just holding it for him. Thinking he was going to rob someone, Yan Zhengxiang was shocked by what he saw. Look at that corpse. The two slowly approached, finding the body split in two in a pool of thick black blood. Yan Zhenjiang and Ouyang Zele slowly approached to get a clear look at the victim's face. They were both shocked by what they saw. Now, seeing the face of the man lying helplessly in the middle of the road, Lin Jishang spoke with undisguised fear. It was Chen Xin. He died with his eyes still open. A few minutes prior, Chen Xin was blown away by Yi Huo. Elsewhere, Chen Xin rose and wandered down an empty road, muttering wearily, "That guy is a monster. Lam Vutu is probably down too. I think he marked me. He'll definitely come looking for me. I need to team up with those two from Tado Aoduang Trach." Alone on the road, Chen Xin suddenly sensed an odd presence and turned around, feigning aggression as he shouted, "Who's there?" Turning to see clearly, a long-haired figure with a sword emerged from the darkness, slowly approaching the weakened Chen Xin. This imposing figure exudes a terrifying aura, and Chen Xin breaks out in a cold sweat, knowing something terrible is about to happen. Now Chen Xin could see clearly the figure before him. Its eyes had double pupils staring directly at him, as if he were prey about to be destroyed. Seeing this, Chen Xin trembled like a drowned rat. At this moment, Trantan could no longer maintain his composure, his voice trembling as he stammered, It's a dragon." Above, the long broken street lamp flickers with strange energy, crackling with sparks. Then, as if charged by some unseen force, it blazes to life, illuminating the night and revealing Chen Xin's shadow as he falls victim to the dragon-masked figure's merciless strike. Red syrup rained down, and Trantan's screams were faint. The one who killed him was the dragon-headed man. He showed no mercy, eliminating Chen Xin as if he were swatting a fly. He held 2 transmission lines in his hands, passing Chen Xin by as he writhed, his body split in 2. Back in reality, Lin Zhuxiong sits before Chen Xin's corpse, wondering how he died here. This cut is too clean. Ouyang could figure out who did this with just a glance. He says the fatal blow was dealt by dragon, proving their complete dominance. Only the dragon of the zodiac masks could do such a thing. Lin Zhuxiong continued to ask, but wasn't the dragon mask only active in the underground parking lot? Ouyang calmly recounted, "At the time, I led over 20 pursuers to the underground parking lot to find someone. As a result, when we encountered that dragon, only the 2 of us survived." Seeing his classmate's bloodied hand split in 2 on the ground, Yan Zhenxiong couldn't hide his horror. He really killed someone? Wasn't this just supposed to be a test? That hot blood can't be fake, can it? Ouyang composure seems to have completely vanished. Ouyang turned pale and trembled, barely managing to swallow. Yan Zhenxiong was starting to get scared. He stood up straight, turned to Ouyang and asked in confusion, "What do we do now? Xinqian's pendant has been taken." Ouyang sadly nodded, not even looking at Yan Zhenxiong. He realized that Thon Long left the parking lot, probably because we met some condition, like all the masks being destroyed. He's the final boss, now free to roam. Like the zodiac masks hunting newborns, Than Long will actively hunt those who hold the pendants. At this moment, a powerful energy erupts from Aoduang Trak, radiating from his determined eyes. Aoduang Trak is now resolved. If he can't fight Thin Long, he must quickly seize the pendants from others and not let them fall into his hands. With that, Ouyang unleashed his power, leaping into the air and spreading his massive wings, a pair of long, luminous wings flowing behind him. Ouyang initiates his profession, crying out, "Golden-winged rock bloodline, awaken." Fueled by newfound power, Ouyang soared through the air, declaring his intentions to Yan Zhenyong, to lure the other pendant holders and force a final, decisive battle. At that moment, Ouyang spread his wings and soared, unleashing a powerful wave from high above, seeking out other martial artists, intent on seizing their pendants and emerging victorious. Elsewhere in the dead city, Liu Qingzhu lies gasping for breath, leaning against a wall, muttering to herself in despair. Never did she imagine that taking a train to Hua University would lead her to this strange, dead city. Many freshmen were killed by the dragon-masked man, and Liu Qingzhu sadly looks at herself, knowing she can only sit here alone. "I met a survivor and a teacher who said one of us could escape, but I can't go. Not in this danger." Lost in this difficult secret realm, Liu Qingzhu could only look at photos of herself and Yi Huo on her phone, muttering to herself, "I have to warn that idiot Yi Huo not to get involved." Qingzhu wearily rested her head on her hand, now worried about Yi Huo. "I wonder if the one who escaped has met Yi Huo yet. It's a pity I don't have the strength to find him now. With his overbearing power, as long as he doesn't face the dragon's mask, he should be fine." Sensing a strange sound, Liu Qingzhu looked back warily, a sense of unease washing over her. Had she been discovered? Now fearing for herself, Liu Qingzhu realizes she can't run. He's locked onto her aura and will try to steal the necklace. She doesn't value it, but senses Yi, he will need it. She can't fight, so she'll have to lure them there. So it was Ouyang. He used his abilities to quickly hunt down weaker martial artists. Spreading his massive wings, he hovered far above Liu Qingzhu, then excitedly announced, Hey, it's Liu Qingzhu. During the college entrance exams, I heard that someone from the declining Liu family had awakened the vermilion bird bloodline. It was then that Ouyang became more focused, noticing the girl also had a necklace, and realizing, since we share the divine bird bloodline, I made sure to look into her, and she has a pendant. A delightful surprise. From atop the city's heights, using his mark, Ouyang can discern Liu Qingzhu's movements. Is she trying to lure me to the Tianlong parking lot? Ha ha, she's so adorably naive. The parking lot is empty now that Chen Long is gone. With his great wings, Ouyangze soars, channeling his power as he confidently shouts, Yan Zhengzhong, wait here, I'm going to get someone. At the building where Liu Qingzhu once lived, Ouyangze unleashed an explosive attack from the top floor to the bottom, crushing every level in an attempt to obliterate her. As the building crumbled, Ouyangze flew closer, his wings glowing brightly and radiating intense energy. Now, in his awakened form, Ouyangze flaps his wings and shouts, Liu Qingzhu, you can't escape. But as he confidently hunts for her, strange sounds fill his ears, and fear grips his heart. Turning back, he saw a black figure in the dark, crimson night, a creature with a grotesque head and many tendrils. Ouyangze realized what terrifying presence was approaching. Could it be the dragon god? How is this possible? Shouldn't he be out hunting down the person who stole the pendant? Why is he here? The man began to panic, knowing he was as good as dead. His body trembled uncontrollably. He muttered to himself, if Dragonhead's target is the pendant holders, then he reasoned, with 4 pendants on him, he'll surely prioritize the place with the most pendants. He was too arrogant, pushing himself into his own grave. Surrounded by the aura of death, Ouyangze finally understood why. In the Dragonhead's eyes, a bewitching light flickered, as if all the pressure in the space was bearing down on Ouyangze, tightening its grip on his life. His escape route was sealed. Ouyangze was facing the one known as the strongest of the 12 branches. His face contorted as he desperately sought an escape, but his mind was strangely blank. The dragon-headed figure drew closer, shadows swarming him, leaving only a flicker of light to reveal his enemy's terrified face. Ouyangze froze, overwhelmed by the crushing power and psychological pressure, unable to mount any resistance against the dragon-headed figure, who remained eerily calm. After just one initial attack, Ouyangze was utterly terrified of the dragon-headed man. He dazedly wondered aloud if this was a domain, never imagining the dragon god could wield such power. He froze, staring at his opponent, his expression hardening as he gritted his teeth, whispering a warning. To look into the eyes of the caster is to be drawn into this domain, and only by destroying them can one escape. He never imagined being pushed this far. As he spoke, the dragon-headed figure darted forward like lightning. He closed a 100-foot gap in an instant, the black dragon head and its crimson eyes a terrifying sight as it soared. Ouyangze was taken aback. He didn't dare confront the attack head-on, and immediately folded his wings for defense. The dragon's head darted around Ouyangze, relentlessly slashing at him, leaving him to desperately prey. At that moment, the dragon head went even more berserk, opening its massive maw and unleashing a terrifying roar as it leaped towards Ouyangze with a brilliantly glowing sword in hand. The dragon-headed man's eyes widened with murderous intent, a demon incarnate, a true terror. Meanwhile, elsewhere on the battlefield, Ouyangze's comrade, Yan Zhengxiong, was also in trouble. He's under attack, forced to defend himself in a desperate struggle against none other than Yi Hua. He had just made a light move, yet his palms were still smoking. Dichhua cast an annoyed glance at Diem Chin Hung and shook his head in frustration. Damn it, you're broadcasting your taunts on full system volume. Right behind Yi Hua, Chuzhou wields his still hot sword. He nods and says, Yi Hua, leave this one to me. I want to test my strength. Yi Hua is surprised to hear this, but Yan Zhengxiong wasn't about to give up so easily. He unleashed his class power, grabbed his massive sword, and leapt into the air, mouth wide open. Behind him, the phantom of a roaring tiger appears, its power focused on both Chu and Yi Hua. He shouts, You think you've caught me? Don't get cocky, you little brat is nothing. Seoju calmly raised his smoking sword, his bright eyes fixed on his opponent, and uttered 2 words. Ice Pulse! Immediately, a freezing blast of sword energy shot straight towards Yan Zhengxiong. Unexpectedly, Yan Zhengxiong's strike shattered Chuzhou's icy defense. He was indeed formidable, having poured all his strength into that blow. Seeing that he had easily dealt with one of Suzhou's attacks, Yan Zhengxiong grinned, revealing his white teeth as he looked at Suzhou and said, Where do you think you're going? Growing more ferocious, Yan Zhengxiong charged like a mad bull, bringing his greatsword down on Chuzhou's small blade, who retreated, using his ice sword to defend with swift and decisive movements. Soju turns to face another powerful blow from the giant blade. Chao quickly braced himself, blocking the blow aimed at his back, the force of impact sending sparks flying. Soju struggles to hold on, and Yan Zhengxiong is beyond frustrated. He roared the name of his sword technique, soul-piercing sword intent. Even Sochu was impressed, muttering, "Man and sword as one? If you dare mess with me, I'll mess with you." At that moment, Sochu awakened his class, unleashing the form of a colossal ice dragon. From its mouth it roared forth torrents of icy breath. The dragon opened its maw, revealing rows of sharp teeth and scales, unleashing an aura of chilling cold. Now, Yan Zhengxiong's fighting spirit burns even brighter, and the tiger behind him roars ferociously at the sight of the ice dragon. The tiger's eyes glowed as Yan Zhengxiong swung his massive blade at Chuzhou, a dragon and a tiger clashing head-on. Chuzhou, the ice dragon, and Yan Zhengxiong, the fierce tiger, clash in a brutal, unyielding battle. Chuzhou relentlessly barrages the tiger with ice, while Yan Zhenghong slashes at the ice dragon, their power so immense you can feel the sting of it even through the screen. As they fought, Yi He watched on, finding a rock by the roadside, propping himself up and nearly dozing off. The two of them continued to fight right next to him, but Yihua didn't even bother to intervene. He was about to take a nap when Yan Zhengxiong, in the middle of the fight, suddenly sensed a signal from his comrade. "That's Zek's energy. Is he calling for help?" Suddenly, in the middle of his fight with Chuzhou, Yan Zhengxiong jumps back to evade, leaving himself momentarily defenseless. Zhengxiong's focus wavered, while Chuzhou pressed his attack. Annoyed, Yan Zhenjiang turned around, eyes blazing with anger, and roared, "Humph! If I didn't have urgent business, I would have crushed at least 8 of your bones." But once he's in Yihua's grasp, escape won't be so easy. Yihua has intervened. He gathers momentum, focusing a massive amount of energy on Yan Zhenxiong. His eyes flash with displeasure as he says, "You think you can just leave after talking tough?" "Did I say you could leave?" Yan Zhengxiong turned, stunned by the terrifying pressure. "What is this?" With a clenched fist, Yihua's punch is aimed directly at Yan Zhenxiong. He quickly raised his great sword to defend, but the force of the blow unleashed a blinding explosion, sending dust and debris flying. Even with his sword raised in defense, Yihua's blow sent Yan Zhenxiong flying back dozens of feet, tumbling through the air like a rag doll. Once the effect wore off, the mighty warrior collapsed, coughing up a pool of dark blood. Exhausted, he struggled to his feet, muttering, "What was that? Did a demonic beast just send me flying?" Meanwhile, Yihua smirked. "I'm the one who sent you flying. Your screaming was grating on my ears anyway. I just got a little carried away." Yan Zhenxiong struggled to ask, "Did you ambush me?" With a smug grin, Yihua retorts, "I wouldn't call it a sneak attack. You're just too slow to react to my punch." The motionless Yan Zhenghong hears Yihei say, "Don't feel too bad. Lasting 3 minutes against me is quite an achievement. I took down that Chenshin with a single blow." Yihua grabbed the massive blade, giving it a shake and looking it over. "Your weapon is pretty heavy. Mind if I use it for a bit?" DM Chin Hung trembled at Dichhoa's feet, unable and unwilling to speak as Dichhoa infused the massive blade with his Godzilla energy. Now he says something, but it still needs a little more enhancement. Immediately, Yan Zhenxiong's huge sword was modified by Yihua in the Godzilla style. Multiple layers of Godzilla scales sprout all over the blade, making it stronger and cooler. Yihua gazed at his newly created weapon, completely satisfied, and broke into a hearty, gleeful smile. At that moment, Chuzhou picked up a pendant and approached Yihua, saying that while he didn't find the pendant in his spaces, he did find this. Hearing this, Yihua leaned over to see a pendant in Chuzhou's hand, unlike any other he'd seen. Chuzhou said the pendant was flashing, as if emitting a signal. Then the scene shifts to the dragon god's domain. Ouyangze's humiliating defeat took place amidst ruins, a desolate and barren landscape, as the dragon head's domain concealed his enemies from prying eyes. Ouyangze has lost an arm, and his other hangs severed. His wings are gone, with only a few feathers drifting in the wind. Ouyangze barely stands, covered in syrup, a pitiful sight as red syrup pours from his head. He gasped out a few words, never imagining it would come to this. Gazing at the dragon-headed monster before him, hovering with the weapon in its hand still dripping with Ouyangze's blood. He stares with terrifying eyes as Ouyangze trembles. "I used the chi-locking nail I brought back from the mystic ruins. As long as it hits his heart, it can seal his martial arts and energy." There is indeed a nail hammered into the dragonhead's chest. Ouyangze lamented, "It's a pity I sacrificed an arm and still couldn't drive the nail into the divine dragon's heart, missing by 3 fingers. Now powerless to resist, Ouyangze bows his head in defeat. The dragon's massive head lunges forward, jaws open wide to devour him. Ouyangze laments that he's lost his only chance to defeat the divine dragon. With Ouyangze defeated, the dragon's domain vanished and it departed in search of a new target, leaving Ouyangze pinned against the wall. A sword pierces his chest, his eyes wide in death, mouth agape in agony, blood flowing like a stream. Hu Yangze won't be returning to see Hong Yi. Elsewhere, Liu Qingju's slender legs carry her up the stairs as she desperately urges herself onward. Come on, almost to the rooftop. After avoiding Hu Yangze, Liu Qingju struggles up the stairs to the top floor. She ran, breathless and terrified of the dragon. The mighty dragon god Meng, far beyond Shunyu's power. Pale and terrified, Liu Qingju knew one thing for sure. Hu Yangze wouldn't last long, and she was the dragon's next target. Her only hope was for Yi to come and rescue her. Thinking quickly, Liu Qingju ran, looking up to survey her surroundings. This is the tallest building. Yi's signal flare gave me an idea. I'll launch one of my own for him. Gathering her energy, Qingju awakens her bloodline, the Dark Sparrow, unleashing a powerful shockwave. They ripple outwards as Liu Qingju hopes the signal reaches Yi He so he can find her. Exhausted from using her powers, Liu Qingju collapses to the floor, whispering, "That hurts. I hope Yi He got the message." But suddenly, Lu Truk heard terrifying sounds all around her, footsteps growing louder and closer as if someone was approaching. Her eyes widened as she sensed something sinister drawing near. She struggled to push herself up, muttering that the sound was impossible. Then, Qingju tried to crawl out to see what was approaching. From the high floor, Liu Qingju peeked her head down and saw the dragon-headed man stepping up the vertical wall. Defying the laws of physics, he approaches the poor girl with his sword and burning rage, causing Liu Qingju's face to pale as she trembles in fear. She despaired, thinking, "He found me so quickly? This is bad. I have to signal for help." Avoiding Baodich Hoa, that murderous gaze belongs to the dragon-headed man, his eyes wide and glowing, pointing to his next prey at the top of the building. The dragon-headed fiend resorts to his old tricks, creating a domain to trap Liu Qingju, preventing anyone from entering. He strides confidently into his own domain, unchallenged and unopposed. Faced with this vicious monster, Liu Qingju desperately tried to back away, as the dragon-headed man's eyes gleamed, a smile of delight spreading across his face as he gazed upon his fresh, fair prey. He raises his sword high, preparing to strike her down. In Liu Qingju's eyes, she sees the dragon-head sword glow. It grew larger, closing in on the girl, who, with tears streaming down her face, muttered desperately, "Damn, too late." Suddenly, a fissure erupts in space, growing ever stronger. It's Yi Huo. He's arrived, shattering the dragon-headed fiend's domain with a kick. With a great sword borrowed from Yan Zhenghong in both hands, he kicked the dragon-headed foe squarely in the face, catching him by surprise. Yi Huo declared, "I promised your parents I'd protect you, and my word is my bond." Liu Qingju finds new hope, gasping in astonishment as she cries out, "Yi Huo!" The dragon-headed figure noticed Ye Hua, glaring and growling uncomfortably as he moved aside. This guy's attitude towards Spirit Fire is different. He seems more wary. Spirit Fire doesn't hold back, jumping in to attack, scratching, and opening his mouth to curse. "And what about you, you dog-headed dragon? What are you?" No hesitation at all. Dich Hoa unleashes a Godzilla-powered sword strike upon the dragon-helmeted figure, its overwhelming force crashing down. Yet, he fearlessly blocked Yi Hoa's strike with only a thin sword. Yi Hoa's attack split the entire building where the three were. Yi Hua's powerful blade shatters the domain down to the first floor as he urgently turns to Liu Qingju. "Qingju, Chuzhou, and my new disciple are in the east alley. Go there first. And you?" Yi Hua, standing atop his powerful black Godzilla smoke, turned to her, reassuring her. "I'll test my strength against this dragon-faced guy." With that, Yi He used his power to dash away, leaping from the high floor straight towards the dragon-helmeted figure he had just struck. Smoke and dust filled the air, obscuring his figure. The skyscraper where Liu Qingju stands is sliced in two, smoke billowing from the middle. If the dragon-headed man can withstand that, he's no ordinary foe. Yi Hua is now on the ground, propping his greatsword into the earth as he surveys his surroundings. Again, those strange footsteps. The dragon-headed man is still here, dragging his glowing sword as he walks. He slams his greatsword into the ground nearby, stretching and warming up. Yi Hua smirks, looking at the dragon, and says, "It's this domain again. I received Qingju's distress signal and realized this place was strange. Do you only dare to fight in a domain?" But then, Yi Hua noticed the nail piercing his chest, freshly hammered in, and yet he couldn't remove it. He pondered. That nail. Then Yi Hua began to deduce what he had heard. Could this be the plan to deal with the dragon god that Yan Zhenxiong spoke of? After taking Yi Hua's blow, the dragon-headed man's outer layer is gone, revealing a writhing mass of muscle. He lunges forward, radiating a suffocating aura of darkness and pressure. The man seems to have gone mad, charging straight at him. The stronger his opponent, the more excited Yi Hua becomes, as he reaches back and pulls out his great sword. Yi Hua glares at his opponent, a spark of Godzilla in his eyes, and says, "Too fast." Yi Hua's great sword lifts from the ground, surrounded by the dragonhead's encroaching darkness. He followed up by unleashing a powerful sword strike on his opponent, but Yi Hua countered with his own massive blade. The two combatants clashed fiercely, neither willing to yield, as the dragon-headed warrior pressed his advantage against Yi Hua, a figure feared by all students within the secret realm. Yi Hua shouts, "What kind of test is this? I'm looking forward to it." The nearby building shook violently, as if bearing an immense power. And in an instant, the Sukana building split into 3 pieces mid-air, with streaks of blue and pink light flashing from below and above. It all happened in the blink of an eye, and as gravity dictated, the building crumbled into ruins. Following that, 2 streams of light from Di Hua and the dragon-headed figure fluttered above, both diving headfirst toward each other. All the while, beneath them lay a mountain of rubble, the very ground upon which they fought so fiercely. For every move Yi Hua makes, the dragon-helmeted warrior counters, neither yielding as their auras clash, the sounds of their brutal exchange echoing all around. The dragon-headed man is enraged, his mouth agape, tongue lolling out, as if he's reached the pinnacle of madness. He's going all out now. The dragon-headed man's energy-charged sword hurtled towards Yi Hua, who swiftly parried with his own blade. This guy's power is no joke. Yi Hua grits his teeth, struggling to withstand the terrifying force. But the dragon-helmeted warrior was far too strong, striking down Yi Hua with such force that it created a cataclysmic explosion. A blinding light erupts, sending dust and debris flying, as the green glow of Yi Hua's nuclear energy emanates from the smoke. It snaked from within and spilled out. Seeing the energy surge below, Dragonhead was instantly caught off guard. Realizing the danger, his eyes widened in shock as Gozula Yi Hua made a powerful entrance, unleashing a nuclear blast that sent the dragon's head crashing through nearby buildings. Buildings were easily destroyed, as if Gozula was casually crushing a stone. As things settled, the dust slowly dissipated. Amidst the smoke and dust, the Godzilla-like figure of Yi Hua emerged, casually wiping his mouth after unleashing his nuclear breath, and remarked, "Impressive. I've finally found a worthy opponent in this world." Yi Hua stares at his opponent, a mix of excitement and anticipation in his eyes, thinking, "You won't go down so easily, will you?" From the rubble of the building Yi Hua destroyed, the dragon-headed man's arm struggles to grip a broken wall. Despite being crushed, he's completely unharmed, standing tall amidst the rubble, and his aura has only intensified. He seemed to have gone mad, and wanted to kill Dich Hoa on the spot, his 4 eyes staring at Dich Hoa with murderous intent and ferocity. In stark contrast to his opponent's grim determination, Yi Hua smirks, seemingly taunting him. He's right. What fun would it be if the invincible dragon god boss went down so easily? No sooner had he spoken than the dragon-helmeted man flew into a rage, attacking Yi Hua with a dangerous glint in his eyes. Sword in hand, he lunged forward, his dragon helmet partially destroyed, revealing the face within. At that moment, Yi Hua stared in disbelief, struggling to comprehend the dragon-helmeted man's incredible speed. Sword in hand, he lunges forward, a swirling light arcing towards Yi Hua, who is quickly pushed back as he struggles to parry the relentless blows. Yi Hua strains to hold back this powerhouse, gritting his teeth as he assesses the situation. The mask shattered, and not only did his speed increase, but his power as well. Now, all Yi Hua could see was the dragon-headed man's terrifying gaze. It loomed before him, 4 glowing eyes burning with predatory hunger, a challenge to even Yi Hua's resilience. However, Yi Hua's greatsword, forged by Yam Jong-hoon, was already broken. The dragon-masked warrior's downward slash shattered what remained of his weapon. In that moment, Yi Hua glanced over, surprised to find his weapon broken. "My blade, it's broken." Having destroyed his opponent's weapon, the dragon-headed warrior gripped his sword tightly, keeping his distance from Yi Hua in preparation for the next strike. Having lost his weapon, he simply resorts to another. Dich Hoa fears nothing. Using his mouth, he flies up and bites the dragonhead captain's sword, intentionally. He uses his Godzilla-enhanced teeth to go all in. The dragon-helmeted man never expected such a move, and stared in disbelief as Yi Hua, with the sword in his mouth, glanced at him with a smug and provocative look. Provocatively, Yi Hua declares he's finally caught him, clenching his spiky black Godzilla fist. The sound of cracking filled the air as the dragonhead squad leader finally realized what Dich Hoa was planning. His eyes widened as if sensing the blow, but he couldn't react in time. And Yi Hua's loving fist connected with the dragon-helmeted man's chin. He takes the full force of Yi Hua's nuclear knockout, green energy radiating across his face as he still clutches the sword that failed to strike. At that moment, Di Hua was sure of his victory, straining himself and focusing his power. Now, the face of the dragon-masked man is finally revealed. He fell backward, his eyes glazed over, and the dragon mask shattered. Dich Hua then grabs the dragon-masked man's arm, saying, "We're not done yet, honored guest." Annoyed, Yi Hua clenched his fist, tensed up, and leaped high, shouting, "Technician number 23, at your service." And so, Yi Hua's nuclear-powered punches and a flurry of kicks pummeled the dragon-masked man's face. He could only passively endure that earth-shattering power, now looking like a lump of dough for Yi Hua to knead and pound as he pleased. Facing his opponent, Yi Hua was thrilled and smug, grinning with fangs bared as he thought to himself. The temples, throat, heart, spleen, kidneys, and groin are all vital points. And you've been pierced with copper nails, blocking your meridians and disrupting your martial arts. These attacks, laced with killing intent, penetrate key acupoints and meridians, destroying from within. The dragon-helmeted warrior is now a broken shell, his true face revealed, hair disheveled, face gaunt and pitiful, barely holding on. His hand can barely grip the sword anymore. Trembling, he decides to throw it away. But the sword was thrown with purpose. The dragon-headed man hasn't given up yet. He throws the sword to strike Yi Hua. Holding the dragon-helmeted man with one hand, he notices this and looks up in surprise. Yi Hua's senses are truly unmatched. He quickly summons the fan he stole from Lan Yuxi into his palm, his face darkening with displeasure. With a swift motion, Yi Hua unfurls his fan, using it to block the dragon-head's sword strike. Thanks to this weapon, Yi Hua narrowly avoided a fatal blow, saying it as if he had foreseen it. "I know you haven't given up yet. Your only chance to kill me was when I first arrived." Taking advantage of the element of surprise, Yi Hua swung his fan wide, sending the dragon-headed sword flying. Yi Hua's figure remained steadfast. Perhaps there was still a sliver of hope. With a surge of power, Yi Hua unleashed the fan's energy, creating a colossal tornado. This thing emits a majestic energy, swirling like a superstorm making landfall, and the sky turns gray. The tornado created by Di Hua grows stronger, hundreds of meters tall, drawing in surrounding magnetic fields, becoming larger and more devastating. The dragon-helmeted warrior was helplessly pulled into the vortex's center, suspended and torn apart by the raging energies. A veritable meat grinder, and a pitiful sight. Now he can only passively endure being torn to shreds, unable to resist. Yi Hua's voice echoes, noting the fan's killing intent is far stronger than when Lam held it. Yi Hua roars, giving his opponent no time to breathe, his entire being erupting with Godzilla-like energy, a mobile nuclear bomb. A brilliant light engulfs him as he shoots into the sky, his voice echoing with excitement. Before he could react to the terrifying power, the dragon-helmed warrior could only stand frozen, awaiting his doom at the hands of Di Hua. Atomic blast fist. In midair, Di Hua clenched his fist, unleashing a devastating blow like a raging beast. The first punch lands. An earth-shattering explosion erupts as the blow connects, creating a bomb-like blast of dust and debris. All that remained was a thick cloud of dust from the nuclear energy, glowing brightly amidst the raging whirlwind. The dragon-helmeted leader is sent flying like a broken puppet, his body limp as a rag, yet his hand still grips his sword. Even with his opponent defeated, Yihan showed no signs of relenting, pursuing the falling body with terrifying speed. Dust billows behind him like a rocket's trail as Yi Hua roars, launching a second strike. Closing the distance, he unleashed another attack. Azure Mountain's black flash. Despite his grievous state, he still managed to react, deflecting a blow with his sword, spinning wildly through the air. Indeed, Yi Hua's strikes are brutal. Even with a block, the dragon-helmeted foe is sent hurtling from building to building. His zigzagging path shows the sheer force behind Yi Hua's kick. After taking two devastating blows, the dragon-helmeted warrior is pinned to a wall, his body broken and bleeding. Yet he still clings to his shining sword as Yi Hua approaches his pathetic, gasping foe. The force of his impact shattered the barrier, leaving a gaping hole as Yi Hua spoke with biting sarcasm. "Dragon, I thought you were strong, but you're just a bug." After ripping off the dragon head, his true face is revealed. No nose or mouth, just glowing eyes filled with hatred. He still refuses to yield, growling and brandishing his shining sword, intent on killing. But in the blink of an eye, the sword he struggled to wield was at his own throat, his four eyes wide with utter shock. Yihua moved too fast, flying in to thrust the sword against the dragon-headed man's neck, his overwhelming power and battle armor making him look cooler than ever. With a single hand, he toys with the dragon-helmed foe, then a head falls, hair cascading in its wake. And so Yihua obtained the dragon's inheritance, holding it up with satisfaction, saying it's time to end this game. Having dealt with the dragon mask, Yihua returns to his group, while Yan Zhengzhong, utterly defeated, bows his head in silence. Yan Zhengzhong knelt before Yihua, who casually walked past him, hands in his pockets, without a second glance. Yihua approached Liu Qingzhu, who had been rescued by Chuzhou. Seeing Yihua, Liu Qingzhu's eyes lit up. Startled, she blushed and reminded him not to face the dragon mask alone. But Chuzhou glanced at Liu Qingzhu and coldly said, "Besides Yihua, we'd only be a hindrance." Hearing this, Liu Qingzhu nodded, avoiding eye contact as she pondered, her face filled with sorrow. So Chao was right. Her injuries prevented her from using her martial arts, and helping Yihua would only distract him. If only she were stronger, she wouldn't be a burden. Seeing the beauty's worried face, Yihua playfully teased, "What's on your mind?" Liu Qingzhu was startled by Yihua's calm demeanor. Huh? She immediately turned away, blushing. Yihua then asked about the fight with the bull, holding out his hand to Liu Qingzhu and saying, "The bull pendant? You want me to steal it?" Willow Green Bamboo turns away and reaches into his pocket. Ah yes, here it is. So Dichhoa has finally collected all 12 zodiac pendants. Looking at them, he pondered for a moment, then exclaimed, "I tried arranging them in the order of the 12 zodiac animals from rat to pig, but nothing happened." Chu, standing nearby with his arms crossed, called out, "Nothing's happening. Maybe the order is wrong?" Yihua was stumped. He stroked his chin, staring at the 12 necklaces he'd collected, unable to deduce anything. Huh? Suddenly, Yan Zhenxiong approached the pendants and spoke. This special dragon wasn't designed to hunt like the other masks, but to hunt down the mask holders themselves, so normally it doesn't need to collect dragon masks to pass through. With that, Yan Zhenghong picked up the dragon pendant. Immediately, a strange tremor shook the area and everyone looked out in alarm. Was it a success? What mechanism was activated? Suddenly, a thick layer of clouds appeared in the sky near Yi He and the martial artists, shining brightly in the center with a golden lightning bolt descending. Nearby buildings light up, revealing a supernatural phenomenon unseen by anyone in the group. Yihua notices first, exclaiming in disbelief, "Look, what is that in the sky?" From the center of the sky's radiance, a colossal eye emerges, growing larger and larger, drawing closer through the swirling clouds. The energy emanating from it seemed to affect him. And as he realized something was wrong, his eyes widened in confusion. The eye drew him closer and closer. He was involuntarily overwhelmed by this power, drawing his body closer to that strange and terrifying thing. Suddenly, he fell into a void, adrift with nothing to hold on to. Yihua screams out in terror, his cries echoing in the void, unsure if anyone can hear him. Then, his eyes snapped open, and Yihua stared blankly ahead. At the same moment, all the students in the train cars awoke as well. Everyone was confused and panicked, unsure of what was happening. "Is this the Grand Flower Train? I'm back? Ah, I'm alive. I remember being killed by the dog-faced man. I was just in that strange city. How did I get back here?" That's right, I remember a lot of people being killed by that dragon. Was it all just a dream? How could so many people share the same dream? Meanwhile, Dichhoa and Su Chao remained silent as the train's loudspeaker suddenly crackled to life, cutting through the confusion. "Attention students, please remain calm. You have been pulled into an illusion created by the Dharma artifact, the Eye of God. This is a test for new university students, so please relax." Yihua had already guessed it was just a test of ability from Huadu University, so his expression didn't change much. Then the loudspeaker continued with a special announcement. In this trial, Dichhoa, So Chao, and Lu Than Truk from Anthan collected enough zodiac pendants to rank first. Dichhoa's outstanding performance earns a special reward upon enrollment. This news spread like wildfire among the students, and those from other provinces buzzed with curiosity. Who is Yihoi who I died too early? I didn't know Ouyangze lost later on. Where is Anthan? How could a big city freshman lose to someone from the sticks and collect all the pendants? How can this be? I couldn't even land a hit with a mask on. He must be the hidden son of some martial arts family. I have to get to know Dichhoa. A blue light shone on Yihua's face as he stared at it expectantly, thinking, "It's finally here." So, fulfilling a special condition unlocks a prize draw. Instantly, a system panel appears before Yi Hua, the words lighting up. Congratulations, Master, for overwhelming all the freshmen in the Imperial University trial. You've earned 1 draw. Yi Hua read this, breaking out in a cold sweat, his heart pounding. He quickly called his best friend over for support. Chuzhou, give me a wet wipe. I need to clean my hands carefully. This time, it's definitely not a dud. A card appears right before Yi Hua's eyes. This is the ultimate moment to pray to your ancestors. Your luck depends on it. A dark and powerful aura emanates as the card slowly flips, revealing a vampire before Yi Hua. This towering figure with horns exudes a terrifying aura of dark magic. This guy appears and immediately bursts into laughter as the system announces his archetype. A level 3 vampire named Rakudo. Abilities: Bloodline, Corpse Manipulation, Blood Control, Immortality, 1% Compatibility. Evolution Stages: Rakudo, Sururo, Javano. And so, the train to Hoado continues its journey, perhaps free from further trials this time. Having just received a valuable vampire, Yi Hua sat alone, grinning like a madman, muttering to himself. He thought, a vampire. I've pulled an SR card, and a gold one at that. Though the bloodline is worthless, this upgraded form can stop time. How heaven-defying. Just then, a man approached him and said, You're Yi Hua, aren't you? The one who spoke was Ouyang-ze, a seemingly arrogant young man who approached Yi Hua with a condescending attitude after hearing the news of his triumph. You defeated Chen Long. Beside him, Yan Zhengxiong was getting impatient with the condescending attitude, not yet knowing Yi Hua's strength, and could only say to himself, Aze, calm down. If there's a conflict with Yi Hua, there's no hospital on this ship. Yi Hua, annoyed by his tone, glanced up without even looking at Ouyang-ze and said in a low voice, Correct yourself. I didn't win, I slaughtered him. Hearing this, Udwang Trak began to panic, beads of sweat forming as he muttered, Slain? Before a crowd of martial artists, Ouyang-ze acted as if he were the strongest, openly recruiting Yi Hua on the train. Yi Hua, I plan to start a new society separate from the Student Association at Hua University, and I want you to join. I'll make you president. For years, Hua Capital students have monopolized the top freshman spot and the Student Association presidency. This quickly caught the attention of the new martial artists, and Ouyang-ze quickly changed his tune, becoming more amiable and eager, smiling as he extended his hand and said, Yi Hua, your strength shows me a great opportunity to break this tradition. Join my association. This caused an uproar on the train, as everyone gossiped about the proud Ouyang-ze offering Yi Hua the position of a president. This marks the beginning of a new legend at Hua University, a historic moment, and without hesitation, Yi Hua flatly rejects this historic invitation. Sorry, I'm not interested in fighting or forming associations. I prefer to be alone. The crowd immediately buzzed with chatter. Yi Hua refused. Unbelievable. A shocking refusal. Just who is this Yi Hua? He dared to refuse Ouyang-ze. What a pity. But Ouyang-ze remained calm, handing Yi Hua a card saying, It's all right, this is my card. I look forward to working with you. Soon, as night fell, the train arrived at Huadu University Station, and Chuzhou, sitting next to Yi Hua, looked out the window and said, We're here. Startled, Yi Hua looked over, surprised at how quickly they'd arrived. Was this it? Seeing the city before him, Yi Hua's eyes widened and his mouth dropped open as he exclaimed, Whoa! Before Yihan was a dazzling city, far more bustling than his home of Ancheng. He couldn't help but exclaim, Whoa, this is Huadu, a real metropolis. The train doors open and the martial artists quickly disembark, where a train attendant guides the new students. New Huadu students, please follow this path to the school, maintain your order, and check your seat number according to your position on the Hua University train. And so Yi Hua, along with his new friends and Chu Cho Chiao, followed the flow of the people. Suddenly, the entire group stopped, their faces filled with dread at the sight before them. Before the new martial arts students was a massive aircraft, as modern as something out of a sci-fi movie. An announcement calls for boarding in order, and the new students line up to board the aircraft. From behind, Dich Hoa spotted Lu Thun Truk's beautiful figure ahead and approached her, playfully poking her before calling out her name. Qingju was startled, her whole body trembling, and Yi Hua's tiny poke made her scream like a banshee. She remembered her mother's words before starting school, even though you're engaged, don't be too intimate in public and protect yourself. Do you understand? Lu Qingzhu immediately reacted violently. What are you doing? We're in public. But Yi He calmly replied, What do you mean public? Are you sleepwalking? I asked why we had to fly. After hearing Yi Hoa's clueless questions, she went from angry to regretful, took a long, deep breath, and whispered, Why did my mother betroth me to a country bumpkin like you? With that, Qingju pointed to the sky and explained simply, because Hua University is in the sky. Yiho looked up and asked, in the sky? Tantruk declared, a city in the clouds. What Liu Qingzu was referring to was a city suspended in the clouds, a technological marvel beyond imagination. Perhaps born from humanity's evolution in the face of adversity caused by otherworldly monsters. The aircraft carrying the martial artists entered the university's safety perimeter, carrying the pride and hope of a new generation protecting Azure. Yihe sat on the flight, gazing out the window, noticing something. Hua University is this electromagnetic grid to prevent monsters from invading? Now that we're here, even the life detection range is reduced. This is indeed Hua University. The plane landed, and Yihe and Chuzhou disembarked, where an employee reminded them to keep their cards safe. The student ID card clearly states Yiho's name, male gender, and Class 1. An announcement calls for students arriving from the school to proceed to the dormitory. Here, the train station is conveniently located with a reverse-running architecture, but the speed is infinite. Skyscrapers, extensive elevator systems, everything is different underground, like a version of Chongqing. Oblivious, Yihua stands amidst the crowd, pointing and exclaiming, "We've arrived in the highest city in the world!" If you don't feel awkward, others will feel awkward for you, as those around them began to whisper. What's he saying? Where did this idiot come from? It seems they're both a little crazy. Soon, Yihua and Sochao were ascending the towering building by elevator. He turned and asked, I'm on the 42nd floor, room A3. Where are you, Chuzhou? Xiaozhou replied, I'm on the 45th floor, room B7. Yihua responded, higher than me, I'll head down first then. Entering the dorm room arranged by the school, Dichhua was experiencing a new level of luxury. Even before stepping inside, he was already exclaiming about the 100-square-meter single room and the top-notch treatment for Hua University students, then immediately ran to the prepared PC and VIP ergonomic chair. Yihua was overjoyed, running around and shouting with glee, the latest computer, fully equipped, so awesome. And the bathroom did not disappoint. Yihua couldn't believe his eyes. A mage bathtub? No one could resist that. He then quickly jumped onto the soft bed, a top-quality Huadu latex mattress, and happily exclaimed as he sank into it, it's as luxurious as a 5-star hotel. Just as he was about to drift off, Dichhua remembered something. He squinted, telling himself he had to take care of business first, immediately sitting up and grabbing his phone to upgrade his Rakudo vampire spray. On the train, I figured out how to use the barcode scanner on my phone to log into the Grand China app, including the Academy store, which only accepts Academy points. Grand China's digital currency. Cindy, I'll convert the remaining 30 million Quoc TE into Academy points. Moments later, his phone buzzed with a notification. Tin Hua Dai Thong received 322.43 academic points. After reading, Yihua exhaled, his face pale. 100,000 for 1 point. So expensive. But the goods in the marketplace are really good. Many things are not available on the market. He's openly buying student privileges from Hua University, and Yihuo playfully interacts with his phone. Buying all those blood-type magic cores should be enough to upgrade the seed pod. The giant seed pod only cost 10 million, but its compatibility was already over 90%. Soon after, the system notified Yihuo, thank you for your purchase, student. We wish you success in your cultivation. Remember to leave a 5-star review. Once selected, a drone automatically delivers the prepackaged goods. Yihuo is intrigued. That was fast. Drone delivery. Upon opening the package, a pile of essence stones appeared, and Yihua, licking his lips, said, all right, I'll swallow them all. Immediately, a transformation occurs, and Dichhua's hands become more jagged. His nails grow long and sharp, like those of a monster. He struggles to say, ate too much, feeling a little tired. System notification. Rakudo vampire pattern, 100% compatibility. A prompt reveals Rakudo Sururo has been unlocked. The infinite monster template, subject Yiwa, composite physique up to 29. Rushing to the toilet, Yiwa sees his reflection. A pale face and black veins running through his eyes, feeling the change within him, its effects undeniable. He grinned, revealing his teeth, and said, my fangs are much sharper now. Focusing closely, Yihua noticed grooves of blood on the edges of his teeth, meaning he could suck blood like bubble tea when biting into an enemy. Looking at his 5-fingered hand, which he barely recognized, Yihua said, my nails are sharp now, too. Then, lost in thought, he stared intently at his clawed hand and muttered, I have a bold idea. Suddenly, Yihua plunged his hand into his throat, causing blood to erupt from his back like a volcanic eruption. He braced himself against the bathroom sink, his body trembling and gasping for air. Black blood poured from his back, while a torrent of red syrup gushed from his throat and mouth. He was certainly taking a risk to test his new abilities. Strangely, the stab wound on Yiho's neck began to heal, and the blood gradually receded back inside. His complexion is much brighter now. The wound has finally closed completely, leaving only a faint mark. Seeing the progress of his recovery, Yihua smiles with satisfaction, saying, "A little faster than before." He looked at his hand and nodded, a grin spreading across his face. So, the self-healing ability of a vampire is visible, but physical changes are secondary. The most important thing is my new power. Yihua then entered the private training room in his apartment, taking it in as he said, "It truly is a world that values martial prowess. Even a university dorm has a training room." Then, blocking out all external stimuli, Yihan focuses his mind and spirit, quickly reaching a heightened state as his body erupts with power. He closed his eyes, tensing his muscles. Then, Yihua opened his eyes wide, a light in them, and took a deep breath. Before him stood the vampire he'd just taken in yesterday, looking arrogant and cool with its legendary black wings. Yihua looked up at the figure, and his eyes serious as he commanded, "Come here and hit me." The vampire immediately unleashed its power, hunching over and nodding as energy surged through the room like a whirlwind. Its massive wings folded, shielding its body as dark energy swirled around it like a cocoon, giving rise to a powerful rose-crowned figure covered in thorns behind the vampire. Its eyes glowed red as it watched Yi Huo, then tightened its fist and lunged forward. The being summoned by the vampire charged with a fist of steel and thorns. Yi Hua quickly raises his hands to shield himself, straining his eyes to see his attacker. The rose-headed figure delivers a blow to Dich Hoa's chest, who's enduring it to train his resistance. The punch was so powerful it staggered him, and looking at his hands, every joint was shattered. This entity is incredibly strong. After enduring that iron fist, Dich Hoa slides across the floor and crashes into the reinforced rubber wall. But is that all there is? Dich Hoa struggled to his feet, his shattered arms rapidly healing. He looked up, a smirk playing on his lips, and said, "Good. Very powerful." Next, he says, "Time to test out the time freeze skill." And the Rakuto vampire immediately complies. From his body, a gray aura emanates outward, freezing everything within its reach. Time began to count down, and the domain expanded, 1 second, then 2, 3, 4, 5. It shook violently, showing signs of cracking, like an egg about to hatch. Dich Hoa resists, suppressing the domain to prevent its collapse, his gaze stern and pained as he thinks, "No, time must stop." The domain's pressure bears down on Dich Hoa, who strains to endure and push his limits. At 5.1 seconds, each wave of pain feels like 1,000 ribs breaking at once. At 5.3 seconds, the pain spread throughout his body, blood threatening to burst from every pore, his eyes wide and bloodshot, as if about to explode. The space behind him blurs and then gradually clears, revealing an unstable, semi-conscious state. That rose-headed guy is pretty tough, too. But in that instant, the entire space seemed to tremble violently and ended at 5.9 seconds. The barriers collapse, space shatters like glass, and time resumes its course. Yihua wipes blood from his mouth, smirking. "So, your limit is 5 seconds, but not mine." The next morning, Yihua met with Chuzhou, and as they strolled through the streets, Yihua, now sensitive to sunlight after gaining Rakuto's vampire abilities, shielded his eyes and remarked, "The sun's a bit bright today, isn't it?" Chuzhou didn't seem to notice anything. "Is there something wrong?" Yihua hesitated. "A little." He said that after merging with the Rakuto vampire template, I naturally started to hate sunlight, though I wouldn't die instantly like a real vampire. So Chow didn't notice, so he turned and asked, "Have you seen Hua University's learning reforms this year?" Shielding Yihua from the sun, he asked, "I haven't. What's going on?" Yihua muttered vaguely, "I was wrestling with Rakuto all night and didn't pay attention to anything else." So Joe quickly told Yihua everything. This year, Huadu University has replaced traditional classes with a group mentorship system, where each year students are assigned a supervising professor and can also seek guidance from assistant professors. At this, Yihua turned, puzzled, "So we have to seek a master?" Chuzhou held up his phone for Yihua to see, and stated frankly, "Not we, but I need to seek a mentor. You don't." Yihua was still a bit out of it. "What do you mean?" Chu handed the phone closer to Yihua. "Check the announcement in the freshman group from last night. It's written there. Given that freshman Yi He has collected all 12 zodiac pendants, the school has granted him the special privilege of directly choosing any mentor he wishes. Mentors may not refuse." After reading it, he grimaced. Posting it in the group was a bit much, wasn't it? Cut to the stadium in Zone A, where students gathered in long lines, surrounded by chatter. There are so many people. It seems they're entering the examination room in groups of 3, and then the advisors will turn on the lights to choose people. Yihua wanders outside, muttering to himself, choosing a mentor, huh? How annoying. I was just walking along when I caught a sweet, candy-like scent, a metallic tang. Then it hit me. The unmistakable smell of blood. He quickly followed the faint scent, muttering to himself that this wasn't just any blood. This blood carried a hidden murderous intent, a ferocious undercurrent that stirred the killer within him, compelling him to find its source. Following the scent, Yihua was shocked by what he saw ahead, a modernly dressed girl squatting by the roadside, eating roasted sweet potato. Strangely, the overpowering scent that Yihua followed emanated from this little girl. He was speechless as he watched her devour a sweet potato. Doubt still lingered in Yihua's mind as he scanned the surroundings, finding no one else. Looking at the white-haired girl before him, Yihua grimaced. Could this adorable child really be the source of that vicious aura? I must be mistaken. Wait, did she just notice me? Holding half a sweet potato, the girl looked at Yihua with surprise and an unearned familiarity, asking, "Boy, you've cultivated the flesh prison." Unexpectedly, this little girl could sense it. Pang approached and asked, "How did you know?" She scrutinized him, and Yihua couldn't help but wonder how such a childish exterior could carry such an unbelievably mature demeanor. "And she dares to call me boy." But in response to his suspicion, the little girl calmly munches on her sweet potato and drops a bombshell. "Because I helped little Hu perfect this martial art." The name struck him like lightning, and he immediately remembered. His eyes narrowed, a suspicion forming in his mind. Could little Tiger be? Across from him, the girl stood tall against the cold and with great interest continued, "Liu Chenghu. He was my disciple over 90 years ago." "Yeah," he scoffed, not believing his ears. "Are you kidding me? A martial artist's lifespan can indeed exceed that of a normal person. A 90-year-old grandmaster can maintain their prime, but this milk-fed brat in front of me is laughable." Yihua narrowed his eyes, a suspicion forming in his mind. For martial artists who cultivate unique techniques, reverting their bones to a childlike size isn't impossible, but the innocent, or rather idiotic look of this silver-haired girl, if it's not Oscar-worthy acting, it's impossible to fake. The girl then dropped her playful facade, her face becoming strangely serious, her tone filled with an indescribable conviction. "What's wrong? Don't you believe me?" Hearing this, Yihua curled his lip in contempt, retorting with a sarcastic tone. "I'd sooner believe I'm Qin Shi Huang. Transfer me $50 and then I'll believe you." In that instant, the scene around him shifted abruptly and the color of blood washed over everything. He found himself being led to a guillotine, the cold blade pressed against the back of his neck. His eyes widened, uncomprehending. He was just standing in the street. Then, with a crash, the cold blade descended. He felt his head separate from his body, rolling like a ball to the feet of a silver-haired girl. Even with only his head, he tried to stammer a few words. Then, Yihua gasped and snapped back to reality. His eyes widened, cold sweat pouring down from the horrifying experience. Was it an illusion? Such pure killing intent. It gave me the illusion of being beheaded. Utterly shocking. Yihua gasped out 3 words. "Pass the buck." As he stood there bewildered, the girl suddenly shoved a lollipop into his mouth. Yihua closed his mouth involuntarily, his eyes still wide with shock. The girl cheerfully said, "My favorite strawberry soft candy for this one." Then the girl struck a cute pose, acting like a real Lolita, before continuing, "Sorry, kid. I think I went a little too far. Please don't report me to the school. Now I only get to go outside for an hour or 2 a week. It's so sad." Still with the lollipop in her mouth, Yihua stammered, "Who are you?" She struck a graceful pose before him and replied, "My name is Kung Ka, a very powerful grandmaster, just so you know. Headmaster Hoa Dai or Thi Kin Van. I used to beat him until he cried," and she punctuated it with a playful wink. This introduction struck Yihua Nu like a bolt of lightning, paralyzing him, his limbs trembling as he collapsed to his knees. In his mind, he screamed, "Gongque is the master of Zhuanwang martial arts. She can definitely help me break through. She's a grand master of slaughter, perfect for me. This is a worthwhile investment." Without hesitation, he knelt, clasped his hands, and with utmost sincerity began his apprenticeship. "For half my life, I, Yi He, have sought a master. I wish to become a student of Master Gongque. I beg you to accept me." His ridiculous antics were just like his father's when he became a disciple. Kung Ha was dumbfounded by his sudden change of heart. She struggled to get the words out. Huh? Huh? Cut back to Area A of Hoa Du University. The most powerful instructors of Hua University sit as examiners, as whispers fill the air. Who knew the heads of Hua University's 5 major academies would be the freshman advisors this year? To be chosen as a disciple by any of them would set one up for life. What are you thinking? They're the 5 deans. Why would they notice us new students? So why are they here? Just wasting time? Of course not. Haven't you heard? That freshman, Dich Hoa, has already completed the Zodiac Challenge. These deans must be here because of him. Unbeknownst to the freshmen, the Zodiac Challenge was being broadcast live to an audience of Hua University's entire faculty. From the moment the announcement was made on the train, the teachers began assessing each student's crisis response. The AI uses big data to analyze facial expressions, scoring each student's ability to react, and those who treat this as just a challenge without preparation or recklessly rush into the Zodiac City will receive low scores. Later in the battle against the Zodiac masked men, combat intelligence, practical skills, and organizational ability were all important scoring criteria. Even if a freshman failed to hunt down a masked man, they could still score high by excelling in any of these areas. Yi Hua was the only freshman to receive top marks from beginning to end, but that alone wasn't enough to alarm the 5 deans. What truly shocked them was that he had slain the divine dragon boss, who was never intended to be a target and was certain death to encounter. Below, a bearded teacher watches the line of new martial arts students and turns to the female teacher beside him. Little does Yi Hua know the significance of the dragon he defeated. It was a simulation trained by the Jia Nation's Nuwa supercomputer, based on data left by Vice Marshal Fu Hongsheng, a national-level martial artist, when he enrolled in Huaxia University. Though even the supercomputer couldn't fully recreate his divine eyes in the Dreamsea simulation, Fu Hongsheng was the strongest martial artist in Jia Nation's history, perhaps even the world, and his record at Huaxia University has stood for a century. Yi Hua was able to defeat a simulation trained by such a godlike figure. Even if it didn't recreate the original's full power, it's enough to prove his monstrous talent. As long as nothing goes wrong on his path to maturity, he could at least become a grandmaster, or even reach the realm of the great grandmaster. What we need to do now is control our emotions and continue waiting for Yi Hua to come and become our disciple. Just as he finished speaking, someone rushed in from outside with urgent news. Disaster, Dean. The man urgently reported, Yi Hua has become the disciple of former Imperial University professor and current special employee, Gong Ke. Hearing this, the teachers who had been waiting anxiously to accept Yi Hua as a disciple jumped up in shock, exclaiming, What? Back with Yi Hua and Gong Ke, he was now clinging tightly to her, refusing to let go no matter how much Gong Ke struggled. You wish to take me as your master. Yes, I've made up my mind about you. Master? Yi Hua thought to himself, this old woman is probably over 100 years old. If I kneel to her in broad daylight, I'll definitely get at least 3 years in prison. Gong Ke pushed Yi Hua away and said loudly, But I think I've been expelled from the Imperial Academy. Yi Hua remained steadfast, his eyes both stubborn and bright as he declared, Master, you said you can only go out for an hour or 2 a week. If you take me as your disciple, I can help you regain your freedom within 2 years. This offer proved unexpectedly effective. Hearing this, Gong Ke's eyes lit up even brighter than Yi Hua's. Really? All right, I agree then. He smirked deviously, his persuasion a success. Everything was going smoothly when suddenly a shout rang out, a sound that seemed to shake the very heavens. Hearing that Yi Hua chose Gong Ke as his master, the teachers who arrived early but were not chosen teleported to the 2 of them, and as they approached, Gong Ke said, Tch, here comes a bunch of busybodies. A rigid instructor, expressionless as iron, stepped forward to intervene. Senior Gong Ke, didn't you say you wouldn't take on any students during your break? The teacher chimed in, Besides, your current state of mind isn't suitable for teaching students. That's right, Senior Gong Ke, please go home. Gong Ke calmly braced himself against those blocking him, then turned to Yi He and asked, Go home. Very well, what is your name? Yi Hua bows respectfully. Master, my name is Yi Hua. She took a leisurely stride with her disproportionately small feet and said firmly, All right, Yi He, come home with me. Following behind, Yi Hua smugly flaunted his success before them. Before the scene cuts to Hua University's Research Institute, a vast and towering structure of bizarre architecture. Following Gong Ke, Yi Hua looked around curiously as the old woman happily skipped along. They arrived at a grand hall and entered an elevator. Inside, Dich Hoa tilted his head and asked, Master, do you live in such a remote place? Kungka replied calmly. Yes, I had a bit of a problem a few decades ago and often hurt people, so Hoa University settled me under this research institute. Fortunately, I've been able to control myself in recent years. Finally, a chance to get some fresh air. Yihua blankly asks, in other words, am I your first student in decades? Hearing this, Gongke squinted. You really do have a strange mind. Shouldn't you be scared? Moments later, the elevator descends to level 666. The doors open, revealing a long corridor, its narrow passage made claustrophobic by towering walls. He blurted out, how can such a large research institute have such a narrow passage? Gongkuo explained, because this is a place only I can go. Ahead, he noticed a series of numbers, and Yihua continued to ask, that door has numbers on it? A countdown? Before he could even finish, Gongke shot off like an arrow. She floors it, yelling, damn it, we're not going to make it, hurry! Overwhelmed, Yihua leans against the elevator behind him, stubbornly asking, what's with the countdown, master? Running out of time, she explains. Every time I leave, the clock starts counting down. If I don't return in time, alarms will sound and I'll face Director Hua's wrath. Hearing that, he exclaimed, that's outrageous? Ding, the clock struck the exact hour, minute, and second. Luckily, Gongque and Yihua made it just in time. Though Yihua lagged behind through the narrow passage, his abilities made those last few seconds a breeze. The moment they stepped inside, the door slammed shut, immediately reinforced with a protective barrier, sealing them in and keeping everyone else out. Gongka made it just in time, breathing a sigh of relief while Yihua sensed a strange magnetic field. My martial energy is hard to gather outside my body. In other words, unleashing martial skills here will be much weaker. Hearing Yihua's thoughts, Gongque naturally replied, of course, because this is my prison, as she thoroughly introduced her room. To keep me from leaving, those bookworms built me a 3-story house, complete with entertainment and martial arts training, but they also set up a high-powered electromagnetic field to suppress martial artists' energy. Gongka then leaned back on the sofa. Her white hair notwithstanding, she looked like a teenager, hands behind her head, sighing, just in case I get bored and break down the door. Seeing this, Yihua pursed his lips, thinking that this so-called prison was basically a luxury apartment. It was more like they were worshipping Master Gongke here. Cut to Hua University. The elderly man on the phone is Thin Van, the president of Hoado University. A frantic voice comes from the phone. President, this is bad. Yihua has taken Kungka as his master. But he replies carefully and unconcerned. Don't worry about him. Then, the headmaster turned serious, his tone deepened, and he spoke with clear detail. Remember Hua University's current reform goal. Not to cultivate a group of pillars, but to cultivate one person, a top powerhouse who can shoulder the burden for Asia and for humanity, based on providing sufficient resources for geniuses. Let the genius develop freely. Let Yihua learn from Gongka first. The Hua University freshmen in Huadu are about to finish their hellish training. Then, let this whetstone, Yihua, sharpen those young blades. The person on the other end of the line reluctantly agrees. Understood, headmaster. The headmaster looked at Gongkui's profile on the computer as the person on the phone reported, Headmaster, freshman Deech Hoa has followed Gongkui into the closed room. Everything is fine at the moment. He continued, but according to big data calculations, there's still about a 5% chance that Gongkui's special grade strategy will lose control when he's in the same room with someone for an extended period. Nangao 5% shared target, Yi Hui, 38% target injury rate, 10.3% rescue rate, safe rescue time 1 to 3 minutes. The student Yi Hui has an 89.7% chance of not surviving until the Empire University rescue team arrives. After rescue, there's a 95.3% chance they can't be saved. Hearing this, the headmaster stood up, hesitated, walked towards the large door, looked outside and said, so-called special grade strategies. They are either powerful martial artist prisoners awaiting execution, or powerful martial artists who cannot control their personal power for various reasons. He looked into the distance, like someone experienced and knowledgeable, and said, when the nation faces a grave crisis, the country restricts their freedom, sending them to the front lines as a national defense strategy. And faced with this terrifying existence, I believe student Deech Hoa is ready. How can you walk the path of slaughter without the will to kill? The Han Nation is running out of time. The fools of the Northern Ice Federation and the fanatics of the sacred descendant nation are stirring. Burdened by the worries and responsibilities of a leader, the headmaster gazes into the distance, muttering, young generation, grow up quickly. Back with Yihei and Gonghe, in the training ground's third-level underground prison, they arrived here immediately after returning home. Gong, he said as he walked. Well, it's been decades since I've taught. Let's have a match first to see how strong you are. Yi, he wondered. Master, will you suppress your martial cultivation to the apprentice stage to fight me? Gong Sao stretched, nodded, then glanced at Daihua, replying, Oh, I almost forgot. I need to suppress my cultivation. He. And so the two of them began to warm up. Yihua cracks his knuckles. Master Gongka, I'm ready. The old woman. Gongka is still warming up, her mouth constantly making noises. He. It seems Gongka is happy to have someone to practice with today. Dihua quickly took a defensive stance, eyes fixed on his master of 30 minutes, thinking, I don't want to relive that beheading. But before he could say a word, Gongke shot forward like a silver bullet. Small as she is, her stamina is immense, and her speed is demonic. In mere seconds, her small hand and sharp nails reached his throat. Before Yihua could react, he froze, realizing what was heading straight for his vital point. This was supposed to be a friendly exchange. In Yihua's wide eyes, he saw Gong Kui's face flying closer and closer, her eyes becoming frighteningly dangerous. Yihua thought, I've simulated at least 5 evasive movement patterns, but each time Gong Kui's hand blade can predict them. I can only meet her head-on. With no time to dodge, Yihi unleashes his Godzilla energy, choosing to stand his ground against Master Gong's attacks. Engulfed in flames, Gongko was thrown back, creating distance from the immediate danger. Yihua immediately braced himself, not giving her another chance to exploit his weaknesses. Seeing this, Gunga grew even more excited, grinning widely to reveal her perfect white teeth, despite her age, and exclaimed, So, you want to use your awakened bloodline to accelerate your defense and counterattack me? Kid, too bad I'm faster than you. With that, Gongka flew up. She was quickly above Yihuo and could even manipulate her body shape. Her hands contorted like ropes, wrapping around Yihuo's body and biceps. He stared blankly at his restrained form as Gongka quickly seized his hands, preventing him from reaching out, and then stomped on the back of his neck with her small foot. Gongkwai exerts her strength, and the cracking of bones echoes as the near-death sensation washes over him again. Yihuo's neck is compromised, and he throws his head back, screaming in utter despair, even more intensely than before. The sensation was real in every cell, his pained screams echoing through the room. After a brief struggle, Yihua managed to stand. With that, Gongkwei jumped back. His face bruised and battered, Yihua was covered head to toe in blood, trembling as he looked up at his master and chuckled. You really don't hold back, master. The Jueqing bloodline has been beaten back to its original form. But, ignoring Yihua's words, Gongko became even more excited, seeing his bloody state, licking her lips as she said, He. It's been a while since I've tasted blood. It was that familiar action again. Yihua raked his fingers across his lower eyelids, a dangerous smile spreading across his face as he said, Master, I'm no match for you in hand-to-hand combat. Next, I'll unleash some forbidden martial arts. Please guide me. With that, a massive, imposing head appeared behind Yi-He, its eyes blazing, its wide mouth unconsciously emitting a long trail of smoke, its form bursting with power. Yihua's eyes gleam as he stares ahead, a spark of determination flashing in his pupils. He thinks, good thing I mastered Ultra Giant transformation last night. Seeing the power he unleashed, Gongque quietly assessed, is this really the power of a martial disciple? It seems I've taken on a terrifying monster as a disciple. He's unleashing new techniques one after another and doesn't even try to hide his power. The old woman happily throws a few punches and sneers. If that's the case, this master will have to give it her all. With that, Gongxia strikes, releasing a terrifying energy that surges forth like a blade of air. It's incredibly fast and powerful, rushing towards Yihua with a casual strike that displays overwhelming power, splitting Yihua's massive faces in two with a single, simple move. Immediately following, a nuclear explosion erupts, the thick, dark smoke obscuring everything. From within the blast, Yihe's transformed figure leaps out. He immediately lunges forward, throwing a punch and shouting, Primal Avatar, Split Form, Machine Bone Avatar. He's now carefully covered his entire body with his Godzilla armor. Despite this, Gongka remained calm, and as Yihua's punch neared, Gongka's pupils dilated for a split second before she gracefully turned away. Meanwhile, Yihua, in his transformed state, charged forward, not only larger in size, but also more formidable with his spiked exterior, tightening his fist for maximum damage. Shunka simply purses his lips and takes a small breath, then points his tiny arm directly at Yihuo. Her eyes lit up like a killing machine, and the power emanating from her small, pale arm, though faint, was not to be trifled with. Despite Dichoa's massive and powerful form, he couldn't withstand Kunka's touch, and his armor began to crack. So painful, he thought, as flesh and bone, modeled after Godzilla's hide, were torn apart. His defense was supposed to be dozens of times stronger than his giant form, even inside his supposedly impenetrable armor. Yihua grits his teeth against the pain of Gongka's attack, unable to understand how she tore through his defenses so easily. Yihua's eye widened in disbelief, and as he looked ahead, he was even more shocked. In the brief moment he'd been lost in thought, Gongka had leapt from several meters away, right in front of his face. She's delighted in cunning just like a child. Little you, are you hiding in that armor's mouth? In that moment, fear gripped him. Such terrifying perception. I stopped all life activity, yet this century-old girl smiles with murderous glee before Yi Huo. It's a murderous playfulness. Gungu says, "Get out here now for your master." She immediately slashed at Yi Huo, who transformed and created countless sharp bones on his face to defend against Kunka's touch. At the same time, he activated his next form, splitting into the meteor giant form. If he jumps in, he's done for. As crazy as she is, this master still has some sense. She immediately jumps back, creating distance between herself and Yi Hua, her small hand scraping against the floor, igniting sparks. From atop his mechanized suit, Dichoa unleashes a torrent of Godzilla nuclear energy, challenging Truyan Kunka. With such a powerful strike, can you cleave this in two? Inside the armor, Gongka's step back only piqued Yihua's interest, who chuckled and continued, "Master, you won't melt from my nuclear breath, but how will you withstand this?" Suddenly, a chain appears, sturdy and stained with rust and blood. Yihua is bound tightly by it, without even realizing when it happened. He was clearly in a dominant position just moments ago, but now he's being suppressed, the 7 chains binding him tighter and tighter from all sides. Once again, Yihua looked up and saw the guillotine, the thing that gave him a near-death experience. It creaked rhythmically, and his face contorted as he looked up and said, I still can't escape the execution ground." As he finished speaking, the sharp blade descended from above with terrifying speed, aimed directly at Yi Han, who was paralyzed with fear. He was at a loss, drenched in sweat, and desperately screamed, "Jaguarudo!" Hearing him, Jaguarudo appeared, rushing out with a dark and dangerous look on his face, and this time Yi Hua even summoned the rose-headed man. To counter Gongka's illusion, Jaguarudo froze time, preventing the blade from striking Yi Hua. He repeated to himself, "Master is cornered and has dragged me into her murderous secret realm. This isn't reality, but a mental illusion born of murderous intent. To escape, I must fight back with my own mental strength." Having stopped time, Jaguarudo unleashed a flurry of punches on the blade, the relentless assault causing the illusion to crack. A good sign. Jaguarudo continues his relentless assault. Soon, the illusion shattered, breaking apart like glass as Yi Hua opened his eyes to a cool breeze. Waking up, he realizes his armored shell has been completely destroyed, and standing next to him is Gongka enjoying a lollipop. Casually enjoying her lollipop, she says, "Oh, you're awake? That shell around you was pretty tough." Yihua, still reeling from her overwhelming power, stammered, "Master, my armor is shattered." Exhausted, he pushed himself up, realizing his master had violently dragged him from the giant's maw, shattering the crystallized armor he'd formed to protect himself, something a martial disciple shouldn't be capable of. Seeing that Yihua was okay, Gongque turned to leave. Suspicious, Yihua narrowed his eyes and smirked, asking Gongque directly, "Master, you cheated, didn't you?" Still sucking on her lollipop, Gongka tilted her little face up and turned her head, questioning, "Cheat how? I beat you fair and square. How could I cheat?" Yihua, wanting to be sure, asked again, "Really?" Paying no mind, Gongka casually replied while sucking on her lollipop, "Yeah, I just used a little more force, you know." She justifies her excessive force by claiming she couldn't control her power, leaving Yi Huo speechless. Though resentment lingered, the young man bit his lip, offering no further words, seemingly aware of his own awkwardness, while a flicker of unease crossed Gongqui's face before she cleared her throat, meeting Yi Huo's unforgiving gaze. And then, something unexpected happened. Kunka suddenly grabs Yi Huo's shoulders, her eyes glistening with tears as she pleads, "I promise I won't cheat next time, okay? Please don't be mad. Please don't go. I haven't played with anyone in decades." It was just like a little sister, cutely apologizing to her big brother, leaving Yi Huo smugly enjoying the moment. Yi Hua quickly comforted her. "Hey, don't cry." Gongka stopped crying and looked up to ask, "You're not leaving?" Yi Hua replied, "It was hard enough to get you as my teacher. Why would I leave?" Hearing this, she stood up and retorted, I wasn't crying just now. He thought to himself how cool she was. Gongzhen continued, well, I basically understand your strength now. Although you're still far behind me from before, you're still considered very talented compared to others. We can start learning now. What do you want to learn? Yihua asks directly. The advanced martial arts techniques, and how you can cut through lightning and pierce my humanized arm. Teach me, star-shattering strike. That's hard to teach. Just cut a lot of things and you'll get a feel for it. What kind of feeling are you curious about? Gongkui's eyes suddenly burned crimson. Whether it's a human body, a magical beast, or any other object, there exists an ideal point of intersection, along with a line that can be easily cut through. You could call it the kill line. If Shinryong's strikes pursued extreme power, dominance, and sharpness, then the teacher was like Ding Jianyu, pursuing precision in skill. She advised, learning this is very troublesome. I advise you to break through to martial artist first. If your martial arts cultivation doesn't improve, you won't be qualified to learn many of my martial skills. Do you know the difference between a martial artist and a martial apprentice? It's not about physical improvement, but spiritual. Martial artists possess an important ability that martial apprentices do not: inner vision. With inner vision, martial artists can shift from macro to micro cultivation, seeing meridians, acupoints, and organs to strengthen and expand their physical limits with martial energy. Mind over matter. Yihua thought in surprise that Ms. Gongke's teaching level was so high, as expected of a professor at the Imperial University. Even if she became foolish, her initial level of knowledge had not regressed at all. But speaking of mental strength, after merging with the vampire monster and awakening the power of Garuda, she revealed that she felt her mental stats had increased a lot, which could bring great help to herself in the warrior stage. Yihua inquired further, so what's the difference in the methods for advancing to martial artist? Gongke replied, heavenly, earthly, mysterious, and ordinary. Cultivation methods and martial skills are divided into 4 levels: heaven, earth, black, and basic. When students at regular universities evolve from martial apprentices to martial artists, the schools can only provide basic cultivation methods. For university students, this entry-level cultivation method allows for rapid breakthroughs with almost no requirements, as long as enough blood energy and martial power are accumulated. Over 80% of martial artists use this method for ordinary breakthroughs. But here at Hua University, our students' cultivation methods start at the Xuanhuang level. He then asks, what about the Tiangang and Disha levels? She continued, Heavenly Dipper level techniques and martial arts are mostly incomplete ancient texts brought out from secret realms. There might not even be 10 in the entire world. Even though our Imperial University holds one, with your current abilities and authority, you definitely can't access it. But you can learn the Earthly Fiend, realm-breaking technique, the Merciless Bodhi Sutra. The Earthly Fiend realm-breaking skill I possess, and Little Hu's demon-imprisoning physique, were both inspired by this very technique. He excitedly cried out, I want to learn it. She agreed immediately. Okay, let's start now. Feel the killing intent I've created for you. You sense something ominous, don't you? Not again? A pool of blood blooms crimson beneath Yihua's feet. Gongko licked his lips and said, I love blood the most. After class, the students left one by one, and someone recognized him up ahead. He asked, Hey, Yihua, how was your first day? I heard you joined a faction. He emanates a dangerous aura, the blade his greeting. As Chuzhou defends in shock, Yihua senses something behind him. He then realized, sorry, Chuzhou, I got a little excited. He was surprised. Yihuo interrupted. What exactly happened today? Just over 10 seconds ago, illusions, monsters relentlessly chasing him. Gongkuai forbade him from using any martial arts or powers, only the blade in his hand to face the zombies. So many, Yai. He was helpless. Just this dull blade. She reminded him to use the blade to familiarize himself with the feeling of cutting through flesh and bone, thereby training his muscle memory to instinctively and accurately determine the cutting path, striking the target's vital weak points as quickly as possible. He understood the principle, so that's how it works. So here I go. He single-handedly swept through the horde of zombies. Even she was surprised. This kid, Yai He, training in her lightning kill technique in the illusion was truly dangerous. A martial disciple simply wasn't qualified. If Yai He's mental fortitude wasn't far beyond the norm, he'd have been consumed by bloodlust and gone mad. Yihua truly lives up to his reputation as the rising star of the Book of Poetry department and even Hua University. I eagerly await his future. In Yihua's dorm room, he relaxes in the bathtub, exhausted after just the first day. The #1 university in Xia truly lives up to its name. Suddenly, the phone rings and Yihua exclaims, a special guest. In Liu Qingzhu's dorm room, he answers the phone. "Qingzhu, what's up?" She replies, "My mom sent what you needed, and I have it now. She also told me to thank you for helping me get first place in the freshman training group." Yihua replied, "Oh, really? Then I'll come by your dorm to pick it up later." Qingzhu was a little embarrassed. "No need, I'll just send it over with a drone." He then changed the subject. "Okay, did you find a teacher today? Who's your advisor?" Thon Truk revealed that the headmaster recognized my talent and accepted me as a student. He was overjoyed. "Really? That's great." She then asks, "What about you, Yihua? Which dean did you choose?" He thought it best not to tell Thon Truk that he'd rejected 5 deans, or someone wouldn't be sleeping tonight. "You're just saying that to get by. I already chose," Qingzhu said, her voice unclear on the other end. "Hello, Yihi, what did you say?" Half a year has passed, and the first year of university is almost over. For the new students of Hua University, this semester was full of interesting events. Like how Ouyangze joined forces with elites from various provinces to form the Blood Dragon Society, quickly gaining a strong voice among the freshmen. Predictably, after the freshmen from Huadu finished summer boot camp and returned to Hua University, they clashed with the Blood Dragon Society. As the conflict escalated, members of the Blood Dragon Society and local Huadu students began to duel in the arena. And naturally, they lost far more than they won, leading to the downfall of the Blood Dragon Society. Currently, the most famous freshman is Xiang Jianhui, though perhaps most famous in Hua University's freshman class is an understatement. He should be considered extremely famous nationwide, as he was the valedictorian of Huado University's entrance exam. But what about Dich Hoa, who was once so famous at the start of the semester? No one remembers him anymore. After all, he's been out of the public eye for over 3 months. Deep beneath the Hua University Research Institute, someone urged, "Faster, a little faster." It was Gong Kui stepping on his student's back, each step transmitting the spiritual weapon he had forged into the boy's body. "My insights into the Bodhi inner canon of murderous intent will help solidify your recently attained martial artist realm, and you even get to feel my jade feet. What a bargain for you." Yi Hua, struggling with the push-ups, cursed inwardly. "What a load of crap. She sealed my martial arts. These push-ups are like carrying a mountain on my back, and her martial energy is running rampant through my body, unbearably itchy." Gongkui taunts, "Can't handle it already, little fish? It's not even 1,000 reps. He grits his teeth, trying to prove himself. "Who are you calling a guppy? Watch me accelerate." And with that, Gonga increases his power, stomping down on Yi Hua's back. "Come on, faster, harder, give it all you've got." His determined shouts echoed through the room. She leaps away just as an explosion erupts beneath her, a crimson cloud engulfing the area, and Yi Hua's muscles surge with power. It's a feeling of blood spraying out, tearing through the old, worn muscles, and being reborn into new, weaponized muscle fibers. Ganga stared intently. Oh my, his shirt is gone. "You pervert," she scolds. "You closed your fingers when you covered my eyes. Don't peek." Back to the main point. Yi Hua knows it's time to leave. She asks, "You're leaving?" He replies, "Yes, I've been stuck with you for 3 months. I need to get some sun." Gong Qiang then asked, "Will you ever come back?" Yi Hua confirmed, "Of course. Your gaming skills are terrible. Practice hard before I return." Stepping onto the ground, he takes in the atmosphere, a little nostalgic after 3 months without sunlight. Though I don't care much for sunlight anymore, being outside again feels like another world. But this time, I'm not just out for a stroll. There's something important I need to do. At Hua University, a crucial part of each student's semester grade comes from extracurricular missions. These assignments mostly involve hunting down wanted martial artists, investigating mystic realms, assisting with beast tides, suppressing illegal organizations, or even foreign powers. First, he'll head to the activity center to accept a mission and meet up with his friend, Ji Gu. At the student activity center, Yi Huo runs into a familiar face and greets him. "Long time no see," Chuzhou politely replied. "So, you finally emerged? I've been waiting." Dich Hoa asks after So Chao. How much stronger has he become? He reveals that he broke through to the warrior level 2 months ago. When So Chu saw Yi Huo again after 3 months, he seemed unchanged in aura and appearance. But that was the most terrifying change of all. How much has he improved, and can I keep up? 3 days ago, I was invited to watch a private match between Jiang Jianhui, the new student representative of Huadu, and Ouyangze, the vice president of the Dragon Blood Society. Unsurprisingly, Ouyang lost to Xiang Jianhui in just 10 minutes, and I could tell Yang wasn't even trying his hardest. Can Yihe fight Xiang Jianhui? No, perhaps even the current Xiang Jianhui is no match for Yihe. Just then, Qingzhu arrives, saying, "Sorry, I'm late." He asks Qingzhu if there's anything else. She wondered if there was anything else, recalling Ling Ling's words. Remember, Than Truk, you and Dichhua are a couple now, so you have to act like one at school. Like, is this something a couple should do right now? Dichhua was surprised to see her friend close her eyes and pout. What are you doing? 3 months and you can't even say hello? I hate you the most, you know. The group entered the hall and he read the notice board, where the big screen displayed recent hot missions and outstanding students. Chu added, Thontruk and I have already completed 3 missions exceeding our quota. That's right, I'm here to team up with you and these 3 missions are perfect for us. The 3 missions are serial killings by a psychopath in Heng City, place of acceptance, Hung City. In May, a gruesome case emerged in Hengcheng. A female office worker was found completely stripped, her bones fashioned into coat hangers. A shocking crime that the Hengcheng Criminal Investigation Team has been investigating for months with no progress. The number of victims has exceeded 40, some of whom possessed powers. The mission requires the capture or elimination of illegal martial artists. Difficulty level 2. Task 2. Investigate the monster wave in Liancheng. The mission location is the Liancheng Secret Realm Sinkhole City. The mission description is in Liancheng. The beasts have begun a large-scale retreat, a stark contrast to 2 months ago when they tried to expand outward from Liancheng. Request cooperation with Great Xia Long Tuok to investigate the origin of the Level 2 difficulty. Task 3. Abnormalities in Lam Thui County. Place of assignment: Lam Thui County. 2 weeks prior, a tourist group in Linshui County reported unusual behavior among the locals. They enjoy eating raw meat and gather at night to hunt, but local authorities deny the tourists' reports. 1 day later, the tourist group retracted their report, but a small squad from the 2nd Division still decided to investigate. The entire team is missing, and we need to find the cause of the anomaly in Linshui County, knowing when to retreat based on LUC. Xingju analyzes 3 missions: the Wangcheng serial killings, the Liancheng beast-tide investigation, and the Linshui County anomaly, all initially level 2, but the Linshui mission has been upgraded to level 3. Off-campus missions for Hua University students are divided into 5 levels, with higher levels indicating greater difficulty. Freshmen usually only take on level 1 missions. The only level 2 mission that Chuzhou and I participated in was a group mission of 10 people. It's usually very difficult for small groups of freshmen to get level 2 missions. Dich Hoa held up his card, boasting, "It's okay, I have a privilege card." Kung Ka trusted him, saying, "Tiu Hoa, you can handle things on your own now. There are a few left who can match you in your 1st and 2nd years. Now you need to find some high-difficulty missions to train. With this card, you can freely accept any university-level mission on campus, but don't go taking on any level 4 or 5 missions. Those missions have too many variables. Even Xuanwu martial artists risk failure." Qingju wonders, where did you get that privilege? So, Chuzhou asked for his opinion. "Ye, what do you think of these 3 missions?" He breathed a sigh of relief that Chuzhou had changed the subject, then replied, "Benefits and risks. The first task is a simple manhunt, and I believe our efficiency will be low. After all, this is the clever rat spirit that the criminal police have been hunting for months without success. The difficulty of this mission lies in the investigation, not in killing it. The second mission is to assist in the investigation, and I don't see us gaining much experience or progress from it. With the Great Xia Dragon Sparrow there, we'll surely only be assigned simple tasks. We won't get a chance to do any real fighting or reconnaissance. The third mission is entirely within our control. And though there's no guarantee, the higher the risk, the higher the reward. If we're too afraid of danger and grow up in a greenhouse, what kind of martial artists would we be?" I'm leaning towards the third mission. The others agreed with this opinion, and I sided with Yihei. "I agree, you've got a deal. Then we'll depart today, meeting in the waiting room. Shuibi doesn't want them taking this mission. Isn't this just reckless? Did you see that a level 2 squad already failed in Linshui County, and you 3 freshmen dare to take on a level 3 mission? Too arrogant. He shows her the privilege card. She doesn't believe him when he says he has a special privilege card. So you've learned to lie? I'll call the department head right now and expose you." But when she called, she learned he was telling the truth. "Yes, Director. Yes." Afterwards, Shuibi's attitude became much warmer. "I wish you all the best in the martial arts competition. I really like your arrogant side." First, Yihua instructs them to prepare as he's going to retrieve his reward, heading to the Mechanical and Magical Tool Academy's forge. The gate confirms his identity, and he gets straight to the point. "Dean, I'm here to collect the first-place reward weapon from the survival challenge. The Dean thinks highly of you. Yihua chose a weapon instead of a Disha martial skill. You certainly have an eye for quality, if Senior Kung Ka hadn't gotten here first. But enough talk, take a look at what I've made for you. Though it has no attributes, it's a top-tier divine weapon crafted from special-grade stardust alloy, renowned for its durability and capable of conducting martial energy up to 95%. This horse-cleaving saber is about 1.2 meters long, with a wide, flat blade. The blade's color is slightly dark, yet it reflects sparkling starlight, a hallmark of star fragments. The spine of the blade is covered in thick serrations, increasing its weight and destructive power, unleashing incredible force with every swing, while the hilt is wrapped in special non-slip black leather interwoven with metal fibers. This star fragment also helps martial artists easily channel their energy into the weapon. Each swing brings a whistling wind and blinding light, making people shudder. Yi's assessment is spot on. The weight is perfect. It doesn't feel too light, and it fits perfectly in his hand. It was made to my measurements from 3 months ago, but it still adapts to my strength after breaking through to the martial artist level. As expected of the Imperial University's blacksmith, truly top-notch. The dean replied, "Of course. I dare say that even Senior Kung Ka would have to call me father when it comes to forging." "Dean, Yi must never let Senior Kung Kang hear you say that." The three set off for Lam Thui County, with So Chow reminding them, "Due to the confidential nature of this mission, we'll be here as ordinary university students on an internship." Yihua decides to use his life force to sense the area. His connection to the Demon Emperor has reached 71% in the last semester, and his life force can cover the entire county. "I fear our arrival will alert the old rats lurking in the shadows, and it would be troublesome if they were to escape. After all, rats are always harder to find than to kill." He urged them to leave, saying the three of them should first check out the house that Emperor Dai had arranged. Just then, a 3-wheeled taxi passed by, and the driver asked, "Where are you headed? Need a ride?" With the deal sealed, Yihua officially declared, "The mission begins," and the old driver struck up a conversation. "Young men, seeing your refined air, are you students on holiday? I'm a local from Linshui County, showing my classmates around while on break from university in Yunqing." The old man was surprised. "A local from Linshui County? Who are your people?" "I don't recall that. My grandfather was Yisho Rong, but he passed away a few years ago, and I moved away after that." The old man remembered, "So you're from old Yi's family." Yihua breathed a sigh of relief, thankful he'd learned some of the local dialect on the plane, and that the identity Hua Da had given him actually existed. The old man smiled, praising, Good, young man. It's good you still remember Linshui County. You haven't forgotten your roots. You're sure to be blessed." The car stopped at Hua Da's mission base, the house of Yi Shorong. The old man instructed, "Young Yi, the grandest festival in Linshui County, held once every 3 years, is in 2 days. You must attend. If you're afraid to go out, I'll come get you myself." Yihua politely replied, "Understood, thank you." Entering the house, Chu sighed, lamenting that it had been abandoned for over a decade, overgrown with weeds and infested with mosquitoes, meaning they'd have to clean it up, a task that was hardly a challenge for him. "Cleaning is my specialty. With one stomp, power radiates, sweeping away weeds and dust." They were amazed. This wasn't cleaning, it was carnage, efficient and fast. They each took on a task, unpacking luggage while I installed mini-cameras around the house for reconnaissance. "I'll check out the house," I said. Thontruk suddenly noticed something. "Dichhua, come take a look at this." He approached, curious. "Did you find something?" "There's a shrine here. I wonder what it's for." She replied, and Yihi knew it had been placed here recently. Qingju was surprised. "Placed here later? What does that mean?" He analyzes the shrine's wooden construction, noting it would have rotted away if it had always been in the house. Though covered in dust, the shrine before them was remarkably new beneath the grime. So Chow, summoning his azure return sword, declared, "So, this is what someone placed inside this house. I find this statue unsettling. Let's just destroy it." Thangtruk, on the other hand, is more cautious. "Wait, Choju, don't be rash. What if this is an important clue? We should examine it carefully." Yihe agreed, admiring his teammate's power. "Who are you agreeing with? At least take a look under the mask of this mud statue before you destroy it." Ju immediately lifted the red cloth, but Yihua, sensing danger, pulled her back. "Something's wrong. It's definitely something filthy." Chu cut it down. His sharp blade strikes the statue, and the three of them are left in shock. They were stunned. What was this black liquid flowing from the statue? And where did Yihua run off to after capturing the culprit? The old grotesque swiftly appears, clutching the black liquid, which then morphs into a bizarre form with gleaming white teeth. He commands, "Chu, seal it." Qingju trembles in fear, asking what it is. A hand on her shoulder calls out to her, and Thontruk pales. Dich Hoa asks if she's all right, realizing Thontruk is infected by the entity's spiritual energy, and he must transfer some pure martial energy to her. She replied, "I'm fine." Thontruk sensed that the fear from before had vanished, replaced by a warmth within her. He immediately guessed that the anomaly in Linshu County was related to this strange mud statue, and our investigation had reached a critical point. You two guard this, prevent any mutations. I have some business to take care of. I left a radiation marker on the driver. It's time to reel in the net. You didn't need to come looking for me, old man. I came to find you. In Linshui County, at the Jinshan Temple, the temple's back door creaks open as a monk invites a benefactor inside, saying the abbot is waiting. The old man driving the pedicab replied, "Okay, okay." He followed the monk into the temple, its gates sealed with charms. The monk announced that the abbot had brought benefactor Liu Gensheng, who met the blessing standards, and that he had something to report. He called out to the door. Benefactor Liu Gensheng, who meets the blessing standards, has arrived, and he says he has something to report. A voice echoed from within. Benefactor, what are your intentions? Why have you come to visit? The guardian monster sensed another presence and shifted into its monstrous form. Kansheng knelt, begging, "A god has descended. A god has descended." Yahi appeared at the right moment, kicking him squarely in the head. The shield blocked the spray of blood as Yi Hua remarked, "Ah, gross. Good thing the shield kept that off me, or it would have stained my clothes." The old man recognized the familiar figure as the Yi family's young master. The statue beside him moved, ferociously attacking Yi Hua, who casually quipped, "A Buddha statue that can move?" As the statue's weapon fell, the protective barrier blocked it, preventing any harm to Yi Hua. Both statues, now enraged, relentlessly throw punches, all aimed at him. Yi Hua subtly rotates the ring on his finger, keeping the spatial ring concealed from the enemy's detection. He draws his greatsword, unleashing the Starfall Slash. The blade leaves its sheath, and with one strike, Yi Hua destroys the statues. The heavy statue hands fell to the ground, yet they still fired lasers from their eyes, shocking him. "Are you really Buddha statues? Too bad these lasers are too slow. Let's see what you're hiding inside." Yi Hua's blade cuts across the statues' bellies. Kansheng stared in disbelief, uttering only, "Buddha," before he was sliced in two, reduced to scrap. He sheathed his blade and said, "As expected. Not living creatures." From the start, he couldn't sense the life force within his life force field from these two bodhisattvas. But how could such advanced scientific creations exist in a backward county like Linshui? Is the answer behind that door? "Jia Waluoda, I'm still a college student. I should at least have the courtesy to knock." Jia Waluoda politely punched the door. A broken voice echoed with a barrage of fire aimed straight at the sturdy door. The thick stone exterior shattered and Yi Hua strolled inside. "Is anyone there?" He wasn't surprised. There was indeed another cave, and a massive underground palace at that, complete with a giant statue. The guests have all arrived, so why are the little mice still hiding? A sigh echoes. The abbot calmly asks, "This temple has no quarrel with you, so why do you intrude?" Yi Hua drew his blade and said, "Are you robots addicted to pretending to be human?" He slashed at the pair, but the abbot was right behind him like a ghost, saying, "You are burdened by your sins." Yi Hua shouts, "Enough talk." The ground beneath him cracks, and he falls straight down. Landing safely, he surveys the infrastructure below, judging it to be some kind of drainage system with 18 doors. Is it a dam? From within the doors, countless pairs of eerie green eyes gleam. He knows what they are. Lizard monsters, and a lot of them this time, each radiating the energy of a level 1 or 2 martial artist. Furthermore, the life wave height of these humanoid monsters is similar, as if they were mass-produced. Artificial, mechanized creatures? Do they intend to crush me with a brutal army? Someone who tried that before is now 6 feet under. Yi Hua unleashed the Xuanhuang blade technique, Asura 3 blades. The first strike, one road to heaven, wipes out a horde, revealing even more. He smirks, wondering which temple keeps such grotesque monsters hidden below. The ferocious monsters roared, but Yi Hua quickly wiped them out, leaving a mountain of corpses. The head monk, like a soulless machine, intoned, "Layman, your karma is heavy. My benefactor, your sins are grave." Yi Hua clenches his head. Brain-dead mechanized creatures, repeating pre-recorded lines even with their heads cut off. Who's the manipulator behind all this? Still not showing yourself? An intrigued voice echoes, "Looks like we've stumbled upon a formidable foe, but nothing more." The massive golden statue begins its attack, emitting thick smoke from its mouth as its head shifts slightly, and the mechanical voice declares, "Mortal, you are beyond salvation." Dai he praised, impressive it can still transform. The statue strikes, declaring, "Fall into reincarnation." I've poured everything into this blow, and you walked right into it. The impact sends dust and smoke billowing as alarms blare. Warning, Energy levels are exceeding critical limits. Right arm overheating. Error, error, energy levels rising. The statue is shocked. What the hell? Just then, the martial artist surged forward, throwing a punch as he chanted, Namo Amitabha Buddha. The culmination of this is a straight punch into the statue, as the martial artist's massive hand reaches out, crushing it like a toy. He excitedly shouts, It's not over yet! Taste my dark and hard knee! The badly damaged statue triggers a severe warning, detecting extensive damage to its head. It began to falter, struggling to stay upright, but the statue had more tricks up its sleeve, unleashing blasts of power from its core. The statue unleashed the jewel-covered rosary's power, ordering a full barrage against the blazing demonic monster. It wondered what kind of beast it was that required such firepower to eliminate. Suddenly, the statue was shocked by what happened next. The martial artist was still standing tall. Frankly, all your toys are just firearms, which are useless against a martial artist. Annoyed, the statue vows to send him to the afterlife. But before it can finish, spikes erupt from the ground, impaling its body, a meteor incarnate. The martial artist declared the fake monk should disappear, then unleashed a flood of nuclear witch earth. Dich Hoa appeared, saying, I destroyed your mechanical model, sorry about that. To carve out such a massive cave in the mountains, either lizard people or a mobile Buddha must be inside. Seems like a mad scientist is behind all this, dabbling in things they shouldn't. Sure enough, there's a passage leading down. Half an hour earlier, in the research lab, footage of that fight was replaying. Bowen said, Doctor, that kid took care of the mechanical bodhisattva at the door, but don't worry. The door uses our latest materials and structure. He absolutely can't get in. Seeing He enter, he began to lose faith, but still stubbornly tried to deny it. It's all right, Doctor. We still have our clone army. Tens of thousands of clones could wear down even a grand martial artist, and it'll help us clear out our clone stock. Doctor, we still have our trump card. Trust in our designs. This Vajra Buddha was specifically designed to counter large, Lord-class magical beasts, so dealing with a mere martial artist should be a piece of cake, right? However, their trump card had been destroyed, and they fell silent for a moment, blindly optimistic. It's all right, Doctor, the mad Dr. Feng Teach interrupted. Damn it. Shut up. He thought irritably about some miraculous turnaround, but the enemy was already at his doorstep, and he was saying everything was fine. The guards above should buy me a few minutes. Dr. Feng ordered a swift retreat and initiated the base's self-destruct sequence, ensuring no information leaked. He is Dr. Feng, formerly a Level 3 researcher at the Prometheus Institute, and later secretly recruited by Thunder Falcon. 10 years ago, Thunder Falcon took root in Linshui County, a small, ordinary county. In the shadows, they replaced all the monks of Jinshan Temple. Thunder Falcon exploited the faith of the people of Linshui in Jinshan Temple, beginning their plot to control the entire county. Under the guise of bestowing blessings, they lured the people of Linshui into accepting body modifications, turning them into free test subjects, providing a large amount of materials and clinical data for Thunder Falcon's biological research technology. He regretfully says, It's a pity, but this base must be abandoned now. Suddenly, a surge of energy descends from the ceiling as Yihei appears before them, sneering, Where do you think you're going, Abbot? Dr. Wen directs the bodyguards to cover the doctor's retreat, but Yihua teleports, stopping right in front of Dr. Feng. Old Gu Shangliang, your hand is sneaking into your pocket. What do you want? We can discuss this slowly. Dr. Feng calculated, knowing that as long as he pressed the watch, Laserbee's small bombs implanted in the bodies of every key researcher, along with our families and friends, would be under Laser Ness's control. This ensures employee compliance and prevents the leaking of company secrets, but his scheme fails as Yihua crushes his wrist. He gripped the man's mouth, lifting his frail body high into the air, Dr. Feng's face turning red as he struggled for breath, before Yihua finally released him. He demands to know everything they've done in Linshui County, leaving the old man frozen, unsure how to respond. In the underground lab, Yihua reiterated his demand. Did he know those 3 young martial artists? What kind of devilry were they up to? Lao Yi refuses to talk, saying he can never reveal the experiments conducted here. He has a listening device implanted, and if he utters a keyword related to the company's secrets, the bomb inside him will detonate. Knowing death was inevitable, Dr. Feng chose a quick end, biting down on the poison in his mouth. Dich Hoa checks and finds poison hidden in his mouth. Are the Thunderbirds all suicidal? His heart has stopped, so the self-destruct program here has automatically activated. But too bad, even death is a luxury I can't afford you. The vampire behind him appears, sinking its claws straight into Dr. Feng's neck. Vampires can infect humans or corpses, turning them into ghouls, but unfortunately, after the transformation, most are just like zombies. lacking self-healing abilities, becoming mentally deficient, and their bodies will rot except for a few gifted individuals. But he possesses the elemental power of the mystic, combining it with the vampire's strength. Dr. Peng's eyes fall, his face already changing. Kneeling, Dr. Feng declared, "My lord, if Yi Hoa's goal is achieved, we can create a perfect subordinate, one who retains all memories and talents from life, fears no sunlight, possesses powerful regeneration, and is absolutely obedient in mind and body. You cannot die, so the self-destruct program should be stopped. From now on, I shall call you Dr. Mad. Your past is no longer relevant to you. The only thing you need to do from now on is serve me," to which the Mad Doctor dutifully replied, "It is my honor to serve you, Master. Now that you've accepted the elemental power, a mental link has formed between us, rendering surveillance useless. I want to see when this city was infiltrated. With their connection established, Yi Hua can now invade the other's memories." He called out to Xiao Liu, asking why he was sneaking out for lunch before break time, and if he had finished cross-referencing the data he'd assigned. He was mid-bite on an arm as he replied, "Yes, sorry, Professor Feng. I was just so hungry, so hungry." The Mad Doctor savors his bloody meal of raw flesh. Raw flesh again today, I see. His teeth aren't great. This is hard to eat. He reveals to Professor Feng that these things are all tributes to Buddha from the people of the county. Rumor has it they're newcomers from out of town, 3 young men with delicious meat. As people came to worship Buddha, they dozed off. And dozed off again. This time, they even fell asleep right in the Buddhist temple. Some even dozed off while kneeling. Isn't that perfect? The doctor takes these people straight to the lab for storage. Saving time and effort, he wonders why they're suddenly asleep after coming to pray for blessings. He's surprised. "Doctor, what's wrong? Isn't sleep a basic human need?" The Mad Doctor senses something is amiss. He muttered, "Celestial descent. Celestial descent. What is this? Why is it engraved on my hand?" It appears to be a numerical riddle. The answer is a string that files, the company's internal file format. Looking at the computer screen displaying the code D25612, the Mad Doctor is shocked. This is wrong. My memories and perceptions have been altered. Who dares use me as a lab rat? It wasn't until he saw the files on the computer that the Mad Doctor finally understood. The numerical puzzle was left by him before the invasion, trusting that even with his altered perception, he would still be curious enough to solve it and believe in it. The point was to tell him that the cannibalism, the sleepiness, and the strange clay figures were all orchestrated by a puppeteer from the so-called Heavenly Kingdom. He continued, "This place was originally chosen by Thundershooter as a secret testing base, but it was secretly infiltrated and controlled by this cult, just like the people here whose perceptions were altered, allowing them to be manipulated. You probed, so the 3 martial artists in Huadu before were also eaten by you? So, Thantruk, Sochao, and I were also on your radar, just prime ingredients for your schemes." He continued, "This is my 8th year overseeing Lam Thui District. The Kim Sun base is fully built and the bioengineering technology is mature enough for mass production. It will usher in a new era. In the future, martial artists will be replaced by more efficient and powerful bioengineered humans and mechanical creations." Prometheus was right. After discovering the anomalies, a comparative investigation revealed that they began in Linchui County in February of last year, and the first anomaly was discovered and investigated in March. But every day my perception was subconsciously altered until I was completely assimilated. Though I repeatedly discovered logical flaws and successfully restored my perception thanks to the wisdom of a scientific researcher, I ultimately couldn't escape assimilation. Because our Jinshan Temple research base has been too deeply assimilated, it's difficult to escape or resist that will. The anomaly in Linchui County is divided into 4 stages: cannibalism, constant sleepiness, worshipping clay statues, and collective sleepwalking. Cannibalism is the physical mutation that occurs after the mind is first influenced by that will. Excessive sleepiness is caused by a deeper level of mental mutation, and worshipping clay statues means that the body and mind have been severely corrupted, almost beyond cure. Collective sleepwalking means they've become food for that will. I thought we, who conducted illegal human experiments, were cruel enough, but we're nothing compared to the cult. They actually intend to offer an entire city as food for that will. Later, I finally discovered what they used to corrupt the minds of the people of Lam Thui County while devouring their life energy. Perhaps it's a demon fetus brought forth from the secret realm ruins. Based on my calculations, the day the demon fetus matures, Yaihua has his answer, the day it opens its eyes is 2 nights from now. He recalled Gan Sheng's words, "Little Yi, the biggest festival in Linchui County is in 2 days. It's only once every 3 years. You must come." This was the key that allowed Yi Hua to see the loophole. That old tricycle driver actually gave me a very important piece of information.